Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on Fiction Blue. Today's featured story is What If Harry Realized the Dursleys Were Stealing from His Vault and Hired a Goblin Assassin Team. If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, The Ledger's Truth. The nightmare always ended the same way. Green light. Cedric's empty eyes. That high, cold laugh. Harry woke with a gasp, sweat plastering his shirt to his back despite the cool draft from his open window. For a moment, the boundaries between dream and reality blurred, Voldemort's face superimposed over the water stain on his bedroom ceiling. 3 weeks into summer holiday, and sleep remained his enemy. Harry pushed himself up, reaching automatically for his glasses on the nightstand. The luminous numbers on his battered alarm clock read 3:17 a.m. Perfect, he muttered, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. No point trying to sleep now. The floorboard near the foot of his bed creaked as he knelt to retrieve his most recent letter from Ron. His friend's messy scrawl covered half a page with Quidditch talk and complaints about being stuck cleaning some musty old house with his family. What Ron couldn't say, what none of his letters said, was where they were or why Harry couldn't join them. Keep your head down, they all advised. As if he had any choice. Locked away at Privet Drive while Voldemort gathered strength. A soft tapping interrupted his brooding. An unfamiliar owl, sleek and black with unusually stern eyes, perched on his windowsill. It extended its leg to reveal a small roll of parchment sealed with gold wax bearing an ornate G. Harry frowned. He wasn't expecting correspondence from anyone other than Ron, Hermione, or perhaps Sirius. Especially not at 3 in the morning. The owl gave an impatient click of its beak. All right, Harry murmured, taking the scroll. The owl didn't wait for a reply or treat. The moment the parchment left its leg, it took flight, disappearing into the night sky. Harry broke the seal. The parchment felt unusually heavy, almost metallic to the touch. The letter unfolded itself in his hands, golden ink glimmering in the dim light. Mr. Harry James Potter regarding Vault 687, Vault 077, and Associated Potter Holdings urgent notification. Account irregularities. Your presence is required at Gringotts Wizarding Bank to address certain irregularities detected in your accounts. This matter requires your immediate attention and discretion. Present this notice to the entrance guards upon arrival. A representative will escort you to the appropriate office. This communication is enchanted for your eyes only. May your gold flow and your enemies fall. Nagnok Senior Account Manager, Potter Family Holdings. Harry read the letter 3 times. Vault 077. He only knew about his trust vault, 687. And who was Nagnok? The goblin he'd met on his first trip to Gringotts had been Griphook. Irregularities? The word made his stomach tighten. More troubling still was the question of how to reach Diagon Alley. Dumbledore's instructions had been clear: stay with the Dursleys, don't leave the house unnecessarily, and wait for further instruction. Harry was certain banking irregularities wouldn't qualify as an emergency in the headmaster's eyes. He tucked the letter beneath the loose floorboard with his other treasures, deciding to think more clearly after some sleep. But as he lay back down, his mind raced through possibilities. Had someone broken into his vault? Was it Death Eaters? Or something more mundane like bank fees he'd never known about? What bothered him most was the realization that he knew almost nothing about his own finances. 5 years in the wizarding world, and he'd never once asked about his parents' estate beyond the trust vault Hagrid had shown him. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams not of Voldemort, but of endless rows of golden ledgers with numbers that shifted and changed when he tried to read them. By morning, Harry had made his decision. The Dursleys had plans to visit Aunt Marge for the day. They'd be leaving him locked in his room as usual, which meant no one would know if he slipped out. Getting to London would be tricky, but not impossible. As Uncle Vernon's car pulled out of the drive, Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak, wand, and the Gringotts letter. 15 minutes later, he'd picked the lock on his door, a skill he'd perfected after years of being confined, and made his way downstairs. The night bus was his best option. Harry grimaced at the thought of the nauseating ride, but Hedwig was away delivering a letter to Hermione, eliminating flying as an alternative. Besides, arriving at Gringotts via Owl would hardly be inconspicuous. Outside the boundary of Privet Drive, Harry extended his wand. The familiar bang announced the purple triple-decker bus, and Stan Shunpike's pimpled face appeared. "Welcome to the, blimey, it's Harry Potter. Just Harry today, if you don't mind," Harry said quietly, handing over 11 sickles. "Diagon Alley, please." "Right you are, Harry." "Just Harry," Stan winked conspiratorially. "Diagon Alley, earn." Another bang and Harry found himself flung into a brass bed that slid across the floor. By the third violent turn, he decided the nightmares might have been preferable. Diagon Alley was quieter than Harry remembered. A few witches hurried past, clutching their shopping bags close. No one lingered to chat. No children pressed their noses against quality Quidditch supplies windows. The Daily Prophet's continued denial of Voldemort's return might be working with the general public, but the atmosphere suggested many weren't entirely convinced. Gringotts loomed at the far end of the alley, white marble gleaming in the morning sun. The warning engraved above the silver doors seemed more ominous than ever: "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." Harry approached the goblin guards flanking the entrance and presented the golden-inked letter. The guard on the left examined it, eyes widening almost imperceptibly before nodding to his colleague. "Follow me, Mr. Potter," he said, handing the letter back. "Senior Account Manager Nagnok is expecting you." Rather than heading toward the main floor with its long counter and busy tellers, the guard led Harry through a side door and down a marbled corridor lined with ornate doors bearing golden nameplates. They descended a flight of stairs, the opulence of the decor increasing with each step downward. The marble floors gave way to polished black granite inlaid with gold. Enchanted torches cast a steady, shadowless light. The guard stopped before a door bearing a nameplate that read, "Nagnok, Senior Account Manager, Ancient Houses Division," and knocked 3 times. "Enter," called a gravelly voice from within. The office beyond was nothing like Harry expected. Instead of the cramped, paper-filled space he'd imagined, he found himself in a cavernous room with a domed ceiling enchanted to show what appeared to be an underground starscape, constellations of gems and precious metals swirling in patterns he didn't recognize. Behind a massive desk carved from a single piece of obsidian sat a goblin with steel-gray hair and the sharpest eyes Harry had ever seen. He wore a suit of dark material that seemed to absorb light, with gold cufflinks bearing the Potter crest, a detail that immediately caught Harry's attention. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, standing. He was taller than the other goblins Harry had met. "I am Nagnok. I've been managing the Potter account since your grandfather Fleamont's time." "My grandfather?" Harry repeated, momentarily distracted. He realized with a pang that he knew nothing about his grandparents, not even their names until this moment. "Please, sit," Nagnok gestured to a chair that adjusted itself to Harry's height as he approached. "I expect you have questions about my letter." "Yes," Harry said, forcing his thoughts back to the matter at hand. "What irregularities? Has someone broken into my vault?" Nagnok's expression darkened. "Not broken in, precisely. The situation is delicate." He touched a crystal on his desk, and the room's perimeter shimmered briefly. "Privacy wards," he explained. "What I'm about to share involves potential violations of the highest order." Harry felt a chill run down his spine as the goblin reached into a drawer and removed a large, leather-bound ledger. The book opened itself, pages flipping rapidly before settling. "This is the transaction history for your trust vault, 687, Nagnok explained, turning the book so Harry could see. "Established by your parents with a fixed amount, meant to cover your expenses until your 17th birthday, when you would gain access to the main Potter Vault, 077. Harry leaned forward, examining the columns of figures and annotations. Most meant little to him, but even he could understand the pattern of withdrawals highlighted in red ink. These transactions, Nagnok pointed to the first red entry dated November 1981, began shortly after your parents' deaths. Monthly withdrawals of 50 galleons, transferred to a Muggle bank account under the name Vernon and Petunia Dursley. The room seemed to tilt slightly. My aunt and uncle have been taking money from my vault. Harry's voice sounded distant to his own ears. For 14 years, Nagnok confirmed, his long fingers tracing down the column. The monthly amounts increased over time. Currently, the withdrawals stand at 200 galleons monthly, approximately £1,000 in Muggle currency. Harry's mind raced through years of hand-me-down clothes, broken glasses taped together, and the Dursleys' constant complaints about the burden of raising him. All while they pocketed what must amount to thousands of pounds. How, he managed. They're Muggles. They can't access Gringotts. That brings us to the second irregularity. Nagnok turned to another page. These withdrawals were authorized by your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore, ostensibly for your care and maintenance. Dumbledore? Harry felt as though he'd been struck. He's my guardian. Your magical guardian, yes. Appointed by the ministry after your parents' deaths, given the unavailability of your godfather. Nagnok's tone suggested there was much more to this story. As chief warlock, Dumbledore had the authority to approve the arrangement. The funds were converted and transferred automatically. Harry stood abruptly, unable to sit still. All those years they told me what a burden I was. How much it cost to keep me. And they were being paid? More than enough to. His voice trailed off as the implications sank in. Indeed. Nagnok's expression remained neutral, but something glinted in his dark eyes. However, Mr. Potter, the irregular withdrawals are merely a symptom of a larger concern. He closed the ledger and opened another, this one bound in older, cracked leather with the Potter crest embossed on its cover. This is the ledger for the main Potter family vault. According to your parents' will, certain heirlooms and documents should have been transferred to your trust vault upon their deaths, to be accessible to you upon starting Hogwarts. Harry sank back into his chair. Their will? I didn't know. That is precisely the problem, Mr. Potter. Nagnok's voice hardened. Their will was sealed by the Wizengamot on Dumbledore's recommendation, supposedly for your protection. However, even a sealed will's financial provisions should have been executed by Gringotts. He turned the ledger, pointing to a list of items. These artifacts never reached your trust vault. Our initial investigation suggests they remain in the main vault, access to which has been restricted until your majority. Harry stared at the list. Most items meant nothing to him, family grimoires, investment portfolios, property deeds, but one entry made his breath catch, James and Lily Potter's personal journals and letters. There are words my ancestors wrote that I've never been allowed to read, Harry said softly. Nagnok nodded solemnly. The irregularities came to light during our centennial audit. I should have been notified when you first visited Gringotts, but that notification appears to have been misdirected. Someone deliberately kept this from me, Harry said, anger finally breaking through the shock. For years. So it would seem. Nagnok steepled his long fingers. Mr. Potter, goblins do not involve themselves in wizard politics. However, we take account management and client rights very seriously. What can be done? Harry asked, mind racing. Can we stop the withdrawals? Immediately, Nagnok confirmed. As the vault's beneficiary, you have the right to rescind any withdrawal authorization, even those approved by your guardian. Do it, Harry said without hesitation. And I want a complete accounting of everything that should have been mine. Nagnok's lips curled into what might have been a smile on a human face. On the goblin, it looked decidedly more predatory. I hoped you would say that. There is also the matter of restitution for the unauthorized withdrawals. Restitution? Harry echoed. The Dursleys have received approximately 21,000 galleons over 14 years, Nagnock explained. Funds explicitly designated for your care and maintenance. Given your evident condition upon arrival at Hogwarts, as noted by our sources, it appears these funds were misappropriated. Harry thought about Dudley's second bedroom filled with broken toys while he slept in a cupboard. About the new car Vernon bought the same year Harry wore shoes with holes in them. They definitely weren't spent on me. Then you have grounds for a claim of theft and breach of magical guardianship obligations, Nagnock said, pulling out a fresh piece of parchment. Gringotts can pursue this matter on your behalf, through specialized channels. Something in the goblin's tone made Harry pay closer attention. What does that mean exactly? Nagnock's eyes gleamed. Gringotts employs experts in financial retribution, Mr. Potter. While wizard law moves slowly, goblin justice is rather more efficient. You're talking about some kind of goblin collection agency? Harry asked. The goblin's laugh was a sound like breaking glass. A quaint description, but not inaccurate. Our retribution specialists operate within the bounds of both goblin and wizard law, but with methods uniquely our own. For the first time since Cedric's death, Harry felt a spark of something other than grief or anger, something like satisfaction. And they could get back what the Dursleys took. That and more, Nagnock assured him. Such specialists are normally reserved for our most valued clients. The Potter family, fortunately, has always maintained excellent relations with the Goblin Nation. Harry thought for a moment. The idea of the Dursleys facing consequences was tempting, but something still bothered him. Before I make any decisions, I need to understand everything. You mentioned the Potter vaults, plural. What exactly is my family's financial situation? Nagnock seemed pleased by the question. A prudent inquiry. The trust vault you've accessed contains a small fraction of the Potter estate. The main family vault holds the bulk of your inheritance, including properties, investments, and heirlooms. He opened a drawer and removed a crystal orb. Tapping it with one long finger, he projected a three-dimensional image of connected vaults and assets. Harry stared at the complex network, overwhelmed by its scope. Your family was among Britain's wealthiest magical houses, Nagnock explained. Your grandfather quadrupled the family fortune with his potion innovations. While the exact value fluctuates with investments, the current estimated worth exceeds 7 million galleons. Harry nearly choked. 7 million. Excluding properties and artifacts of historical value, Nagnock added casually. The Potter portfolio includes partial ownership of several magical businesses, including a 10% stake in the Daily Prophet, ironically enough. The room seemed to spin around Harry. He'd gone from a boy who never had so much as a canute to call his own before age 11, to discovering he was the heir to one of the wizarding world's largest fortunes. And no one had told him. Why wouldn't Dumbledore tell me any of this, he asked, more to himself than to Nagnock. The goblin's expression remained carefully neutral. I cannot speak to the headmaster's motivations, Mr. Potter. I can only address the financial discrepancies. But Harry's mind was connecting dots, forming a picture he didn't like. He left me with Muggles who hated magic, never told me about my family history, and authorized them to take money meant for my care. Money they clearly spent on themselves. He stood again, pacing the office. All these years, I could have. Harry stopped himself. No use dwelling on what might have been. What do I need to do to fix this? Nagnock seemed to approve of his directness. Several steps, Mr. Potter. First, we must secure your existing assets. Second, we can begin the process of auditing the misappropriated funds. Third, we should discuss options for accessing information currently withheld from you. And the retribution specialists? That would fall under the second step, Nagnock said, his tone carefully measured. Such services require formal authorization and specific directives. Harry returned to his seat, feeling more focused than he had in weeks. Let's start with securing the assets. Over the next hour, Nagnok guided him through a series of procedures. Harry signed documents revoking all existing withdrawal authorizations from his vaults. He approved a complete audit of all Potter holdings. He requested copies of bank statements for his own records. With each signature, he felt a small measure of control returning to his life. Now, Nagnok said, setting aside the last of the security documents, regarding the matter of the Dursleys. Harry considered his options. Part of him, a dark, angry part that had grown since the graveyard, wanted to see his relatives suffer for their years of mistreatment. But another part recognized that simple vengeance wouldn't truly satisfy him. "I want what they took returned," he said finally. "With interest. And I want them to understand exactly why it's happening." Nagnok nodded approvingly. A measured response. "For this, I recommend engaging our Retribution Division's premier team. They specialize in complex cases involving wizard-muggle financial interfaces." He produced a slim black folder bearing a silver emblem, a scale balanced by a sword and a quill. "This contains the service contract and profile of the team leader, Razorclaw. His associates include specialists in negotiation, magical enforcement, and financial intelligence." Harry opened the folder. The first page contained a formal-looking contract full of goblin legalese. The second held what appeared to be a personnel file for Razorclaw, a goblin with obsidian black eyes and an impressive list of qualifications in both magical security and financial recovery. "What exactly will they do?" Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. "Nothing illegal by wizard standards," Nagnok assured him. "They will first document the extent of misappropriation through financial records and magical verification. Then they will present the Dursleys with evidence and options for repayment. Should they refuse reasonable terms?" He trailed off meaningfully. Then more creative methods of asset recovery become necessary." Nagnok's smile showed the tips of pointed teeth. "Rest assured, Mr. Potter, physical harm is not our method. There are far more effective ways to extract payment." Harry considered this, then nodded slowly. "All right. But I have conditions. First, I want regular reports on what's happening. Second, I want to be present when they first confront the Dursleys." Nagnok seemed surprised by the second condition. "That is unusual, Mr. Potter." "I need to see their faces," Harry said simply. "When they learn that their actions have consequences." After a moment, Nagnok nodded. "It can be arranged. Is there anything else you wish to discuss today?" Harry hesitated, then voiced the question that had been nagging at him. "The sealed portions of my parents' will, is there any way I can see them? Legally?" "Not until your 17th birthday, without your guardian's approval." Nagnok paused, then added carefully, "However, as the blood heir, you could request a heritage confirmation ritual. Such a procedure naturally includes reviewing certain elements of family legacy documentation." Harry recognized the carefully worded loophole. "I'd like to request that ritual, then." "Very well. It requires preparation and can be conducted during your next visit." Nagnok made a note in a ledger. "I recommend returning in 3 days. By then, we will have preliminary findings from the audit and can proceed with both the heritage ritual and the retribution planning." Harry stood, feeling oddly lighter despite the weight of everything he'd learned. "Thank you, Nagnok. I appreciate your thoroughness." The goblin inclined his head. "The Potter family has always shown respect to the Goblin Nation, Mr. Potter. Your grandfather negotiated fair terms during the Potion Patent Accords of 1965. Your father continued that tradition of mutual respect. We have long memories for both friends and enemies." As Harry turned to leave, Nagnok added, "One final matter, Mr. Potter. Given the sensitive nature of our discussions, I recommend discretion. There are those who might object to your newfound financial independence." The warning was clear. "I understand," Harry said. "No one needs to know I was here today." The return journey to Privet Drive passed in a blur. Harry's mind raced with everything he'd learned. By the time he slipped back through his bedroom window, the Dursleys' car was just pulling into the drive below. He could hear Uncle Vernon's booming voice complaining about traffic as they entered the house. Aunt Petunia's shrill response. Dudley's heavy footsteps on the stairs. For years, these sounds had filled him with dread or resignation. Now, knowing what he knew, he felt something altogether different. Not hatred, exactly. Something colder and more calculating. The lock on his door clicked open, Uncle Vernon checking to ensure he was still there. "Boy! We're home," his uncle bellowed unnecessarily. Harry turned slowly from the window. "I can see that, Uncle Vernon." Something in his tone made his uncle pause. Vernon's small eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Don't you take that attitude with me. After we've been kind enough to keep a roof over your head all these years. 200 galleons a month." Harry did the conversion in his head. That was more than Uncle Vernon spent on Dudley's school fees. "Yes," Harry said, his voice level. "You've been well compensated for your kindness, haven't you?" Uncle Vernon's face reddened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," Harry replied, turning back to the window. "Just thinking aloud about the cost of things. The value of family." He could feel his uncle's confusion and discomfort radiating across the room. For the first time, Harry didn't care about provoking his temper. Let Vernon bluster and threaten. In 3 days, everything would change. "Well, keep your freakishness to yourself," Vernon muttered, clearly thrown off balance. He backed out of the room, locking the door again. Harry smiled faintly at his reflection in the window. For 14 years, the Dursleys had made him feel powerless. Now he understood that power came in many forms, not just magic, but knowledge, resources, and allies. He had begun to acquire all three. As night fell over Privet Drive, Harry Potter made plans. Not just for the Dursleys, but for everything that would come after. If Voldemort wanted war, he would find his opponent far better prepared than anyone expected. In 3 days, he would return to Gringotts. In 3 days, he would learn more about the family legacy that had been kept from him. And in 3 days, he would take the first step toward reshaping his future. For now, though, he simply savored the unfamiliar feeling of having taken control of his own life. It tasted like freedom. And justice long overdue. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of Aunt Petunia rapping sharply on his door. "Up. Get up now. Breakfast needs cooking." The familiar demand no longer filled him with the usual resignation. Instead, Harry took his time getting dressed, considering his next move carefully. When he finally made his way downstairs, Aunt Petunia was impatiently tapping her foot by the stove. "About time," she snapped. "The bacon's nearly burned. Vernon has an important meeting this morning." Harry took over the cooking without comment, but observed his aunt with new eyes. Had she known about the money all along? She must have. The monthly deposits would have been hard to miss. "Is something wrong with your face?" Petunia demanded, noticing his scrutiny. "Just thinking," Harry replied mildly. "About bank accounts." The effect was immediate. Petunia's hand, reaching for a mug, froze in midair. Her already pale face whitened further. "What did you say?" Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "Nothing important," Harry said, flipping the bacon with deliberate casualness. "Just curious about finances. How much it costs to raise a child. That sort of thing." Before Petunia could respond, Uncle Vernon waddled into the kitchen, straightening his tie. "Breakfast ready. Can't be late today. Meeting with the regional director about my promotion." "It's coming," Harry said, sliding eggs onto plates. "Planning anything special with the extra money, Uncle Vernon? A new car, perhaps? Or another television for Dudley's second bedroom?" Vernon's small eyes darted to Harry's face, then to Petunia's, registering her distress. "What's he on about?" he demanded. "Nothing, Vernon," Petunia said quickly. "Eat your breakfast." But Harry wasn't finished. 200 galleons a month is quite a sum, isn't it? What's that in pounds now? Around 1,000. 12,000 a year. He placed the plates on the table with careful precision. "You could buy a lot with that kind of money." Vernon's face progressed from red to purple. Who've you been, just making conversation," Harry interrupted smoothly. "About the cost of things. Value for money. You know how important financial responsibility is, Uncle Vernon." For perhaps the first time in his life, Vernon Dursley seemed at a loss for words. His mouth opened and closed several times, resembling one of Aunt Petunia's prized goldfish. "I'll be in my room," Harry said, not bothering with his own breakfast. Lots to think about. Plans to make. As he climbed the stairs, he heard urgent whispering from the kitchen. The seed of discomfort had been planted. Let them worry about what he knew. Let them wonder what would come next. In his room, Harry pulled out a blank piece of parchment. After a moment's consideration, he began to write. "Dear Hermione, I hope your holiday is going well. Things here are interesting. I've learned some things about my family that I never knew before. Can't say much by owl, but I've discovered that my parents left me more than just a vault of gold. Have you ever read anything about goblin justice? Might be worth looking into. Don't worry, I'm being careful. But for the first time, I feel like I'm actually doing something instead of just waiting around for the next disaster. Tell Ron I said hello if you're in contact. No one's telling me anything about what's happening with Voldemort or the Order. Write back when you can." He read it over, making sure he hadn't included anything that would raise alarms if the letter was intercepted. Satisfied, he set it aside for Hedwig when she returned. The rest of the day passed in a strange state of suspended animation. The Dursleys avoided him, whispering among themselves and casting nervous glances his way whenever he emerged from his room. Harry, for his part, maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor that clearly unnerved them more than any outburst would have. By evening, Uncle Vernon had apparently gathered enough courage to confront him. As Harry came downstairs for a glass of water, his uncle blocked the hallway, arms folded across his chest. "Now see here, boy," Vernon began, his mustache quivering with barely suppressed rage. "I don't know what nonsense you're playing at, but I won't have it in my house." Harry regarded him coolly. "What nonsense would that be, Uncle Vernon? Don't play innocent with me." Vernon hissed, keeping his voice low enough that the neighbors wouldn't hear. "These accusations about money. Who've you been talking to? Those freaks been filling your head with lies?" "No lies," Harry said simply. "Just facts. Dates. Amounts. Account numbers." Vernon's face paled. "You're bluffing." "November 1981, Harry replied, recalling the first entry from Nagnak's ledger. 50 galleons, transferred to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, Barclays Bank, Surrey branch. Every month since then, with amounts increasing over time. The blood drained from Vernon's face so rapidly that for a moment, Harry thought he might faint. Instead, his uncle grabbed him by the collar and shoved him against the wall. "You listen to me," Vernon growled, his face inches from Harry's. "Whatever you think you know nothing. That money was compensation. For taking you in. For the burden you've been." Harry didn't struggle. He simply met his uncle's gaze steadily. "Was it compensation for the cupboard too? For Dudley's second-hand clothes? For never celebrating my birthday?" Vernon's grip tightened. "We gave you a roof over your head. Food in your belly. More than your no-good parents ever." "I wouldn't finish that sentence if I were you," Harry interrupted, his voice dangerously quiet. "Not if you want this conversation to end peacefully." Something in his tone, or perhaps the cold determination in his eyes, made Vernon release him and step back. 3 days, Harry said, straightening his shirt. In 3 days, we'll discuss this properly. With representatives from my bank. You're bringing those creatures here. Vernon sputtered, face contorting with disgust and fear. Oh yes, Harry confirmed, a thin smile playing at his lips. They're very interested in meeting you, Uncle Vernon. They have some questions about how their client's money has been spent. Without waiting for a response, Harry turned and walked back upstairs, leaving his uncle gaping in the hallway. The confrontation had gone almost exactly as he'd planned, just enough information to throw the Dursleys into a panic, but not enough for them to formulate a defense. In his room, Hedwig had returned, perched regally on top of her cage. She hooted softly in greeting as Harry entered. Perfect timing, he murmured, attaching his letter to Hermione. Take this to Hermione, girl. And take your time coming back. Things might be a bit tense around here for a while. As Hedwig soared into the night sky, Harry settled onto his bed with a strange sense of calm. For years, he'd felt powerless in this house. Now, even without casting a single spell, he held all the power. Knowledge, after all, was its own kind of magic. Outside, storm clouds gathered on the horizon, promising rain by morning. Harry watched them advance, thinking it an appropriate metaphor for what was coming. After 14 years of clear skies, the Dursleys were about to experience a tempest of their own making. And Harry would be the one controlling the storm. The next 2 days passed in a state of simmering tension. The Dursleys held hurried, whispered conversations that stopped abruptly whenever Harry entered a room. Twice, he caught Uncle Vernon making furtive phone calls to the bank. Dudley, sensing the atmosphere but understanding nothing of its cause, stayed out of the house as much as possible. Harry maintained his newfound calm, watching the Dursleys' mounting panic with detached interest. He spent his time preparing, mentally reviewing what he'd learned at Gringotts, considering what questions to ask during his next visit, and planning his approach to the heritage confirmation ritual Nagnok had mentioned. On the morning of the 3rd day, Harry woke early. Today he would return to Gringotts, meet Razorclaw's team, and learn more about his family legacy. The thought sent a thrill of anticipation through him. A tapping at his window drew his attention. He expected to see Hedwig returning with Hermione's reply, but instead found the same black Gringotts owl from before. It carried another gold-sealed scroll. Mr. Harry James Potter, your appointment is confirmed for 10 a.m. today. The Retribution Specialist team has completed preliminary assessment and wishes to meet with you prior to any client confrontation. The Heritage Confirmation Ritual has been prepared as requested. For your convenience, transportation has been arranged. A secure port key is enclosed within this message, activate with the phrase, Justice Rendered. May your enemies tremble at your approach, Nagnok Senior Account Manager Potter Family Holdings. Harry smiled at the closing sentiment, so different from the bland pleasantries wizards typically used. At the bottom of the parchment was a small, golden coin emblazoned with the Gringotts seal. Harry tucked the port key into his pocket and began preparing for the day. He dressed in the best clothes he owned, which, admittedly, wasn't saying much, and gathered his vault key, wand, and invisibility cloak. The last was precautionary, he doubted he'd need it, but recent events had taught him to be prepared. At precisely 9:55 a.m., Harry stood in the center of his bedroom, port key in hand. Justice rendered, he said clearly. The familiar sensation of a hook behind his navel jerked him forward, the world dissolving into a blur of color and sound. When everything stabilized, he found himself in a small, elegant reception room deep within Gringotts. Nagnok stood waiting, along with 4 other goblins Harry didn't recognize. The senior account manager stepped forward with a slight bow. Mr. Potter. Prompt as promised. May I introduce Razorclaw, head of your retribution team. The goblin to Nagnok's left stepped forward. He was taller than most goblins Harry had seen, with jet black hair pulled back in a severe style and obsidian eyes that seemed to calculate Harry's worth in an instant. Mr. Potter, Razorclaw's voice was unexpectedly smooth. Your case has intrigued us. These are my associates, he continued, indicating the 3 goblins behind him. Silver Tongue, our negotiation specialist. Ironheart, magical enforcement. And you may recognize Griphook, who now serves in our financial intelligence division. Harry nodded to each in turn, surprised to see the goblin who had first shown him to his vault years ago. Griphook gave a thin smile of recognition. We have much to discuss, Nagnok said, gesturing toward a door on the far side of the room. The heritage confirmation ritual requires a specialized chamber, but we shall brief you on the retribution plan first. The adjoining room contained a large table of polished stone, its surface inlaid with a complex series of runes. One wall was covered entirely with ledgers and scrolls, while another displayed what appeared to be a 3-dimensional map of financial connections, golden threads linking names, properties, and what Harry assumed were bank accounts. Please, sit, Razorclaw indicated a chair at the head of the table. Once Harry was seated, the goblins took their places, Nagnok and Razorclaw flanking him. We have completed our preliminary investigation into the Dursley finances, Razorclaw began without preamble. The results are enlightening. Griphook slid a folder across the table. The summary of our findings, Mr. Potter. Harry opened it to find a meticulously detailed breakdown of 14 years of financial transactions. The Gringotts withdrawals were cross-referenced with the Dursleys' bank records, property purchases, investment accounts, and tax filings. As you can see, Griphook explained, less than 2% of the funds withdrawn in your name were spent on expenses that could reasonably be attributed to your maintenance. Harry skimmed the documentation, anger building as he took in the evidence. New cars. Vacations to Majorca. Dudley's private school tuition. Home renovations. Investment accounts in Vernon and Petunia's names. They've been living quite comfortably on your inheritance, Silvertongue observed, his voice carrying a hint of dangerous amusement. While keeping you in, what was the term? Ah yes, a cupboard. Harry looked up sharply. How did you know about the cupboard? We are thorough in our investigations, Mr. Potter, Razorclaw replied smoothly. Property records include original floor plans. Modifications. Building permits. The conversion of a storage cupboard to a bedroom occurred only after your first Hogwarts letter arrived. The implication was clear, they had pieced together his living conditions through financial and property records alone. Harry wasn't sure whether to be impressed or disturbed by their thoroughness. The total misappropriated sum, with standard interest, amounts to 24,736 galleons, 14 sickles, and 3 nuts, Griphook continued. Approximately 123,680 pounds in Muggle currency. Harry stared at the figure. It was more money than he could properly comprehend. And you can recover this? That, said Razorclaw, is where our strategy comes into play. He unrolled a scroll across the table. We propose a 3-phase approach. First, documentation and confrontation. Second, negotiation and terms. Third, enforcement if necessary. Silvertongue leaned forward. During confrontation, we present irrefutable evidence and legal consequences. Most clients settle at this stage. And if they don't? Harry asked. Ironheart spoke for the first time, his voice a deep rumble. Then we move to magical enforcement measures. Nothing harmful, he added, seeing Harry's expression. But highly effective. What sort of measures? Harry pressed. The goblins exchanged glances before Razorclaw answered. Binding financial contracts with magical consequences for non-compliance. Asset freezes. And in extreme cases, reputation management. Meaning? A truth compulsion limited to financial matters, Ironheart explained. Every time they attempt to make a significant purchase or financial transaction, they would be compelled to disclose their theft from you to the other party. Harry considered this. That would be effective with someone like Uncle Vernon. Precisely, Razorclaw nodded approvingly. The punishment is tailored to the transgression. They stole your money and spent it on their reputation as an upstanding, normal family. The consequence affects the same. When can we begin? Harry asked. Today, if you wish, Nagnok replied. After the heritage confirmation ritual. The team is prepared to accompany you to Privet Drive this afternoon. Harry nodded, feeling a strange mixture of anticipation and something like dread. Let's do it, then. Excellent, Nagnok rose from his seat. Now, if you'll follow me to the lineage chamber, we can proceed with your heritage ritual. As they walked through a series of increasingly ornate corridors, Harry found himself wondering what other secrets about his family he might discover today. The Dursleys' theft, troubling as it was, seemed almost secondary now to the larger questions about his parents, his legacy, and why so much had been kept from him. The lineage chamber, when they reached it, took Harry's breath away. The circular room soared upward into a dome of crystal that fractured light into rainbows across walls inscribed with what appeared to be family trees in gold and silver. The floor was a mosaic depicting goblins and wizards engaged in various forms of commerce and battle throughout history. In the center stood a raised dais with a shallow basin of what looked like liquid silver. Beside it, a goblin Harry hadn't met before waited in ceremonial robes of deep crimson. Bloodtooth, Nagnok said by way of introduction. Our most senior lineage keeper. The ancient goblin inclined his head slightly. Mr. Potter. I performed this same ritual for your father when he came of age. And for his father before him. The simple statement, this connection to his family's past, hit Harry harder than he expected. You knew them? I have served the noble houses for 2 centuries, young wizard, Bloodtooth replied. I remember every heir who has stood where you now stand. He gestured to the silver basin. The heritage confirmation ritual will reveal your lineage, inheritances, and any magical bindings or obligations. It requires 3 drops of blood freely given. Harry approached the dais. Will it show me what was in my parents' will? It will reveal all inheritance provisions, sealed or otherwise, Bloodtooth confirmed. Are you prepared to proceed? Harry nodded, extending his hand. Bloodtooth produced a small silver knife and carefully pricked Harry's index finger. 3 drops of blood fell into the basin, where they spread outward in spiraling patterns across the silver surface. Blood of the heir, reveal thy legacy, Bloodtooth intoned. By right of magic and lineage, show what is hidden. The silver liquid began to glow, rising into the air in shimmering strands that formed symbols and words. Harry watched, transfixed, as images took shape, a family tree extending backward through generations of Potters, branching connections to other families, and a separate tree showing his mother's lineage. The Potter line, Bloodtooth explained, extends back 12 generations of documented magical ancestry. Your father's mother, however, connected you to the House of Black through Doria Black Potter. Harry stared at the connection. I'm related to Sirius. Second cousins, once removed, Nagnok confirmed. A fact that becomes significant in terms of inheritance law. Before Harry could ask what that meant, the silver mist shifted, forming a list of properties and assets. Your material inheritance, Bloodtooth continued. 3 properties, Potter Cottage in Godric's Hollow, currently held as a historical monument, Potter Manor in Wales, under Fidelius' charm, and a flat in London, currently leased. I have a house. Harry asked, stunned. Under Fidelius? Who's the secret keeper? That information is not contained in the blood record, Bloodtooth replied. However, as heir, you have the right to claim the property and establish new protections. The silver mist shifted again, forming paragraphs of text. The relevant portions of your parents' will, Bloodtooth explained. Harry leaned forward eagerly, reading the flowing script. In the event of our deaths, guardianship of our son, Harry James Potter, shall pass to the following individuals in order of priority. 1. Sirius Black, godfather by ritual bond. 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom. 3. Minerva McGonagall. 4. Andromeda and Ted Tonks under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Harry felt as though he'd been struck. They specifically said, "Not the Dursleys," he said hoarsely. "And there were others who should have taken me in. What happened?" Nagnak's expression darkened. The will was sealed by Chief Warlock Dumbledore before it could be executed. With Sirius Black imprisoned, the Longbottoms incapacitated, and the will sealed, the Ministry placed you according to Dumbledore's recommendation. The Silver Mist continued forming words, showing provisions for his education, trust management, and specific bequests. One entry caught Harry's eye: "To our son, Harry, we leave our personal journals and correspondence, to be given to him upon his first year at Hogwarts, that he might know us through our own words rather than the memories of others." "Those journals," Harry said, his voice tight. "They should have been transferred to my trust vault. Where are they now?" "According to our records," Nagnak consulted a ledger, "they remain in the sealed portion of the main Potter vault, access to which was restricted by Magical Guardian directive." The Silver Mist dissipated, the ritual complete. Harry stood silent for a long moment, processing everything he'd learned. His parents had tried to protect him, even in death. They'd made arrangements, left instructions, ensured he would know them through their own words. And all of it had been ignored. "I want access to everything that should have been mine," he said finally. "The journals, the properties, all of it. Is there any way to challenge the Guardian restrictions before I turn 17? Nagnak and Bloodtooth exchanged glances. "There is one possibility," Nagnak said carefully. "The restriction was placed by Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock and your magical guardian. However, guardianship can be challenged on grounds of negligence or failure to execute fiduciary responsibility. Like authorizing the Dursleys to steal from me and placing me with them against my parents' explicit wishes?" Harry asked darkly. "Precisely," Nagnak nodded. "Such a challenge would require filing a formal petition with the Ministry, however." Harry considered this. Going public with his grievances against Dumbledore would create complications he wasn't ready for. Not with Voldemort's return still being denied by the Ministry. "Is there another way? Something that doesn't involve the Ministry?" Bloodtooth spoke up. "There is an older method. Less bureaucratic. The right of inheritance acceleration." "What does that involve?" "An ancient ritual recognizing a minor as having attained sufficient maturity to manage their own affairs," the old goblin explained. "It was once common practice for heirs of noble houses who found themselves orphaned. The ritual doesn't grant full adult status in wizard law, but it does transfer financial authority from guardian to heir. And it can be performed here. Without Ministry approval?" Harry asked. "Gringotts operates under the Treaty of 1612, which grants us sovereignty in financial matters," Nagnak replied. "The Ministry might not recognize the ritual's validity in other contexts, but for banking purposes, it would transfer control of your vaults from Dumbledore to yourself." Harry didn't hesitate. "I want to do it. As soon as possible." "It requires preparation," Bloodtooth cautioned. "And traditionally, a magical sponsor to vouch for your readiness." Harry thought immediately of Sirius, but his godfather was still in hiding. Could Professor McGonagall serve as sponsor? She was named in the will. "Any witch or wizard of good standing can act as sponsor," Bloodtooth confirmed. "Though I would advise discretion in your choice, given the circumstances." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "I'll need to consider who to ask." "How soon could the ritual be performed, once I have a sponsor?" "At the next full moon," Bloodtooth replied. 7 days from now. A week. Harry could manage that. "I'll have an answer for you before then," he promised. "In the meantime, I still want to proceed with the Dursley matter today. Then we shall prepare for our visit to Privet Drive," Razorclaw said, stepping forward. "My team will accompany you after you've had time to review our strategy in detail." As they left the lineage chamber, Harry felt a strange sense of clarity. The anger that had driven him initially had transformed into something more focused, a determination to reclaim what should have been his all along. Not just the money, but the knowledge of his family, the legacy his parents had intended for him, and the independence they had valued enough to protect even after death. The Dursleys would face justice for their theft. But that was only the beginning. Harry now understood that the real theft had been orchestrated long before the first galleon was transferred to Vernon Dursley's account. And he intended to recover everything that had been taken. By mid-afternoon, Harry found himself seated in the pristine sitting room of No. 4, Privet Drive, accompanied by Razorclaw, Silvertongue, and Ironheart. The three goblins, dressed in impeccable business suits rather than wizard robes, looked incongruously formal against Aunt Petunia's floral upholstery. Across from them sat the Dursleys, Vernon purple-faced and sweating, Petunia white-lipped and rigid, and Dudley attempting to make his considerable bulk disappear into the sofa cushions. As I explained, Harry said with a calm he didn't entirely feel, these gentlemen represent Gringotts Bank. They're here about the monthly payments you've been receiving. Vernon's mustache twitched violently. Now see here, Mr. Dursley, Razorclaw interrupted smoothly, I recommend you listen before speaking. It will save considerable time. He opened a sleek leather portfolio and removed a stack of documents. Our audit has revealed systematic misappropriation of funds intended for Mr. Potter's care and maintenance. Over 14 years, you have received a total of 21,347 galleons, converted to £106,735. Vernon's face cycled through several interesting colors. That money was compensation. For taking the boy in. Dumbledore himself arranged it. Indeed, Silvertongue nodded pleasantly. Headmaster Dumbledore did authorize the transfers. However, the funds were explicitly designated for Mr. Potter's food, clothing, education, and general welfare. He slid a photograph across the coffee table, Harry at age 11, swimming in Dudley's cast-offs, with broken glasses held together by tape. Our investigation suggests less than 2% of these funds were actually spent on Mr. Potter, Silvertongue continued. The remainder appears to have financed your family's lifestyle, including 2 automobiles, 6 holidays abroad, and your son's private education. Petunia found her voice at last. We took him in. Fed him. Clothed him. That ungrateful boy has been nothing but trouble, Mrs. Dursley, Ironheart rumbled, I suggest you consider your next words carefully. We have documented evidence of neglect that would interest Muggle child welfare authorities. Petunia paled further. What do you want? Vernon demanded, his bluster giving way to calculation. Money? We haven't got that kind of sum just lying around. We are aware of your financial situation, Mr. Dursley, Razorclaw replied. Including your mortgage, equity, investments, and the rather impressive collection of securities you've accumulated using Mr. Potter's inheritance. He produced another document. This is our proposed settlement agreement. You have 3 options. Vernon snatched the paper, eyes bulging as he read. This is robbery. No, Mr. Dursley, Harry said quietly. That's what you've been doing to me for 14 years. Silvertongue leaned forward. Option 1, full repayment over 5 years, secured by a lien against your property. Option 2, immediate transfer of your investment portfolio and a portion of your home equity. Option 3. He paused, smiling thinly, magical enforcement measures. You can't threaten us with your freakishness. Vernon blustered, though his voice lacked conviction. No threats, Mr. Dursley, Ironheart assured him. Simply consequences. Binding magical contracts are recognized by both our worlds, though their effects manifest differently for Muggles. What does that mean? Petunia whispered, eyes darting between the goblins. It means, Razorclaw explained, that should you choose option 3, you would find yourselves compelled to disclose your theft to anyone with whom you conduct significant financial business. Employers. Bankers. Potential clients. Neighbors. Vernon went deathly pale. You wouldn't. The choice is yours, Silvertongue spread his hands. Full repayment, asset transfer, or binding disclosure. All three options include Mr. Potter's immediate removal from your home, of course. You can't take him. Petunia blurted, then looked immediately as if she regretted speaking. Harry turned to his aunt in surprise. I thought you'd be glad to see the back of me. Petunia's lips thinned to a bloodless line. Dumbledore said you had to stay. For the protection. The blood wards, Harry realized. That's why he placed me here against my parents' wishes. But they won't matter much if I'm being starved and kept in a cupboard, will they? Vernon's face flushed again. Now you listen here, boy. No, Uncle Vernon, Harry cut him off. You listen. For 14 years, you've treated me like an unwanted burden while stealing money meant for my care. You've lied to me about my parents, about magic, about everything. He leaned forward. Today it stops. You'll sign the agreement, choosing whichever option hurts least. Then I'll leave, and you'll never have to see me again. And if we refuse? Vernon challenged, though his voice quavered. Ironheart smiled, revealing pointed teeth. Option 3 is automatically applied in the event of refusal. Along with certain, audit notifications to Inland Revenue regarding 14 years of unreported income. The silence that followed was profound. Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances loaded with unspoken communication. We need time to discuss this, Vernon finally said. You have 1 hour, Razorclaw replied, checking a gold pocket watch. We will return for your decision at precisely 4 o'clock. Harry stood, the goblins following suit. Think carefully, Uncle Vernon. This is the only chance you'll get to resolve this, amicably. As they left the sitting room, Harry heard Dudley's bewildered voice behind them. Dad, what's happening? Are we in trouble? Outside, Harry took a deep breath of summer air, feeling strangely light despite the tension of the confrontation. What do you think they'll choose? He asked Razorclaw. Option 2, the goblin replied without hesitation. Dursley values his reputation above all else. He'll sacrifice the investments to avoid the disclosure compulsion and extended payment plan. What happens now? Harry asked. We wait, Silvertongue said simply. And prepare for their decision. The hour passed slowly. Harry and the goblins walked to a nearby park, where they discussed next steps regardless of the Dursleys' choice. By the time they returned to Privet Drive, Harry had a clearer understanding of his financial situation and immediate options. As expected, the Dursleys chose option 2, immediate transfer of assets. Vernon signed the agreement with a shaking hand, while Petunia sat stone-faced beside him. Your things, Mr. Potter? Razorclaw inquired once the paperwork was complete. I'll get them, Harry replied, heading upstairs. In his room, Dudley's second bedroom, he gathered his meager possessions. Textbooks. Wand. Invisibility cloak. Photo album. Everything fit into his school trunk with room to spare. As he closed the lid, he noticed Dudley hovering in the doorway. You're really leaving? His cousin asked, looking uncertain. Yes, Harry replied simply. For good. Dudley shifted uncomfortably. Where will you go? The question surprised Harry. He wouldn't have expected Dudley to care. I have options, he said after a moment. Properties my parents left me. Oh. Dudley seemed to struggle with something. Those goblins, they're scary. Harry nearly smiled. They take theft very seriously. Dad says it wasn't stealing. Says it was owed for keeping you. Harry paused in collecting Hedwig's cage. Your father spent over £100,000 that was meant for my food, clothes, and education. What did I get, Dudley? Your cast-offs. Scraps from the table. A cupboard under the stairs. Dudley had no answer for that. Tell your parents I'll send instructions for forwarding my mail, Harry said, closing Hedwig's cage. After that, they'll never hear from me again unless they breach the agreement. He dragged his trunk past his cousin and down the stairs, where the goblins waited in the hall. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia stood by the sitting-room door, watching silently. Mr. Potter will be in contact regarding mail forwarding arrangements, Razorclaw informed them. All other communications should be directed to Gringotts Muggle Relations Office. The telephone number is in the agreement. Vernon nodded stiffly, not meeting anyone's eyes. As Harry reached for the front door, Aunt Petunia finally spoke. "What about the protection?" "Dumbledore said, Dumbledore left me with people who kept me in a cupboard and stole my inheritance," Harry interrupted. "Maybe it's time I protected myself." With that, he stepped outside into the summer afternoon, the goblins following with his trunk. He didn't look back as they walked to the end of Privet Drive, where a nondescript black car waited. "Your temporary accommodation has been arranged, Mr. Potter," Razorclaw informed him as the driver loaded his trunk. "The Leaky Cauldron's finest suite, with appropriate security measures." Harry nodded, looking back at number 41 last time. For all that had happened within those walls, he felt strangely little at leaving it behind. No nostalgia. No regret. Only a sense of having finally closed a chapter that had gone on far too long. "Thank you," he said to the goblin team. "For everything today." "Our pleasure, Mr. Potter," Silvertongue replied with a small bow. "It is not often we have the opportunity to right such a persistent wrong." As the car pulled away from Privet Drive, Harry watched the identical houses recede through the rear window. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he'd always known this day would come, the day he'd finally leave the Dursleys for good. What he hadn't expected was the sense of purpose that came with it. This wasn't running away. This was moving forward, toward the legacy his parents had intended for him. Toward the truth about his family, his inheritance, and his place in the wizarding world. The car turned a corner, and Privet Drive disappeared from view. Harry faced forward, his thoughts already turning to the week ahead, finding a sponsor for the inheritance ritual, exploring his new independence, and preparing for whatever came next. For the first time since the graveyard, he felt something like hope. Chapter 2, The Specialists. London in July was surprisingly pleasant that evening. Diagon Alley hummed with the quiet activity of witches and wizards finishing their shopping as storefronts began closing for the night. Harry stood outside Gringotts, trunk at his side, watching the street with newfound perspective. For the first time in his life, he had no one telling him where to go or what to do. It felt terrifying and exhilarating at once. "Your accommodations have been prepared, Mr. Potter," Razorclaw said, appearing at Harry's side. "Our associates will escort you to the Leaky Cauldron." Harry nodded his thanks, still processing the day's events. Just that morning, he'd been trapped at Privet Drive, and now he stood on the precipice of a new life, one that belonged entirely to him. "Will I see you tomorrow?" Harry asked. The goblin gave a thin smile. "Indeed. 9 o'clock sharp. The full team will brief you on our ongoing strategies regarding your financial recovery and inheritance matters." He handed Harry a small, silver key. "Your new sweet key. Enhanced security features included." Harry pocketed the key, oddly touched by the goblin's careful attention to his safety. "Thank you, Razorclaw. For everything today." The goblin inclined his head slightly. "It was our privilege, Mr. Potter. The House of Potter has long maintained honorable relations with Gringotts. We merely uphold that tradition." Harry watched Razorclaw disappear back into the marble building before turning toward the Leaky Cauldron. Two goblins he hadn't met before flanked him silently as he made his way down the cobblestone street. Unlike the businesslike attire of Razorclaw's team, these goblins wore what Harry recognized as combat gear, leather armor beneath dark robes, with visible daggers at their belts. Security, then. Harry wasn't sure whether to feel protected or unnerved by their presence. The Leaky Cauldron was unusually quiet when they arrived. Tom, the innkeeper, looked up from wiping glasses and froze momentarily at the sight of Harry with his goblin escorts. "Mr. Potter," he recovered quickly, "your suite is ready, as arranged by Gringotts. Top floor, east corner. Most private rooms in the building." "Thank you, Tom," Harry replied, conscious of the few patrons watching curiously. "I'd appreciate some privacy during my stay." Of course," Tom nodded vigorously. "Won't breathe a word to anyone, I promise." The suite was nothing like the small room Harry had occupied 2 summers ago. Spacious and elegantly appointed, it featured a separate sitting room, bedroom, and private bath. A writing desk by the window overlooked Diagon Alley, while bookshelves lined one wall. Fresh flowers sat on a small dining table, alongside a covered tray that Harry discovered contained a hot meal. The goblin guards inspected every corner of the suite before pronouncing it secure. "Wards have been established," the taller one informed Harry. "No one may enter without your permission. The fireplace is connected to a private flow network, password protected. The word is sanctuary for now. You may change it at your convenience." Harry thanked them, still overwhelmed by the sudden shift in his circumstances. After the goblins departed, he stood in the center of the sitting room, momentarily at a loss. What did one do with sudden freedom? He ate dinner by the window, watching Diagon Alley's evening traffic thin as shops closed. Tomorrow would bring another meeting with the goblins, more decisions to make, more of his parents' legacy to uncover. But tonight he was simply Harry. Not the boy who lived. Not the Dursleys' unwanted burden. Just Harry, in a room of his own, answering to no one. He slept better than he had since before the Triwizard Tournament. Morning brought a tapping at his window. Hedwig had found him, carrying Hermione's reply. "Dear Harry, I'm so relieved to hear from you. We've been worried sick with the limited information we're getting. I can't say much in this letter either, we've been warned our mail might be watched, but things are very busy here. Goblin Justice? Harry, what are you up to? I've only read about it in Historical Intersections of Magical Governance, and it's described as quite stringent. Please tell me you haven't done anything rash. Ron and I might be able to see you soon. There's talk of bringing you to where we are, though no one will tell us exactly when. It's incredibly frustrating being kept in the dark about everything. Stay safe and please don't do anything dangerous. Love from Hermione." The letter, while reassuring that his friends were thinking of him, confirmed what Harry had suspected. Dumbledore was keeping everyone isolated and uninformed, presumably for security, but the effect was the same. No one knew what was really happening. That was about to change, at least for Harry. After a quick breakfast in his suite, Harry made his way to Gringotts. This time, he noticed the subtle nods of recognition from the guards at the entrance. Word of his alliance with the bank had clearly spread among the goblin ranks. Griphook met him in the lobby. "Mr. Potter. The team awaits you." He led Harry through a different series of corridors than the day before, eventually arriving at a circular chamber dominated by a massive table of polished black stone. Around the table sat not 4 goblins as Harry expected, but 7. Razorclaw rose as Harry entered. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. Allow me to introduce our full specialist team." Harry recognized Silvertongue and Ironheart from the previous day, along with Griphook. The 3 new goblins watched him with varying expressions of interest. Fong Shield, Razorclaw indicated a heavily scarred goblin with iron-gray hair. "Security operations." The goblin gave a curt nod, his assessing gaze reminding Harry uncomfortably of Moody. Goldfingers, a surprisingly young-looking goblin with nimble hands that never seemed to stop moving. Artifact recovery and analysis. And Thornblade, the final goblin, a female with sharp features and calculating eyes. Intelligence acquisition. Harry greeted each in turn, trying to process what their specialties might actually entail. Intelligence acquisition sounded suspiciously like espionage. "Please, sit," Razorclaw gestured to an empty chair. We have much to discuss. As Harry took his seat, the table's surface shimmered, revealing a three-dimensional projection of interconnected documents, financial records, and what appeared to be surveillance images. At the center was a glowing representation of the Dursley home. Phase 1 of Operation Basilisk Ledger has been successfully completed, Razorclaw began. The Dursleys have complied with the asset transfer agreement. Vernon Dursley's investment portfolio has been liquidated and transferred to your reparation vault, along with 15% of their property equity. Total recovery thus far, 11,246 galleons, Griphook added. The remaining balance will be recovered through additional operations. Harry stared at the floating images, one in particular catching his eye, a document with the Gringotts seal beside a Ministry of Magic stamp. "What's that?" he asked, pointing. "That," Thornblade replied, "is where our investigation becomes more interesting. It's the original authorization form allowing the Dursleys access to your trust vault." The document rotated for Harry's inspection. He recognized Dumbledore's flowing signature at the bottom, but another name caught his eye in the witness line, Cornelius Fudge. "The Minister of Magic witnessed this?" Harry asked incredulously. "Not minister then," Thornblade clarified. "Merely an ambitious department head looking to curry favor with Dumbledore." "But yes, the same man." Harry felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. "So Fudge has known about my situation with the Dursleys all along." More significantly, Razorclaw added, "He knows the exact arrangement that was made regarding your finances." Which brings us to Phase 2 of our operation. The projection shifted, now showing Vernon Dursley's company, Grunnings. "Your uncle's position as director is largely ceremonial," Silvertongue explained. "The company is actually owned by a larger conglomerate, Monarch Holdings. Their relationship with Grunnings is tenuous at best, based entirely on quarterly performance." "And?" Harry prompted. "And," Ironheart smiled thinly, "Monarch Holdings has recently received an anonymous financial analysis revealing certain irregularities in Director Dursley's personal accounts. Nothing illegal, you understand. Simply suggesting a man living beyond his documented income." Harry understood immediately. "You're getting him investigated by his own company." "Corporate security is quite thorough," Silvertongue nodded. "They'll find nothing concrete, of course. But suspicion alone often proves sufficient." Meanwhile, Goldfingers spoke up, fingers constantly in motion, twisting what appeared to be a small coin between them. "We've identified something far more interesting in our audit of the original vault access procedures." The projection shifted again, zooming in on a section of the Gringotts authorization form. A magical signature glowed beneath the witness line, not Fudge's, but someone else's. The form required a magical executor, Goldfingers explained. Someone who would physically manage the transfers, as neither Dumbledore nor the Dursleys could regularly appear at Gringotts for monthly withdrawals. A third party, Harry realized. Someone who's been handling the actual transactions all these years. "Precisely," Thornblade confirmed. "A wizard intermediary who executed the monthly transfers and converted galleons to Muggle currency. Someone with access to both worlds." "Who?" Harry asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew. Razorclaw gestured, and the magical signature expanded, resolving into a name Harry had never expected, Arabella Figg. "Mrs. Figg?" Harry exclaimed. "My neighbor. The cat lady?" "Arabella Figg," Thornblade confirmed. "Squib. Ministry liaison. Assigned to monitor you since your placement with the Dursleys. And, apparently, Dumbledore's agent for financial transactions." Harry sat back, stunned. All those years of visiting Mrs. Figg, looking at cat photos and eating stale cake, and she'd been reporting to Dumbledore, while helping the Dursleys steal his money. "She lives 4 streets away from Privet Drive," Harry said quietly. "I've known her my entire life. She never said a word. Loyalty to Dumbledore appears to supersede all other considerations," Razorclaw observed. A common theme in our investigation. Harry stared at the projection, watching the pieces connect. Dumbledore had positioned Mrs. Fig to watch him, report on him, and facilitate the Dursleys' access to his vault. How many other aspects of his life had been similarly manipulated? "What do we do about her?" he asked finally. The goblins exchanged glances. "That," Razorclaw replied, "depends on your preference, Mr. Potter. We could pursue financial restitution, as with the Dursleys. Or we could use her as an information source." She knows Dumbledore's plans, Harry realized. And she might not know I've discovered her role. Precisely, Thornblade's eyes gleamed with approval. Sometimes intelligence is more valuable than gold. Let's wait, Harry decided. For now, she doesn't need to know what I've discovered. She might be more useful as an unwitting source of information. A strategic choice, Razorclaw nodded. We shall maintain surveillance but take no direct action. The meeting continued as each specialist detailed their area of focus. Fangshield outlined security measures for Harry's temporary residence and future properties. Goldfingers explained ongoing efforts to catalog misappropriated Potter artifacts. Griphook presented a complete financial overview of Harry's current holdings. By the time they finished, Harry's head was spinning with information. He had never imagined the depths of what the goblins called financial warfare, a complex web of investments, intelligence, and strategic pressure points designed to recover not just gold, but power and influence. There is one final matter to discuss, Razorclaw said as the projection faded. The inheritance ritual you requested. Have you considered potential sponsors? Harry had, in fact, spent much of the previous evening thinking about this question. I have two possibilities. Sirius Black, my godfather, would be ideal, but his situation is complicated. The goblins nodded knowingly. Though never convicted, Sirius remained a fugitive in the wizarding world's eyes. The other option is Professor McGonagall, Harry continued. My parents named her in their will, and she's always been fair to me. But she's also deeply loyal to Dumbledore. A difficult choice, Razorclaw acknowledged. However, there may be a third option you haven't considered. Oh. The inheritance ritual requires a magical sponsor of good standing, Razorclaw explained. Nothing specifies this sponsor must be human. Harry stared at the goblin. You mean? Gringotts could sponsor your ritual, Razorclaw confirmed. Specifically, I could serve as your sponsor. It would be unprecedented, but legally binding. The offer took Harry completely by surprise. Is that even possible? The Treaty of 1612 established goblins as legitimate parties to magical contracts, Ironheart explained. No wizard law specifically prohibits goblin sponsorship in inheritance matters. It simply hasn't been done in several centuries. Harry considered the implications. A goblin sponsor would completely circumvent Dumbledore's influence, but it might also create complications he couldn't foresee. What would the ministry say? He asked. They would be displeased, Razorclaw acknowledged with what looked suspiciously like satisfaction. But by the time they formulated a response, the ritual would be complete and legally binding. I'll need to think about it, Harry said finally. It's a generous offer. Of course, Razorclaw nodded. The full moon is still 5 days away. You have time to consider your options. As the meeting concluded, Griphook provided Harry with a small golden key. Your new vault, he explained. Separate from the trust vault, to hold recovered assets and maintain privacy regarding your financial activities. Harry pocketed the key, feeling its weight as a symbol of his growing independence. Thank you, all of you, he said, looking around at the assembled goblins. I never knew. I never imagined there was so much I didn't understand about my own situation. Knowledge is the true currency of power, Mr. Potter, Thornblade observed. Those who withhold it do so for reason. Harry left Gringotts with a new appreciation for the complexities of the world he inhabited. The goblins had opened his eyes to layers of manipulation he'd never suspected, and provided tools to counter them he'd never imagined. The next morning, Harry woke to an insistent tapping. Not Hedwig this time, but an official-looking ministry owl bearing a formal envelope stamped with the seal of the Department of Magical Education. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to our attention that you have left your ministry-approved summer residence without authorization. Furthermore, you appear to have established independent lodging in a magical location without proper guardian consent. These actions constitute a violation of Educational Decree 11 regarding summer residence requirements for underage wizards with Muggle guardians. Please report to the Department of Magical Education, Level 3, Ministry of Magic, tomorrow at 9 a.m. to discuss this matter. Failure to appear may result in disciplinary action affecting your standing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sincerely, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, Acting Head, Department of Magical Education. Harry read the letter twice, his initial alarm giving way to suspicion. Since when did the Senior Undersecretary handle minor issues like student summer residences? And what was Educational Decree 11? He'd never heard of it. A second tap at the window announced another arrival, one of the sleek black Gringotts owls, bearing a message from Razorclaw. Mr. Potter, our intelligence network has detected ministry correspondence directed to you this morning. Exercise caution in your response. The timing suggests information leakage regarding your changed circumstances. I recommend we meet prior to any ministry engagement. A representative will await you at the bank at your earliest convenience. With calculated regard, Razorclaw. Harry didn't waste time. Within 15 minutes, he was dressed and making his way to Gringotts, the ministry letter tucked securely in his pocket. As promised, a goblin guard met him at the entrance and escorted him not to the now familiar meeting room, but to a smaller, more private office where Razorclaw and Thornblade waited. They moved quickly, Razorclaw observed without preamble, gesturing for Harry to sit. Faster than anticipated. Harry handed over the ministry letter. What's this really about? And what's Educational Decree 11? A convenient fiction, Thornblade replied, scanning the letter. No such decree existed until approximately 7 hours ago, when it was quietly filed with the Department of Magical Law and Regulation. How do you know that? Harry asked, impressed despite his concern. The intelligence specialist merely smiled, revealing pointed teeth. We have our methods, Mr. Potter. The real question, Razorclaw interjected, is who informed the ministry of your changed residence so quickly. Harry had been wondering the same thing. The Dursleys wouldn't contact the magical world willingly. Dumbledore, maybe. But how would he know I've left? The Blood Wards, Thornblade suggested. Your aunt mentioned them yesterday. If they're linked to Dumbledore somehow, your departure would have triggered an alert. Monitoring charms are another possibility, Razorclaw added. Or perhaps your neighbor, Mrs. Fig, reported your absence. Regardless of how, the fact remained that the ministry, or at least, Umbridge, knew Harry had left Privet Drive and was now staying in the Leaky Cauldron. And they weren't pleased about it. What should I do? Harry asked. If I ignore the summons, they'll just escalate. You are correct, Razorclaw nodded. However, you need not face them unprepared. He produced a slim folder from his desk. We anticipated ministry intervention, though not quite this rapidly. These documents establish your legal right to independent residence under Clause 7b of the Orphaned Heirs Accommodation Act of 1832. Harry accepted the folder, scanning the official-looking parchments inside. This says I can live independently if I have sufficient means and provide notification to my magical guardian. Precisely, Razorclaw confirmed. A notification which we sent by registered owl to Albus Dumbledore yesterday evening, with the ministry copied as required by law. So I've already complied with the actual law, Harry realized. This summons is just a pretext, Thornblade finished for him. Likely to pressure you into returning to Muggle custody where you are more easily controlled. But why would the ministry care where I live? I thought their main concern was denying Voldemort's return. The goblins exchanged significant glances. Perhaps, Razorclaw suggested carefully, those objectives are not unrelated. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Thornblade produced a copy of that morning's Daily Prophet. This may provide context. The headline made Harry's stomach clench. Potter, unstable or manipulated? Ministry expresses concern over boy who lives well. Being the accompanying article suggested that Harry's traumatic experiences during the Triwizard Tournament had left him confused and vulnerable to manipulation by unscrupulous elements seeking to create panic. It quoted an unnamed ministry source expressing concern about certain factions using Harry as a pawn in a manufactured crisis. "They're setting me up," Harry said quietly. "Making it look like I'm either crazy or being controlled by someone." "Indeed," Razorclaw agreed. "And your sudden departure from ministry-approved housing plays into that narrative." Harry let out a frustrated breath. "So what do I do? Walk into their trap?" "On the contrary," Razorclaw's eyes gleamed. "You walk in with superior position." Over the next hour, the goblins outlined a strategy for the ministry meeting. Harry would attend, but not alone. As the heir to an ancient house with active financial disputes, he was entitled to Gringotts' representation in any matter that might affect his estate. Silvertongue would accompany him as his financial advocate, a role that carried considerable legal weight in wizarding law. "They will attempt to intimidate you," Razorclaw warned. "To make you feel like a child being scolded. Remember that you are the Potter heir, not merely a Hogwarts student. And remember," Thornblade added, "information revealed is power surrendered. Say only what advances your position." By the time Harry left Gringotts, he felt better prepared, though still apprehensive about facing ministry officials who seemed determined to discredit him. The encounter had been postponed until the day after tomorrow, giving him time to review the legal documentation and practice his responses. As he stepped back into Diagon Alley, the midday sun momentarily blinded him. When his vision cleared, he found himself face to face with the last person he expected to see, Lucius Malfoy. "Mr. Potter," Malfoy's cultured voice held its usual undercurrent of disdain, though something else lurked beneath it, curiosity, perhaps. "How unexpected to find you wandering Diagon Alley unattended." Harry tensed, acutely aware of his vulnerable position. Voldemort's return was still fresh in his mind, along with Lucius's presence in that graveyard. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied neutrally, scanning the street for potential threats. "I'm not unattended. My security detail is quite close." Malfoy's eyebrow arched elegantly. "Security detail? We have developed an inflated sense of importance, haven't we?" Before Harry could respond, a gravelly voice spoke from just behind Malfoy. "The Potter heir's security is Gringotts' concern, wizard." Fong Shield materialized from seemingly nowhere, his scarred face impassive but his hand resting meaningfully on the dagger at his belt. A second goblin guard appeared at Harry's side, positioning himself between Harry and Malfoy. Lucius's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication of his surprise. "Gringotts' security for a schoolboy? How unusual." "Gringotts protects its valued clients," Fong Shield replied flatly. "The Potter accounts are significant." Something shifted in Malfoy's expression, a calculating look that Harry recognized all too well. "I see. How interesting that you've discovered your financial importance so suddenly, Potter. Did you need something, Mr. Malfoy?" Harry asked, finding confidence in the goblin's presence. "I have appointments to keep." "Merely an observation," Malfoy replied smoothly. "It's rare to see wizards your age taking such an active interest in financial matters. One might wonder what prompted this sudden maturity." "Perhaps the realization that others have taken too much interest in my affairs," Harry replied evenly. "Now if you'll excuse me." He moved to step around Malfoy, but the older wizard wasn't quite finished. "A word of caution, Potter," he said softly. "Goblin alliances are double-edged swords. They serve their own interests first and always. A lesson many old families have learned, painfully. Unlike Death Eaters, who are known for their honesty and fair dealing. Harry countered, unable to resist. Malfoy's face hardened, but he maintained his composure. Careful, Potter. Not everyone is as tolerant of slander as I am. Especially given recent questions about your mental stability. Is that a threat, Mr. Malfoy? Merely an observation on current events, Lucius smiled thinly. Good day, Mr. Potter. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again, soon. He inclined his head slightly toward the goblins, a gesture containing the minimum courtesy required without conveying actual respect, and continued on his way toward Gringotts. What was that about? Harry asked Fangshield once Malfoy was out of earshot. Reconnaissance, the security specialist replied grimly. Malfoy reports to multiple masters. Your Goblin Alliance has been noticed. Is that bad? Information flows in many directions, Fangshield said cryptically. Sometimes what enemies learn serves our purpose. Harry wasn't entirely reassured, but he trusted the goblin's assessment. One thing was becoming increasingly clear, his actions were rippling outward, creating consequences he couldn't fully predict. People were watching, evaluating, recalculating their approaches. For the first time, he was moving pieces on the board instead of being moved. The encounter with Malfoy left Harry unsettled for the remainder of the day. He stayed close to the leaky cauldron, reviewing the legal documents for his ministry meeting and considering Razorclaw's offer to sponsor his inheritance ritual. As evening approached, he was interrupted by Tom the innkeeper knocking at his door. Visitors for you, Mr. Potter. A young lady and gentleman. Said they're friends from school. Harry tensed immediately. Their names? Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, Tom replied. Shall I send them up? Ron and Hermione. Here. Harry had been planning to contact them, but hadn't expected them to simply show up. Yes, please. And Tom? I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention my other visitors. Never saw any goblins, Tom replied with a wink. Don't know what you're talking about. Minutes later, Ron and Hermione burst into his suite, Hermione immediately throwing her arms around him in a crushing hug. Harry. We've been so worried. When we heard you'd left your aunt and uncles, mate, what were you thinking? Ron interrupted, looking both concerned and impressed. Dumbledore's gone mental. The whole order's in an uproar. The order? Harry asked, extricating himself from Hermione's embrace. The Order of the Phoenix, Hermione explained in a hushed voice. Dumbledore's secret organization fighting you-know-who. We're staying at their headquarters. Not that they tell us anything, Ron added bitterly. Load of rubbish, treating us like children. Harry gestured for them to sit, mind racing. His friends looked tired and worried, but there was something else in their expressions, wariness, perhaps. As if they weren't sure what to expect from him. How did you find me? He asked, buying time to collect his thoughts. Fred and George, Ron admitted. They've got connections in Diagon Alley. Heard a rumor about Harry Potter staying at the Leaky Cauldron with Goblin Guards. Goblin Guards? Hermione echoed, eyes widening. Harry, what's going on? Your letter mentioned Goblin Justice, and now you're here instead of with your relatives, and apparently with Goblin protection. Harry studied his friends, weighing how much to reveal. These were the people he trusted most in the world, but they were also staying at Dumbledore's headquarters, surrounded by his loyal followers. How would they react to learning what the headmaster had allowed? It's complicated, he began carefully. I discovered some irregularities with my parents' estate. The Dursleys were being paid to take care of me, quite a lot, actually, but they were keeping the money for themselves. Paid? Ron looked confused. Who was paying them? Dumbledore arranged it, Harry said, watching their reactions closely. He authorized monthly withdrawals from my vault. Over 14 years, it added up to more than £100,000. Hermione gasped. But, that's theft. And Dumbledore allowed it? More than allowed, Harry confirmed. He set it up. And he placed me with the Dursleys against my parents' explicit wishes. There was specifically stated I should never go to Petunia and Vernon. Ron's face had gone pale beneath his freckles. Bloody hell, mate. That's not right. So you went to the goblins, Hermione pieced together. That's what your letter meant. Harry nodded. They helped me recover what was stolen and get away from the Dursleys. But that's not all. He hesitated, then decided to trust them with the full story. My parents left journals for me. Letters. Things I was supposed to receive when I started Hogwarts. Dumbledore kept them from me. But why would he do that? Hermione looked genuinely distressed. It doesn't make sense. Control, Harry said simply. Keep me ignorant. Dependent. The goblins think there's more to it, something in my family history Dumbledore doesn't want me to know. What are you going to do? Ron asked, looking torn between loyalty to his family, who clearly supported Dumbledore, and his friendship with Harry. Recover what should have been mine, Harry replied. The goblins are helping me claim my inheritance properly. And I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Ever. But Harry, Hermione said hesitantly, Dumbledore must have had reasons. The Blood Wards were supposed to protect me, Harry finished for her. But what good are wards against outside threats when the people inside the house are stealing from me and locking me in cupboards? Cupboards? Ron repeated. What do you mean? Harry realized he'd never told them the full extent of the Dursleys' treatment. They kept me in the cupboard under the stairs until my Hogwarts letter came, he admitted. That's where I slept for 10 years. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, Harry. Dumbledore knew, Harry continued, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice. My first Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. He knew and did nothing. A heavy silence fell over the room. Harry could see his friends struggling to reconcile what they'd just learned with their image of the respected headmaster. We were sent to bring you back, Ron finally admitted. To headquarters. Dumbledore says it's not safe for you here. I'm sure he does, Harry replied, unsurprised. But I'm not going. Not until I've finished what I've started with the goblins. Harry, be reasonable, Hermione pleaded. The ministry's already targeting you in the papers. You know who is back. This isn't the time to be on your own. I'm not on my own, Harry countered. I have allies. And I'm finally learning things I should have known years ago. What kind of allies? Ron asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Just the goblins. Harry hesitated. For now, yes. But I'm exploring other options. Hermione leaned forward, concern evident in her eyes. Harry, please. Whatever Dumbledore's done, he still wants to protect you from you-know-who. The Order has resources, protection, and what's the cost of that protection? Harry interrupted. More secrets. More manipulation. Being kept in the dark while decisions are made about my life. It's not like that, Ron protested, though he sounded uncertain. They're fighting you-know-who. They're the good guys. Good people can make terrible decisions, Ron, Harry said quietly. Especially when they believe they're right. The conversation circled for another hour, growing increasingly tense. Harry could see the conflict in his friends' faces. They believed him, were horrified by what he'd revealed, but they also couldn't entirely break from the authority figures they'd been raised to respect. What should we tell Dumbledore? Hermione finally asked. He's expecting us to bring you back. Tell him I'm safe, Harry replied. Tell him I've discovered what he did with the Dursleys and my parents' will. And tell him I'll speak with him after I've completed my business with Gringotts. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. He won't like that, Ron warned. I'm not particularly concerned with what Dumbledore likes at the moment, Harry said flatly. As his friends prepared to leave, Hermione turned back impulsively and hugged him again. Just be careful, Harry. Please. Whatever Dumbledore's done, you know who is still the real enemy. I know, Harry assured her. I haven't forgotten Cedric, or the graveyard, or any of it. But I can't fight Voldemort if I don't even know who I really am. After they'd gone, Harry stood by the window for a long time, watching the lights of Diagon Alley and thinking about the hurt and confusion he'd seen in his friend's eyes. Had he expected immediate understanding? Complete support? Perhaps that had been naive. The wizarding world had shaped Ron and Hermione differently than it had shaped him. They hadn't grown up neglected and lied to, shuffled between manipulative adults who saw them as tools rather than people. They trusted authority because authority had generally been trustworthy in their experience. For Harry, it had been quite the opposite. The following morning brought another Daily Prophet headline, this one even more pointed than the last. Potter flees ministry protection concerns grow about rogue teen wizard. The article detailed how Harry had abandoned his ministry-approved residence, and was now consorting with non-human entities with dubious agendas. It quoted Dolores Umbridge directly, the ministry has grave concerns about Mr. Potter's well-being and the influences to which he is currently being subjected. What caught Harry's attention, however, was a separate sidebar article, Goblin Relations at Historic Low. Senior Undersecretary proposes new regulations. The piece outlined Umbridge's recent proposals to modernize Goblin-Wizard relations through increased ministry oversight of Gringotts operations. It described the Goblins as resistant to reasonable security measures, and suggested their preferential treatment of certain wizard bloodlines raises concerns about hidden allegiances. Harry didn't need Thornblade's intelligence expertise to see the connection. His alliance with the Goblins had triggered an immediate response, not just aimed at him, but at Gringotts itself. The ministry was drawing battle lines. A knock at his door interrupted his reading. Harry opened it to find Silvertongue waiting, impeccably dressed in a Muggle business suit rather than traditional Goblin attire. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Are you prepared for today's meeting?" Harry gestured to the newspaper. "They're escalating things." "Indeed," Silvertongue agreed, scanning the articles. "Predictable, if somewhat faster than anticipated. Umbridge has been seeking a pretext to increase ministry control over Gringotts for some time. You've provided a convenient opportunity." "I've made things worse for the Goblins," Harry realized with a sinking feeling. On the contrary, Silvertongue's lips curved in what might have been a smile. "You forced Umbridge to overplay her hand prematurely. Director Ragnarok is quite pleased." Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but there was no time to argue. The ministry meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and they needed to prepare. "Remember," Silvertongue advised as they reviewed their strategy one final time, "you are not attending as a student, but as the Potter heir addressing a bureaucratic matter. Maintain that frame regardless of how they attempt to reposition you." They traveled by Floo directly to the ministry's atrium, stepping out into the bustling central hub of wizarding government. Harry had never visited the ministry before. The cavernous space with its peacock blue ceiling and golden symbols impressed him despite his apprehension. What impressed him less was the reception they received. As soon as they approached the security desk, the guard's eyes widened in recognition. "Mr. Potter," he said loudly enough for nearby workers to hear. "We've been instructed to escort you directly to Madame Umbridge's office." Two red-robed aurors materialized almost immediately, flanking Harry and Silvertongue in what felt more like detention than escort. "That won't be necessary," Silvertongue interjected smoothly. "Mr. Potter is here for a scheduled appointment and is accompanied by his financial advocate, as is his right under the Financial Representation Act of 1734. The aurors exchanged uncertain glances. Clearly, they hadn't been prepared for Harry to arrive with goblin representation. "Our instructions," one began, "should be amended to accommodate wizard law," Silvertongue finished firmly. "Unless the ministry is now in the business of denying basic legal rights to the heirs of ancient houses." The guard at the security desk looked increasingly uncomfortable. I'll need to consult. That won't be necessary, Watkins, a new voice interrupted. Harry turned to see a tall, balding wizard with flaming red hair approaching. Mr. Weasley looked tired but determined as he strode toward them. Arthur Weasley, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, he introduced himself formally, though with a quick, reassuring glance at Harry. I'll escort Mr. Potter and his advocate to their meeting. The Aurors seemed relieved to hand off the potentially complicated situation, retreating as Mr. Weasley led Harry and Silvertongue toward the lifts. Harry, Mr. Weasley said in a low voice once they were alone in the lift, what's going on? Ron and Hermione returned in quite a state last night. It's complicated, Mr. Weasley, Harry replied carefully. I've discovered some irregularities with my inheritance. Things that were kept from me. By Dumbledore? Mr. Weasley asked perceptively. Harry nodded, studying Ron's father's reaction. To his surprise, Mr. Weasley didn't immediately leap to Dumbledore's defense. I suspected as much, he sighed. When Ron mentioned goblins and financial matters. Well, Dumbledore's a great wizard, Harry, but even great wizards make mistakes. You're not going to tell me I should just trust him and go back to headquarters? Harry asked, surprised. Would it change your mind if I did? Mr. Weasley countered with a sad smile. I've known you long enough to recognize when you've made a decision, Harry. Just. He glanced at Silvertongue, who was politely pretending not to listen. Be careful whose counsel you follow. Not everyone's agenda aligns with your best interests. Including Dumbledore's? Harry couldn't help asking. Mr. Weasley didn't answer directly. Umbridge is using this situation to advance her own position with Fudge, he warned instead. Be prepared for a trap, not just a meeting. The lift arrived at level 1, where the minister's office and his senior staff were located. Mr. Weasley led them down a corridor lined with heavy wooden doors until they reached one bearing a small brass plaque, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Good luck, Mr. Weasley murmured, before knocking and announcing their arrival. The office beyond was a shock of pink. Every surface seemed covered in floral patterns, doilies, or decorative plates bearing technicolor kittens that mewled and pranced. Behind an ornate desk sat Dolores Umbridge herself, a squat woman with a wide, flabby face and a black velvet bow perched atop her mousy hair like an oversized fly. Mr. Potter, her girlish voice dripped with false concern. How good of you to join us. Though I must say, we expected you alone. Harry noted the "we" immediately. Seated in a corner was Cornelius Fudge himself, looking pompous in pinstriped robes. Beside him, to Harry's shock, stood Lucius Malfoy. Minister, Harry nodded politely, ignoring Umbridge's implied criticism. I wasn't informed this would be a full hearing. My appointment was with Madame Umbridge regarding residential regulations. Ah, yes, well, Fudge blustered, given the unusual circumstances, I thought it best to attend personally. And Mr. Malfoy happened to be here on school board business. How fortunate, Silvertongue interrupted smoothly. As this matter concerns Mr. Potter's financial independence, the presence of additional witnesses may prove useful. Umbridge's smile faltered slightly. And you are? Silvertongue, financial advocate for the Potter estate, the goblin replied with impeccable courtesy. Here to ensure Mr. Potter's rights under wizard financial law are properly observed. A goblin advocate? Umbridge's voice rose an octave. That's highly irregular for a simple educational matter. There is nothing simple about unauthorized withdrawal of over 20,000 galleons from the Potter vaults, Silvertongue countered, placing a folder on Umbridge's desk. As you'll see from these documents, Mr. Potter's change of residence was necessitated by discovery of systematic financial exploitation facilitated by his previous guardians. Fudge's eyes widened as he reached for the folder. What's this about missing galleons? Minister, Malfoy interjected smoothly, perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand, the boys' safety, rather than allowing ourselves to be diverted by goblin financial claims. These aren't claims, Harry spoke up, finding his voice. They're documented facts. The Dursleys were withdrawing money from my vault for years, authorized by a form you witnessed, Minister. Fudge paled visibly. That was a routine guardianship matter. Dumbledore assured me, Umbridge interrupted with her signature throat clearing. We seem to be straying from the point. Mr. Potter has violated Educational Decree 11 by leaving his approved residence without authorization. A decree, Silvertongue noted, that was enacted mere hours before Mr. Potter received your summons. Rather unusual timing, wouldn't you say? The Ministry responds to emerging concerns as needed, Umbridge replied with a sickly sweet smile. Mr. Potter's safety is our primary concern. My safety, Harry repeated skeptically. The same safety you were concerned about when the Minister authorized the Dursleys to withdraw over £100,000 from my vault while I lived in a cupboard under their stairs. Fudge looked increasingly uncomfortable. Now see here, Potter, no one knew about any cupboard. My Hogwarts acceptance letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, Harry countered. Hogwarts magical addressing is Minister monitored, is it not? The Minister's face had gone from pale to ashen. Malfoy, however, looked oddly intrigued by this exchange. Regardless of past misunderstandings, Umbridge pressed on, the fact remains that as a minor, you cannot simply decide to live independently. You must return to your legal guardians immediately. Actually, Silvertongue produced another document. Under the Orphaned Heirs Accommodation Act of 1832, Mr. Potter is entitled to establish independent residence provided he has sufficient means and his magical guardian has been notified. Dumbledore would never, Fudge began. Notification was sent and magically acknowledged yesterday, Silvertongue continued, unperturbed. The Ministry was copied on the correspondence, as required by law. There must be some mistake, Umbridge insisted, her girlish voice hardening. No such notification has reached our offices. How curious, Silvertongue replied. Perhaps you should inquire with the Department of Magical Records, where all such notifications are automatically filed. I'd be happy to wait while you verify. The tension in the room was palpable. Harry watched the power dynamics shift as Silvertongue systematically dismantled the bureaucratic trap they'd attempted to set. This is absurd, Fudge finally declared. Potter, be reasonable. After everything that happened in June, you can't possibly think living alone is wise or safe. Death Eaters, there are no Death Eaters, Minister, Harry interrupted with deliberate innocence. According to your own statements to the Daily Prophet. Unless you've changed your position about Voldemort's return. Fudge flinched at the name, his face reddening. Don't twist my words, boy. You know perfectly well, I believe, Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly, we may be approaching this from the wrong angle. He turned to Harry with calculated civility. Mr. Potter, no one questions your legal right to appropriate accommodation. The concern is whether your current arrangement provides adequate security. The Leaky Cauldron has served as secure wizarding accommodation for centuries, Harry replied, wary of Malfoy's sudden reasonableness. For ordinary wizards, perhaps, Malfoy acknowledged. But given your unique status, more robust arrangements might be advisable. Perhaps a compromise could be reached? Harry exchanged glances with Silvertongue, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. I'm listening. A Ministry-approved residence, Malfoy suggested, of your choosing. With appropriate wards, but without the restrictive environment of your Muggle relations. And without Goblin involvement, I presume, Harry noted dryly. Malfoy's smile didn't reach his eyes. The Ministry has its own security expertise. How generous, Silvertongue observed. Though one wonders why such accommodation wasn't offered before Mr. Potter sought Goblin assistance. Indeed, Harry agreed. Forgive me if I'm suspicious of sudden Ministry concern for my comfort, given recent Prophet articles questioning my mental stability. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. Mr. Potter, your attitude suggests a troubling resistance to proper authority. Perhaps spending too much time with non-human elements has corrupted your perspective. My perspective is quite clear, Madam Umbridge, Harry replied coolly. I am legally entitled to independent residence. I have notified my magical guardian as required. And I have secured appropriate accommodation and protection. The minister has the authority to override such arrangements in cases of national security, Umbridge countered, her sweet tone vanishing entirely. Does he? Silvertongue asked mildly. How fascinating. I wasn't aware Mr. Potter's living arrangements had become a matter of national security. Perhaps Gringotts should issue a special edition of our financial newsletter addressing this novel interpretation of wizard law. The implied threat, publicizing the ministry's overreach, hung in the air. Fudge, already looking harried, shot Umbridge a warning glance. Perhaps we're being hasty, the minister backpedaled. Mr. Potter's arrangements may be adequate for the short term, while we explore more appropriate long-term solutions. How magnanimous, Harry couldn't help responding. Though I should mention my short-term arrangements include preparations for formal legal action regarding the misappropriation of Potter estate funds. I'm sure the prophet would find that story quite interesting. Fudge blanched. Now see here, Potter, I believe this meeting has served its purpose, Silvertongue interrupted, rising. Mr. Potter has demonstrated his compliance with all relevant laws regarding his residence. Unless the ministry wishes to formally charge him with some offense. The silence was answer enough. Then we shall take our leave, the goblin concluded. Mr. Potter has a rather full schedule of financial rectification matters to attend to. As they turned to go, Malfoy spoke again. Potter. A word of advice, if I may. His voice was pitched low, for Harry's ears alone. Goblin alliances can be volatile. Should you find yourself seeking more stable arrangements, other old families might prove receptive to discussions. Harry met the Death Eater's gaze steadily. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Malfoy. Though I generally prefer allies who haven't tried to kill me. Malfoy's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Circumstances evolve, Potter. As do allegiances. Remember that. With Silvertongue at his side, Harry left the office, the weight of the encounter settling uncomfortably on his shoulders. They had won this round, certainly. But the confrontation had revealed deeper currents than he'd anticipated. That was educational, he commented as they walked toward the lifts. Indeed, Silvertongue agreed. Malfoy's approach was particularly noteworthy. He appears to be operating independently of both the ministry's agenda and that of his other associates. You mean Voldemort, Harry said bluntly. Why would Malfoy suggest some kind of alliance? He hates me. Hate is a luxury in politics, Silvertongue observed. Your newfound financial independence and Goblin alliance have changed how you are perceived. No longer merely a schoolboy, but a potential power in your own right. As they reached the atrium, Harry noticed the stares and whispers following them. News of his confrontation with Umbridge and Fudge had apparently spread quickly through the ministry. Some faces showed curiosity, others suspicion, and a few, surprisingly, something like respect. Thornblade will want a complete account of this encounter, Silvertongue noted as they approached the Floo connection. Particularly Malfoy's overture. It wasn't a real offer, Harry argued. Just trying to drive a wedge between me and Gringotts. Perhaps, the goblin acknowledged. Or perhaps he recognizes shifting allegiances better than most. Those who serve multiple masters become adept at identifying which way the wind blows. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry found another surprise waiting, the Weasley twins, comfortably ensconced in his sitting room as if they belonged there. There he is. Fred, or possibly George, exclaimed as Harry entered. The goblin's apprentice himself. Very posh digs, Harry, the other twin observed, gesturing around the suite. Quite the upgrade from Azkaban. How did you get in here? Harry asked, torn between amusement and concern. There are supposed to be wards. Against uninvited guests, sure, Fred nodded sagely. But we were most definitely invited. By whom? Harry demanded. By you, of course, George grinned. At least, that's what Tom thinks you told him this morning. Harry looked to Silvertongue, who appeared more intrigued than alarmed by this security breach. An impressive feat of misdirection, the goblin observed. Fong Shield will want to review the ward configurations. So it's true then? Fred leaned forward eagerly. You've really formed some kind of alliance with the goblins? Ron and Hermione were beside themselves trying to explain it. It's complicated, Harry hedged, unsure how much to reveal even to the twins, who he generally trusted. Financial matters, mainly. Ah, say no more, George nodded knowingly. We understand all about financial partnerships. In fact, that's why we're here. Fred produced a small leather pouch from his pocket. Your winnings from the Triwizard Tournament. We've been trying to give it back since King's Cross, but things got a bit chaotic. Harry stared at the pouch. After everything that had happened, he'd completely forgotten about giving the twins his prize money for their joke shop. Keep it, he said firmly. I meant what I said on the train. The world needs a joke shop, especially now. That's just it, Fred continued excitedly. We've been developing products all summer. We're ready to move beyond mail order to a proper premises. But we need more than capital, George added. We need a legitimate business partner to secure a lease in Diagon Alley. Someone of age, with proper financial standing. Harry suddenly understood where this was heading. And you thought the goblins might help? We thought you might help, Fred corrected. With your goblin connections. They respect you, clearly. And a Potter-backed business venture would have credibility. Silvertongue, who had been listening silently, spoke up. The Weasley twins' reputation for magical innovation is known even in Gringotts circles. Their security bypassing techniques alone have commercial applications beyond mere pranks. The twins looked both surprised and pleased by this assessment. You've been researching us? George asked the goblin. Gringotts maintains intelligence on all promising magical enterprises, Silvertongue replied matter-of-factly. Your products demonstrate unusual creativity and precise spellcraft. Harry watched this exchange with growing interest. Are you suggesting Gringotts might want to invest in their joke shop? Investment decisions require proper business plans and financial projections, Silvertongue answered diplomatically. However, a formal introduction to our commercial ventures division could be arranged. The twins' faces lit up with identical expressions of shock and delight. Are you serious? Fred breathed. Gringotts backing. Preliminary discussions only, Silvertongue cautioned. But Mr. Potter's endorsement would carry significant weight. Harry found himself smiling for the first time since the ministry confrontation. I'd be happy to endorse them. Fred and George are brilliant inventors, and their joke products are just the beginning of what they could create. Excellent, Silvertongue nodded. I shall arrange a meeting with the appropriate specialists. After the goblin departed, the twins turned to Harry with expressions of awe. What did you do to get that kind of goblin respect? George asked. They're treating you like you're some kind of financial royalty. I found out the Dursleys had been stealing from my vault for years, Harry explained, deciding honesty was the best approach with the twins. With Dumbledore's authorization. Fred's eyebrows shot up. Bloody hell. No wonder you've gone rogue. Not rogue, Harry corrected. Independent. There's a difference. Tell that to Dumbledore, George said, suddenly serious. You should have seen headquarters after Ron and Hermione got back last night. Complete chaos. Half the Order wanted to come drag you back immediately. What stopped them? Harry asked, though he had a suspicion. Sirius, mainly, Fred confirmed. Said you had every right to manage your own affairs if the adults in your life had been stealing from you. Nearly came to blows with Molly over it. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward his godfather. What about your parents? Are they angry with me? The twins exchanged glances. "Dad's being diplomatic," George answered carefully. "Says there's probably more to the story than anyone knows." "Mum's concerned," Fred added, which Harry understood was an understatement. "Thinks you're too young to be on your own, especially with you-know-who back." "What about you two?" Harry asked. "Where do you stand?" "With you, obviously," Fred replied immediately. "We've seen how those Muggles treated you. If they were stealing your gold on top of everything else, you've got every right to take control." "Besides," George added with a wicked grin, "anyone who can get goblins to consider investing in a joke shop is clearly a financial genius worth allying with." Harry laughed, feeling some of the day's tension release. The twins' straightforward loyalty was exactly what he needed after the political maneuvering of the ministry. "You should know," Fred said, growing serious again, "Dumbledore's not giving up. He sent Kingsley Shacklebolt, he's an auror in the Order, to quietly investigate your situation. Professional capacity, not Order business." Harry absorbed this information with a frown. "So Dumbledore's using ministry resources to track me now? That seems desperate," George suggested. "That's what Sirius called it. Said Dumbledore's not used to having his chess pieces move themselves." "Chess pieces," Harry repeated, the metaphor striking uncomfortably close to home. "Is that how the Order sees me?" "Not Sirius," Fred assured him. "He's ready to come help you himself, headquarters confinement be damned. Lupin and Tonks had to physically stop him last night." "Tonks?" The unfamiliar name caught Harry's attention. "Nymphadora Tonks," George explained. "Auror. Metamorphmagus. Sirius's cousin, apparently. Cool bird, bit clumsy though." Harry's mind caught on the family connection. Sirius's cousin. So she's a Black. Her mum was, Fred confirmed. Andromeda Black, married a Muggle-born named Tonks. Got blasted off the family tree for it, according to Sirius. Andromeda Tonks. The name struck Harry with sudden significance. "She was on the list," he murmured. "What list?" the twins asked in unison. "My parents' will," Harry explained. Andromeda and Ted Tonks were listed as potential guardians if Sirius and the Longbottoms weren't available. Before Dumbledore sealed the will and placed me with the Dursleys." The twins exchanged significant looks. "That's interesting," Fred said carefully. "Especially since Tonks is now in the Order, working closely with Dumbledore." "Does she know?" Harry asked. "About being named in the will?" "No idea," George shrugged. "But might be worth finding out, yeah. If Dumbledore kept her in the dark about being your potential guardian. Then she's another person he manipulated," Harry finished grimly. "I need to meet her." "Careful, Harry," Fred warned. "She's an Auror first, Order member second. Might feel conflicted about helping you against Dumbledore." "I don't need her to choose sides," Harry clarified. "I just need information. And maybe an ally who was connected to my parents." The conversation shifted to lighter topics as evening approached. The twins filled Harry in on their product development and plans for premises in Diagon Alley. Harry, in turn, shared more details about his discoveries and the Goblin team helping him. By the time Fred and George departed, Harry felt more grounded than he had in days. The twins' visit had reminded him that while some friendships might be strained by his decisions, others remained steadfast. More importantly, they'd provided a potential new connection to his parents' past, one that Dumbledore had deliberately severed. Nymphadora Tonks. Daughter of the woman who should have raised him instead of the Dursleys. Harry had another name to add to his growing list of people to meet. The next morning brought new developments. Razorclaw arrived early with an update on the financial recovery operations. Vernon Dursley has been placed on administrative leave pending investigation, the Goblin reported with evident satisfaction. Monarch Holdings security team discovered unexplained deposits in his personal accounts spanning several years. Will he lose his job? Harry asked, surprised by his own lack of vindictive pleasure at the news. Most likely, Razorclaw confirmed. Though our main objective has already been achieved. His company's severance package will be substantially reduced due to the investigation, forcing the Dursleys to relinquish additional assets to maintain their lifestyle. And the missing Potter artifacts. Goldfingers has compiled a preliminary inventory. Razorclaw passed over a thick folder. Most concerning are several items removed from your parents' home in Godric's Hollow before it was sealed as a memorial site. Harry opened the folder eagerly. The first page contained a meticulous list of missing items: James Potter's personal wand, Lily Potter's research journals, a collection of family photographs, several books from the Potter library, and most intriguingly, something listed only as Potter Grimoire, location unknown. What's a grimoire? Harry asked, unfamiliar with the term. A family magic book, Razorclaw explained. Old wizarding families often maintained collections of spells, potions, and magical knowledge passed down through generations. The Potter Grimoire is particularly significant. It contains specialized magic developed by your ancestors. And it's missing. Harry felt a pang at the loss of such a significant family artifact. Not exactly missing, Razorclaw clarified. Our intelligence suggests it was removed from the main vault by Albus Dumbledore shortly after your parents' deaths. As your magical guardian, he had legal access, though the removal should have been documented and the grimoire returned once you reached Hogwarts age. Another piece of his heritage kept from him. Harry was becoming numb to such discoveries. Can we recover it? That presents certain challenges, Razorclaw admitted. Direct demands would alert Dumbledore to the extent of our investigation. However, there may be another approach. He produced an old-looking scroll. This arrived this morning from the Department of Magical Records. It seems the notification of your changed residence status has prompted an automatic review of your guardianship file. Harry unrolled the scroll to find an official notice, Guardianship status of Harry James Potter due to change in domicile status and formal petition regarding financial improprieties. A mandatory review of guardianship arrangements has been initiated per Wisengamot Regulation 17b. Current magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, is hereby notified of pending review and required to present all relevant guardianship documentation within 7 days, including but not limited to, original guardianship grant, all financial transactions conducted on Ward's behalf, inventory of any property or artifacts managed in Ward's name. Documentation of educational and welfare decisions. Failure to comply will result in automatic guardianship suspension pending. Full Wisengamot review. Sincerely, Amelia Bones Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry looked up in surprise. I didn't file any petition about guardianship. No, Razorclaw agreed with a satisfied expression. But our filings regarding the Dursley financial improprieties automatically triggered this review. Department Head Bones is known for her strict adherence to procedural regulations, regardless of who might be inconvenienced. So Dumbledore has to produce an inventory of everything he's taken from my vaults, Harry realized. Including the grimoire. And if he fails to include it, Razorclaw added, he'll be in violation of ministry regulations, potentially losing his guardianship authority entirely. Either way, we discover what happened to it, Harry nodded, appreciating the elegant trap. Clever. We have also made progress regarding your inheritance ritual, Razorclaw continued. Should you choose to accept Goblin sponsorship, all preparations will be complete by the full moon. Harry had been considering the sponsorship question carefully since it was first raised. I've made my decision, he said. I accept your offer to act as sponsor. The more I learn about how Dumbledore has managed my affairs, the more convinced I am that I need independence as quickly as possible. Razorclaw inclined his head. A wise choice under the circumstances. I shall finalize the arrangements immediately. As the goblin prepared to leave, he paused at the door. One final matter, Mr. Potter. Our intelligence division has detected unusual movements around the leaky cauldron. Ministry personnel, under disillusionment charms. Harry tensed. "They're watching me." "So it would appear," Razorclaw confirmed. "Likely on Umbridge's orders, though we cannot rule out other interests. I recommend heightened caution in your movements." After the goblin's departure, Harry stood by the window, looking down at Diagon Alley with new awareness. Somewhere below, invisible watchers monitored his comings and goings. The Ministry was escalating matters, moving from bureaucratic maneuvering to actual surveillance. Combined with Dumbledore's use of Order resources to investigate him, Harry felt increasingly hemmed in from all sides. His newfound independence was already under threat, the walls closing in even as he tried to break free. As if confirming his thoughts, a familiar snowy owl swooped toward his window, bearing a letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Hedwig landed gracefully on the windowsill, extending her leg with what Harry could have sworn was reluctance. The letter was brief but unmistakable in its authority. "Dear Harry, I must insist on meeting with you immediately regarding your current situation. While I understand you may have concerns about certain discoveries, your safety remains paramount. I will arrive at the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow at noon. Please ensure you are available for this crucial discussion. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Not a request. A command, thinly veiled as concern. Harry crumpled the letter in his fist, frustration mounting. Even now, Dumbledore assumed authority over Harry's time and choices. The headmaster was in for a surprise. Harry had no intention of meeting Dumbledore alone, not when the older wizard held so many advantages in magical power and political influence. If they were to meet, it would be on equal footing, with Harry's own allies present. He sat down to compose a reply, then stopped, considering. Perhaps no response was the better strategy. Let Dumbledore arrive expecting compliance, only to find Harry flanked by his goblin team, prepared for negotiation rather than capitulation. A tap at the window interrupted his thoughts. Not an owl this time, but a small, metallic device that hovered outside the glass. It resembled a golden snitch, but with delicate mechanical appendages instead of wings. Wary, Harry opened the window just enough for the device to enter. It floated to the center of the room and projected a miniature image of Sirius's face. "Harry," the tiny projection spoke with his godfather's voice. "Secure communication device, courtesy of Mooney's tinkering. Can't risk owls anymore, too easily intercepted. Listen carefully, Dumbledore's meeting tomorrow is a pretext. He's planning to remove you from the Leaky Cauldron whether you agree or not. Order members are being positioned to ensure you return to proper guardianship, as he calls it." The projection flickered slightly. "I'm trying to buy you time, but they're watching me too. Something big is happening that they're not telling us about, something connected to why they're so desperate to control your movements." Sirius's tiny face looked frustrated. "Trust your goblin allies, Harry. They're bound by different rules than wizards. And remember, Potter Manor's Fidelius might be your best option if things get ugly. I'll try to contact you again when I can." The projection faded, and the device crumpled in on itself, dissolving into fine golden dust. Harry stared at the spot where it had been, mind racing. Dumbledore was planning to force his return to Order control, likely back to the Dursleys or to whatever headquarters the twins had mentioned. And Sirius thought Potter Manor might be Harry's best refuge. The manor under Fidelius' charm. His family home that he'd never known about until the goblins revealed it. A property he theoretically owned but couldn't access without knowing the secret. Unless... Harry suddenly recalled what Bloodtooth had said during the heritage ritual: "As heir, you have the right to claim the property and establish new protections." Did that mean he could somehow break or reset the Fidelius? Access the property despite not knowing its location? He needed to consult Razorclaw immediately. The goblin responded to Harry's urgent message within the hour, arriving with Fangshield and Ironheart in tow. "A forced relocation attempt is consistent with our intelligence," Razorclaw confirmed after Harry relayed Sirius's warning. "Dumbledore has been meeting privately with select Order members throughout the day." "What about Potter Manor?" Harry pressed. Is there any way I can access it without knowing the secret? The goblins exchanged glances. There is, Ironheart confirmed. But it requires a blood ritual to assert your claim as heir, overriding the existing Fidelius. Such a ritual would be intensive, Fong Shield warned. And would alert the current secret keeper to your actions. Who is the secret keeper? Harry asked. Dumbledore? That information isn't recorded in Gringotts documents, Razorclaw replied. However, given the timing of the Fidelius implementation, November 1981, Dumbledore is the logical candidate. So if I perform this ritual, Dumbledore would know immediately, Harry reasoned. And could potentially interfere before I completed it. Precisely, Ironheart nodded. Which is why such a maneuver would require careful timing and possibly a diversion. Harry considered this. What if we prepare everything for the blood ritual, but don't perform it unless absolutely necessary? Have it as a backup plan if Dumbledore tries to force me back under his control tomorrow? A prudent approach, Razorclaw agreed. We can prepare the necessary components and establish a secure location for the ritual. If Dumbledore's meeting proves hostile, you would have an escape route. Meanwhile, Fong Shield added, we should enhance security here. The Leaky Cauldron's wards are adequate for ordinary purposes, but insufficient against a determined extraction team. By evening, the preparations were complete. Additional goblin guards were discreetly positioned throughout the Leaky Cauldron. Harry's suite had been enhanced with specialized warning wards. An emergency port key to a secure Gringotts location was disguised as an ordinary galleon in his pocket. And most importantly, all components for the blood ritual to claim Potter Manor had been prepared and stored in a sealed box, ready for use if necessary. Harry went to bed that night with a strange mixture of dread and anticipation. Tomorrow would bring confrontation with the wizard who had shaped his life from the shadows, the man who had placed him with the Dursleys, allowed them to steal his inheritance, and hidden his family legacy. For the first time, Harry would face Dumbledore not as a student seeking guidance, but as the Potter heir demanding answers. It was a conversation long overdue. Chapter 3, The Inheritance. Dawn broke over Diagon Alley with ominous stillness. Harry stood at his window, watching the early morning delivery carts trundle along the cobblestones below. The shops wouldn't open for hours, but he'd been awake since before sunrise, mentally preparing for his confrontation with Dumbledore. A soft knock at the door announced Razorclaw's arrival. The goblin entered with uncharacteristic tension evident in his rigid posture. Our intelligence network reports unusual activity, he said without preamble. Order members have been arriving at the Leaky Cauldron in civilian attire since dawn. They're posing as ordinary patrons, but their positioning suggests a containment formation. Harry nodded grimly. Just as Sirius warned. Dumbledore's planning to remove me by force if necessary. We've identified Alastair Moody near the main entrance, a Weasley, Bill, I believe, at the rear exit, and Nymphadora Tonks maintaining watch on the Muggle side. Razorclaw paused. The latter might interest you, given your recent discovery of her family connection. My would-be guardian's daughter, Harry mused. Does she know about being in my parents' will? Unknown, Razorclaw admitted. But her participation in today's operation suggests either ignorance or prioritization of order loyalty. Harry felt a pang of disappointment but pushed it aside. What about our countermeasures? In place, Razorclaw confirmed. Fangshield's security team has established discreet positions throughout the building. The ritual components are prepared. And, he withdrew a small object from his pocket, this is for you. Harry accepted what appeared to be an ordinary golden cufflink. Emergency port key, Razorclaw explained. Activation phrase is sanctuary claimed. It will transport you directly to the ritual site if extraction becomes necessary. And the inheritance ritual? We're still proceeding tonight. Assuming circumstances allow, the goblin nodded. Full moon rises at 9:17 p.m. All preparations are complete. A weight settled in Harry's chest, not fear exactly, but the gravity of what lay ahead. By day's end, he would either be back under Dumbledore's control or have formally claimed his inheritance and independence. There would be no middle ground after today. "What's our strategy for the meeting?" he asked, focusing on the immediate challenge. Diplomatic but firm, Razorclaw replied. "I will accompany you as your financial representative. Silvertongue and Ironheart will join us to present evidence of financial impropriety. Our objective is to establish your right to independence without direct confrontation, unless Dumbledore forces the issue." "And if he does?" The goblin's expression hardened. "Then we implement contingency measures. Your safety and autonomy are our priorities, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded, touched by the goblin's evident commitment. "Thank you, Razorclaw. For everything. The House of Potter has been an honorable ally to the Goblin Nation for generations," Razorclaw replied formally. "We honor that tradition today." As the goblin departed to finalize preparations, Harry turned back to the window. The sky had brightened to pale blue, promising a clear summer day. Somewhere in the building below, Order members were positioning themselves, preparing to ensure he had no choice but to return to Dumbledore's oversight. They didn't understand what they were really doing, helping maintain the control that had kept Harry ignorant of his heritage, his family, and his rightful place in the wizarding world. Even people like Tonks, who might have been his family in another reality, were unwitting participants in his continued confinement. By noon, Harry was ready. Dressed in the finest clothes he owned, still inadequate by wizarding standards, he realized, he waited in the private dining room Tom had arranged for the meeting. Razorclaw, Silvertongue, and Ironheart sat with him, reviewing documents one final time. When the door opened precisely at 12, Harry felt a jolt of surprise. Dumbledore had not come alone. Behind the headmaster stood Professor McGonagall, her expression a complex mixture of concern and something that might have been disapproval, though whether directed at Harry or Dumbledore was impossible to tell. "Harry," Dumbledore's voice carried its usual gentle authority, though his eyes lacked their customary twinkle as they surveyed the goblin contingent. "I see you've brought company to our discussion." "As have you, Headmaster," Harry replied evenly, standing to greet his professors. "Professor McGonagall, I hadn't expected you." "Mr. Potter." McGonagall nodded stiffly. Recent events suggested additional perspective might be beneficial. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, taking a seat across from Harry without waiting for invitation. "Though I had hoped for a more private conversation." Given the nature of our discussion, privacy seemed imprudent, Razorclaw interjected smoothly. "Financial and legal matters benefit from proper representation." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the goblin, revealing a flash of irritation before his serene mask returned. "I don't believe we've been introduced." Razorclaw, senior financial manager for the Potter estate, the goblin replied with cool professionalism. "These are my colleagues, Silvertongue and Ironheart, specialists in contract enforcement and asset recovery." "I see," Dumbledore's tone suggested he saw entirely too much. "Harry, I must express concern about your sudden departure from your aunt and uncle's home. The blood protections there are essential to your safety, especially now that Lord Voldemort has returned." Harry had anticipated this opening. "I'm aware of the blood wards, Headmaster. I'm also aware that they require me to call Privet Drive home in order to function properly." He met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. "But it's difficult to consider a place home when its residents have been systematically stealing from you for 14 years. McGonagall's head snapped toward Dumbledore. "Albus? What is Potter talking about?" "A misunderstanding, I'm sure," Dumbledore replied, though his eyes never left Harry's face. "Harry, your aunt and uncle received a stipend for your care, as is standard practice for magical orphans placed with Muggle guardians." "A stipend," Silvertongue repeated, opening a folder. "Is that how you characterize 200 galleons monthly, approximately £1,000, transferred to Vernon and Petunia Dursley's personal accounts? Funds explicitly designated for Mr. Potter's care and maintenance." McGonagall's eyes widened. £1,000 monthly. Albus, that's a necessary arrangement to ensure Harry's acceptance into their home, Dumbledore interrupted smoothly. The Dursleys required compensation for the disruption and potential danger of housing him. And did they also require Harry to live in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years? Ironheart asked with dangerous calm. Was that part of your arrangement as well? McGonagall gasped audibly. A cupboard? Albus, you told me he was being well treated. I was assured his basic needs were being met, Dumbledore replied, a hint of defensiveness entering his voice. Perhaps the accommodations were not ideal, but, not ideal. Harry couldn't contain himself any longer. I wore Dudley's cast-offs. I did all the chores while Dudley was given everything he wanted. I was punished for accidental magic I didn't understand. And all while they were being paid more than Uncle Vernon's monthly salary to care for me. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Harry, I understand your anger. But you must understand, the protection your mother's sacrifice provided was worth these temporary discomforts. Discomforts, Harry repeated flatly. Is that what you call it? What I call it, Razorclaw interjected, is criminal neglect and financial exploitation. Both of which have been extensively documented. He placed a thick file on the table. Our audit has identified misappropriation of approximately 21,000 galleons over 14 years. Funds that were demonstrably not spent on Mr. Potter's welfare. McGonagall looked increasingly horrified as she glanced between the file and Dumbledore. Albus, did you know about this? For the first time, Dumbledore appeared genuinely uncomfortable. I delegated the monitoring of Harry's situation. Perhaps there were oversights, Silvertongue interrupted, his voice silky. An interesting characterization of systematic theft authorized by this document. He produced the original authorization form with Dumbledore's flowing signature at the bottom. A document witnessed by then-Department Head Cornelius Fudge and executed by your agent, Arabella Figg. McGonagall took the document with trembling hands. You authorized these withdrawals personally. And Arabella, she knew. Minerva, Dumbledore's voice held a warning note. This is a complex situation with security implications you're not fully aware of. I'm aware that a child in our care was apparently living in a cupboard while his guardian stole money meant for his welfare, McGonagall retorted, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced as her anger grew. And I'm aware that you knew, Albus. The financial matters, while concerning, are not why I requested this meeting, Dumbledore pivoted smoothly. Harry, your safety must take precedence over these administrative issues. The blood protection at your aunt's home is irreplaceable. So irreplaceable that you placed me there against my parents' explicit wishes? Harry countered. A heavy silence fell over the room. Dumbledore's expression shifted minutely, but enough for Harry to recognize surprise, and confirmation. You know, the headmaster said quietly. I know my parents will specifically stated I should never be placed with the Dursleys, Harry confirmed. I know Sirius was my rightful guardian, with the Longbottoms, Professor McGonagall, and the Tonks family as alternatives. I know you sealed that will and ignored their wishes. McGonagall's face had gone deathly pale. I was named as a guardian. Albus, you never told me. The circumstances after James and Lily's deaths were chaotic, Dumbledore replied, his voice regaining its calm authority. Sirius was implicated in their betrayal. The Longbottoms were attacked shortly thereafter. Difficult decisions had to be made quickly. And the Tonkses? Harry pressed. Andromeda and Ted were still available. Why not place me with them, as my parents wanted? Dumbledore's hesitation was brief but telling. The blood protection could only be anchored through your mother's direct lineage. Petunia, as Lily's sister, was the only viable option. A convenient explanation, Razorclaw observed. Yet it fails to address why you sealed the will entirely, preventing even the financial provisions from being executed. Or why Mr. Potter was never informed of his family legacy once he rejoined the wizarding world. Some knowledge is a burden before its time, Dumbledore replied cryptically. I made decisions I believed were in Harry's best interests. Like keeping my parents' journals from me? Harry asked, his voice suddenly quiet. Their letters? The family grimoire? Were those burdens too heavy for me as well? Another flash of surprise crossed Dumbledore's features. You've been thorough in your investigations, he observed, glancing at the goblins with new wariness. The Potter heir has a right to know what has been withheld from him, Ironheart stated firmly. Indeed, Dumbledore sighed. Harry, I understand your frustration. Perhaps I was overly cautious in managing your inheritance. But everything I've done has been to protect you. From what? Harry demanded. From knowing who I really am. From understanding my family's history. From having any control over my own life. From the burden of expectations, Dumbledore replied with sudden intensity. The Potter legacy carries weight in our world, Harry. Weight I felt you weren't ready to bear while simultaneously managing your unique position regarding Voldemort. That wasn't your decision to make, Harry said flatly. My parents left specific instructions. You ignored them. I did what I thought necessary, Dumbledore countered, a hint of steel entering his voice. As I do now in insisting you return to a secure location under proper protection. Your current arrangements, while undoubtedly comfortable, leave you vulnerable to forces you don't fully comprehend. Harry recognized the shift in tone, from conciliatory to commanding. The true purpose of the meeting was emerging. I'm not returning to the Dursleys, he stated firmly. And I'm not going to order headquarters either. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You seem remarkably well informed about matters you shouldn't know about, Harry. Information flows both ways, Headmaster, Harry replied, echoing Fangshield's earlier words. I'm not as isolated as you might have believed. Clearly, Dumbledore's gaze swept over the goblins again. Nevertheless, as your magical guardian, a guardianship currently under review, Silvertongue interrupted smoothly, producing the ministry notice. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has initiated mandatory reassessment following evidence of financial impropriety. Pending resolution, your authority to dictate Mr. Potter's residence is suspended. McGonagall took the notice, reading it with evident shock. Amelia Bones is investigating your guardianship, Albus. A procedural matter that will be resolved shortly, Dumbledore replied, though a tightness around his eyes betrayed his concern. Harry, regardless of these legal technicalities, the danger to you is real and immediate. Lord Voldemort's return changes everything. I'm aware of the danger, Harry acknowledged. But I've arranged appropriate security measures. Goblin security, while formidable within Gringotts, offers limited protection in the wider world, Dumbledore observed. Particularly against the specific threat you face. Perhaps, Razorclaw conceded unexpectedly. However, Mr. Potter's security arrangements extend beyond our immediate presence. Arrangements that would be compromised by discussing them openly. A calculating look crossed Dumbledore's face. I see. And these arrangements were made with Mr. Potter's full understanding of the magical and political complexities involved. More understanding than you've ever allowed him, Ironheart replied bluntly. Tension thickened in the room. Harry could sense the conversation approaching a breaking point. Dumbledore had clearly expected to leave with Harry in tow, willingly or otherwise, and was now reassessing his strategy in light of unexpected resistance. Minerva, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall, who had been watching the exchange with increasing discomfort. Perhaps you could speak with Harry privately. As his head of house, your perspective might help him understand the gravity of the situation. McGonagall's lips thinned to a tight line. Albus, I'm not certain I fully understand the situation myself. If even half of what I'm hearing is accurate. She looked directly at Harry, something like apology in her eyes. Potter, while I share the headmaster's concerns for your safety, I cannot in good conscience pressure you to return to an abusive environment. Minerva. Dumbledore's voice held rare sharpness. No, Albus, McGonagall cut him off with surprising firmness. I warned you when you left Harry with those people. I told you they were the worst sort of Muggles. And now to learn they'd been stealing from him while you knew. She shook her head. I cannot support this. The support from his head of house bolstered Harry's confidence. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the grandfatherly facade giving way to something harder and more calculating. I had hoped to resolve this amicably, but I see that may not be possible. He stood slowly. Harry, I must insist. The Order is prepared to escort you to a secure location immediately. This is not a request. And there it was, the threat barely concealed behind polite words. Harry felt rather than saw the goblins tense around him. Headmaster, he said calmly, I respect your concern for my safety. But I am not leaving with you today. Harry, Dumbledore's voice dropped to a near whisper, there are matters at stake you cannot possibly understand. Prophecies. Connections. Destinies that require careful management. More secrets, Harry noted bitterly. More things I'm not ready to know. Things that could destroy you if approached unprepared, Dumbledore countered. I have only ever sought to protect you, Harry. By keeping me ignorant. Isolated. Dependent. Harry shook his head. That's not protection, Headmaster. That's control. Dumbledore straightened, his height suddenly imposing. I had hoped for cooperation, but I see you leave me no choice. He glanced toward the door. Alastair, if you would. The door swung open to reveal Mad-Eye Moody, Magical Eye swiveling rapidly to assess the room. Behind him stood Remus Lupin, looking uncomfortable, and Bill Weasley, whose expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. Situation? Moody growled. Mr. Potter requires escort to headquarters, Dumbledore replied smoothly. His goblin associates may take their leave. I think not, Razorclaw's voice had dropped to a dangerous register. He stood, followed by Silvertongue and Ironheart. Mr. Potter remains under Gringotts' protection by formal agreement. Any attempt to remove him against his will constitutes a violation of Treaty Article 7, interference with client-bank relationship. Moody's magical eye fixed on the goblin. Bank business stops at Gringotts' doors, creature. Alastair, Dumbledore cautioned, there's no need for discourtesy. There's need for getting the boy to safety, Moody retorted. Politics be damned. Harry felt the situation spiraling toward conflict. Order members were positioned throughout the building. The goblins, while formidable, were outnumbered. Violence seemed increasingly inevitable. Then McGonagall did something unexpected. She moved to stand beside Harry's chair. Albus, she said quietly, I cannot be part of this. Forcing a student from a place of safety against his will, after what we've just learned about his treatment, it goes against everything Hogwarts stands for. Minerva, please understand, no, Albus. Her voice was steel-wrapped in silk. If Mr. Potter has found advocates who actually inform him of his rights and heritage, I will not help you drag him away from them. Not after 14 years of secrets and half-truths. The declaration hung in the air, shifting the dynamic of the confrontation. Dumbledore seemed momentarily at a loss. Clearly, he hadn't expected McGonagall to openly oppose him. In that moment of uncertainty, Harry made his decision. He'd heard enough to confirm his worst suspicions about Dumbledore's manipulations. Further discussion would only escalate toward potential violence that might endanger not only the goblins who had helped him, but also people like McGonagall and Lupin who were caught in the middle. He caught Razorclaw's eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. This meeting has reached its conclusion, Razorclaw announced. Mr. Potter has financial matters to attend to this afternoon in preparation for his birthday tomorrow. Perhaps further discussion could be scheduled after those obligations are fulfilled. Birthday. Lupin spoke for the first time, looking confused. Harry's birthday is July 31st. That's still 2 days away. By wizard reckoning, Ironheart agreed. By goblin calculation of lunar cycles, Mr. Potter's birth date falls today at moonrise. Harry recognized the clever misdirection. The goblins were creating an opening for a strategic withdrawal while revealing nothing about the actual inheritance ritual planned for tonight. Goblin birth calculations hold no standing in wizard law, Dumbledore observed, though he seemed distracted by McGonagall's defection. Harry, please reconsider. Your safety is my primary concern, Harry finished for him. Just as my heritage, my family's wishes, and my independence should have been your concern all these years. He stood, preparing to leave. Thank you for coming, Headmaster. I'll consider everything you've said. The dismissal was clear, and clearly unwelcome. Dumbledore's expression hardened further. I'm afraid I must insist, Harry. The situation is too precarious for these games. No games, Albus, McGonagall interjected. Simply a young man making informed choices after being kept in the dark far too long. She turned to Harry. Potter, while I share concerns for your safety, I respect your right to answers. Perhaps we might speak privately soon. I have my own questions about Lily and James's will. I'd like that, Professor, Harry agreed, genuinely moved by her support. Dumbledore seemed to realize he'd lost this round. His gaze swept over the assembled group, lingering on McGonagall with something like disappointment before settling on Harry. This is not over, Harry, he said softly. There are forces at work you cannot comprehend without guidance. When you're ready to discuss them properly, I will be available. With that, he swept from the room, Moody following with a suspicious backward glance. Lupin hesitated, clearly torn. Harry, he began awkwardly. Sirius wanted to come himself, but, I know, Harry cut him off, not wanting Lupin to reveal too much about Sirius's situation. Tell him I'm fine, and that I'll contact him soon. Be careful, Lupin advised quietly. Not everyone's motivations are as clear as they seem. As the last of the Order members departed, Harry felt tension drain from his shoulders. The confrontation had gone better than expected, largely thanks to McGonagall's unexpected support. That was well handled, Mr. Potter, Razorclaw observed once they were alone. Though I suspect the headmaster's retreat is temporary. Agreed, Harry nodded grimly. How much time do you think we have before he tries again? Hours rather than days, Silvertongue assessed. He will regroup, consult with his order, and develop a new strategy. We should accelerate our plans. The inheritance ritual? Best conducted sooner than planned, Razorclaw confirmed. Our intelligence suggests Dumbledore is researching legal countermeasures to prevent your financial emancipation. Once completed, the ritual cannot be undone, but until then. He could block it, Harry finished. What about the full moon requirement? The moon has technically begun its fullness, Ironheart explained. The optimal moment is moonrise, but the ritual will still be effective if performed during daylight hours, merely somewhat reduced in ceremonial significance. Then let's do it now, Harry decided. Before Dumbledore has time to interfere. The goblins exchanged approving glances. A wise decision, Razorclaw agreed. I've taken the liberty of having the ritual chamber prepared as a contingency. We can proceed immediately via secure flow connection. As they prepared to leave, Harry paused. What about McGonagall? Can we trust her not to tell Dumbledore about the ritual? She doesn't know the specific nature of your financial matters, Silvertongue pointed out. And her reaction suggests genuine concern for your welfare. A potentially valuable ally, should you choose to cultivate the relationship. Harry nodded thoughtfully. McGonagall had been named in his parents' will, they had trusted her enough to consider her a potential guardian. Perhaps it was time he began to trust her as well. Let's go, he said, decision made. Before Dumbledore regroups. The ritual chamber deep beneath Gringotts bore little resemblance to the bank's public areas. Ancient stone walls carved with runic patterns surrounded a circular platform inlaid with silver and gold. 7 pedestals arranged in a perfect circle around the platform held crystal vessels of varying shapes, each containing what appeared to be different magical substances. The rite of inheritance acceleration is among our oldest ceremonies, Bloodtooth explained as he guided Harry to the central platform. It dates to the Founder's era, when young heirs often found themselves orphaned during goblin wars or wizard conflicts. Harry took his position, trying to control his nervousness. What exactly does the ritual do? It formally recognizes you as having attained the magical maturity to manage your own affairs, Bloodtooth replied. In practical terms, it transfers control of all Potter assets from your guardian to you, bypassing age restrictions. And Dumbledore can't reverse it? Once completed, the ritual creates a binding magical recognition of your status, Razorclaw confirmed from his position near one of the pedestals. Even the Wizengamot cannot undo such ancient magic without your consent. Bloodtooth handed Harry a ceremonial dagger with a blade of gleaming silver. The ritual requires blood freely given, essence willingly shared, and heritage proudly claimed. Harry accepted the dagger, its weight substantial in his hand. What do I need to do? Stand at the center, Bloodtooth instructed. When I begin the invocation, you will make a small cut on your palm and allow 7 drops of blood to fall upon the stone, 1 for each pedestal. As each drop falls, I will activate the corresponding essence vessel. When all 7 are active, you must speak your full name and declare your claim to your heritage. Taking a deep breath, Harry positioned himself at the exact center of the platform, feeling a slight vibration beneath his feet as if the stone itself recognized his presence. Ready, he confirmed. Bloodtooth raised his hands and began to chant in gobbledygook, the harsh syllables echoing off the chamber walls. As the chant intensified, the runic patterns in the stone began to glow with golden light. Now, Heir Potter, Bloodtooth commanded. Blood of your line. Harry drew the blade across his palm, wincing slightly at the sharp pain. Holding his hand over the stone, he allowed the first drop of blood to fall. The moment it touched the platform, the nearest crystal vessel erupted with crimson light. Harry felt a strange sensation, as if something within him had awakened in response. Blood of ancestors, recognize the heir, Bloodtooth intoned. A second drop fell. Another vessel illuminated, this one with deep blue radiance. Magic of family, acknowledge the worthy. Drop by drop, Harry continued as each vessel activated, gold, green, silver, bronze, and finally, pure white light from the 7th. Power of legacy, embrace the claimed. The 7 lights converged above Harry's head, forming a swirling vortex of color. The vibration beneath his feet intensified, traveling up through his body until he felt as though his very bones were humming with energy. Speak your name and claim your right, Bloodtooth commanded. Harry raised his cut hand toward the vortex. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, heir to the House of Potter. I claim my birthright, my legacy, and my independence by right of blood and magic. The vortex collapsed inward, surrounding Harry in a cocoon of multicolored light. For a moment, he felt weightless, suspended in pure magical energy. Images flashed through his mind, faces he somehow recognized as ancestors, places that felt familiar though he'd never seen them, and knowledge that settled into his consciousness as if it had always been there. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light receded, absorbed into his body in a final pulse of energy that left him gasping. It is done, Bloodtooth announced solemnly. The Potter heir is recognized. The transfer is complete. Harry stood unsteadily, feeling simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. Did it work? Am I legally and magically emancipated in all financial matters? Razorclaw confirmed, approaching with something like respect in his expression. All Potter vaults, properties, and assets now respond directly to your authority, with no guardian oversight. And Dumbledore will have felt the transfer, Bloodtooth acknowledged. As your former guardian, the severance of that magical connection would be perceptible to him. He will know something has changed, though perhaps not what. Harry nodded, processing this. What happens now? Now, Razorclaw replied, producing a small golden key, we secure your position. This is the master key to the Potter vaults, all of them. It can only be held by the recognized head of house or heir. Harry accepted the key, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. And the properties? Can I access them now? Most of them, yes, Razorclaw confirmed. Potter Cottage remains under Ministry Historical Preservation status, but Potter Manor is now directly accessible to you, despite the Fidelius charm. How? I thought Fidelius required knowing the secret. For visitors, yes, Bloodtooth explained. But for the true owner, recognized by blood and magic as you now are, the property itself will recognize your right of access. The Fidelius will not hide it from you any longer. The implications hit Harry immediately. I could go there now. Today. If you wish, Razorclaw nodded. Though Dumbledore, as presumed secret keeper, would be alerted to your presence there. Let him be alerted, Harry decided, feeling a surge of confidence. It's my home. My birthright. If he wants to discuss that, he can do it on my territory for once. The goblins exchanged glances that might have contained approval. A bold stance, Razorclaw observed. And strategically sound. Your legal position is now considerably stronger. As the ritual's immediate effects began to fade, Harry became aware of a persistent sensation, a kind of mental tugging, as if something was calling to him. I feel, something, he tried to explain. Like a direction I should go. The manor recognizing its heir, Bloodtooth nodded. The connection will guide you to your ancestral home, regardless of the Fidelius. Harry focused on the sensation, allowing it to crystallize in his mind. A location began to form, rolling hills, a small village in the distance, and nestled in a protected valley. I can see it, he murmured in wonder. Not clearly, but I know where it is. Then perhaps, Razorclaw suggested, it is time for Harry Potter to go home. Preparation for Harry's relocation to Potter Manor proceeded with goblin efficiency. While Harry remained in the secure ritual chamber, Fangshield's team retrieved his belongings from the leaky cauldron. Griphook arranged for formal notification to be sent to the ministry regarding Harry's change of financial status. Silvertongue drafted official responses to any potential legal challenges Dumbledore might attempt. By late afternoon, everything was ready. Harry stood with Razorclaw and Fangshield in a private Gringotts departure room, reviewing final security arrangements. The manor has been without a Potter presence for 14 years, Razorclaw cautioned. While the house elves will have maintained it, the protective enchantments may have weakened. Fangshield's team will accompany you to establish preliminary security. Harry nodded, checking his wand and the emergency port key he still carried. What about communication? If I'm behind a Fidelius. This will maintain our connection, Razorclaw handed him a small mirror set in goblin silver. Two-way communication device, secure against most forms of magical interference. As Harry pocketed the mirror, a sharp knock at the door interrupted them. Fangshield moved instantly to defensive position, but the door opened to reveal Thornblade, the intelligence specialist's expression more intense than usual. Urgent development, she announced without preamble. Dursley surveillance detected unusual movement at Privet Drive. The Muggles appear to be fleeing. Harry frowned in confusion. Fleeing? Why would they? Ministry involvement, Thornblade cut him off. Our sources report Department of Magical Accidents representatives arrived 1 hour ago. Shortly thereafter, the Dursleys began packing essentials. They appear to be abandoning the residence permanently. The ministry is relocating them, Razorclaw realized. Likely on Dumbledore's recommendation, to prevent further contact with you. Harry considered this. The Dursleys fleeing Privet Drive meant the Blood Wards, Dumbledore's primary justification for placing him there, would collapse completely. It was a tacit admission that his return was no longer considered viable. But it also meant the Dursleys might escape full accountability for their years of financial exploitation. "Can we intercept them?" he asked. "Before they disappear with Ministry help?" Thornblade's lips curved in a predatory smile. "Ironheart's team is already in position. We anticipated such a maneuver and prepared accordingly." "What are you proposing?" Razorclaw asked, eyes narrowing. The financial settlement agreement included compliance provisions, Thornblade reminded them. Provisions the Dursleys would violate by fleeing without notification. "We have grounds for immediate enforcement measures." Harry hesitated, torn between his desire for justice and recognition that pursuing the Dursleys would delay his relocation to Potter Manor, potentially giving Dumbledore time to develop countermeasures. "What exactly would enforcement entail?" he asked cautiously. "Magical binding contracts," Thornblade explained. "More comprehensive than initially proposed. The Dursleys would be magically compelled to fulfill their financial obligations regardless of location or Ministry intervention. And this requires my presence?" "For optimal efficacy, yes," Thornblade confirmed. "As the wronged party, your participation strengthens the magical binding substantially." Harry weighed his options. The Dursleys' theft represented a fundamental injustice, one that had enabled years of neglect and mistreatment. Simply allowing them to disappear with Ministry protection felt wrong. Yet confronting them meant potential exposure and delay. "If I do this," he said slowly, "how quickly can we proceed to Potter Manor afterward?" "Immediate transition," Razorclaw assured him. "The enforcement team is prepared for rapid execution of the binding contract. Total operation time, approximately 30 minutes. Harry made his decision. "Let's do it. I want closure with the Dursleys before I claim my family home." A principled choice, Razorclaw nodded approvingly. "Ironheart will meet us at the transition point." Privet Drive looked exactly as Harry remembered, yet somehow diminished. The perfectly manicured lawns and identical houses that had once represented the prison of his childhood now seemed merely sad in their desperate conformity. Concealed beneath a goblin disillusionment charm far more effective than the wizard variant, Harry watched from across the street as the Dursleys frantically loaded suitcases into their new car. Vernon's face was puce with exertion and what appeared to be fear, while Petunia kept glancing nervously up and down the street. Dudley simply looked confused, clutching a backpack stuffed with what Harry assumed were video games and snacks. "Ministry representatives inside," Fangshield murmured from beside Harry. "Two wizards, likely obliviators preparing to modify the neighbors' memories once the Dursleys are gone." "Perfect," Ironheart growled from Harry's other side. "They can witness the binding. Adds an official dimension to the proceedings." Harry felt a momentary twinge of doubt. "The contract, it won't harm them physically, right?" "I want justice, not revenge. The binding affects behavior, not physical well-being," Ironheart assured him. "They will be compelled to fulfill their financial obligations and prevented from speaking falsely about you or their treatment of you. Nothing more." Nodding, Harry steeled himself. "When do we move?" "Now," Ironheart decided as Vernon slammed the car trunk closed. "Before they depart." The three goblins moved with silent efficiency, Harry following closely as they crossed the street. The disillusionment lifted as they reached the Dursleys' driveway, causing Petunia to shriek in alarm. "Vernon!" Uncle Vernon spun around, his face transitioning from red to white in record time. "You," he sputtered, pointing a shaking finger at Harry. "How dare you come here? We're under Ministry protection now, they told us you couldn't approach us anymore." "Ministry protection doesn't override financial obligations, Mr. Dursley," Ironheart stated formally, producing an official-looking document. "Especially those secured by legally binding agreement." The front door burst open as two wizards in ministry robes rushed out, wands drawn. "What's the meaning of this?" the taller one demanded. "This is an official ministry relocation." "And this," Ironheart countered, presenting a sealed parchment, "is an official Gringotts enforcement action under Treaty Section 12, Paragraph 7, recovery of misappropriated client assets. The ministry wizard faltered, clearly unprepared for goblin legal terminology. The Dursleys are under our protection. Your protection of them does not invalidate their legal obligations, Ironheart interrupted smoothly. Obligations they are currently attempting to evade by fleeing without proper notification to their creditors. We're not fleeing. Vernon blustered, though his darting eyes betrayed him. We're being relocated for our safety. After liquidating assets and withdrawing all funds from your accounts? Ironheart inquired innocently. Curious preparations for a temporary relocation. The ministry wizards exchanged uncertain glances. We were instructed to facilitate the Dursleys' move to a secure location, the shorter one admitted. Nothing was mentioned about financial disputes. I imagine many things were not mentioned, Fangshield commented dryly. Harry stepped forward, removing the disillusionment charm completely. I'm not here to prevent their relocation, he assured the ministry representatives. Only to ensure they don't escape the consequences of 14 years of theft. Theft? Vernon exploded. We took you in. Fed you. Clothed you. With money specifically provided for those purposes, Harry countered calmly. Money you spent on yourselves while I wore Dudley's cast-offs and slept in a cupboard. The ministry wizards looked uncomfortable at this exchange. Perhaps, the taller one suggested carefully, this matter could be resolved before relocation proceeds. Precisely our intention, Ironheart agreed, producing a scroll sealed with the Gringotts emblem. A modified settlement agreement reflecting the Dursleys' attempt to flee. Signing will allow them to proceed to their new location while ensuring their financial obligations are met. And if we refuse? Vernon challenged, though with considerably less bravado than before. Then, Ironheart smiled thinly, we exercise Goblin treaty rights to detain individuals attempting to flee valid financial judgments. I believe the holding facilities at Gringotts would be educational for a Muggle family. Petunia made a small, strangled sound. Vernon, perhaps we should just sign. To be done with it all. Listen to your wife, Mr. Dursley, Fangshield advised. This can end civilly or not, at your discretion. Vernon looked trapped, his small eyes darting between the goblins, the ministry wizards, and Harry. What does it say? He finally asked, nodding toward the scroll. What would we be agreeing to? Ironheart unrolled the contract. Simply put, first, you acknowledge misappropriation of funds intended for Mr. Potter's care. Second, you agree to repayment via automatic deduction of 20% of all future income until the debt is settled. Third, you accept a truth binding regarding your treatment of Mr. Potter, preventing you from misrepresenting your actions to others. Truth binding? Vernon repeated suspiciously. What's that when it's at home? Magical compulsion to speak truthfully about specific matters, the taller ministry wizard explained, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Standard and wizard legal settlements. But we're not wizards. Vernon protested. You can't enforce magical contracts on normal people. Actually, they can, the shorter wizard corrected reluctantly. Mixed magical Muggle contracts fall under treaty jurisdiction. Perfectly legal, if unusual. Vernon looked to Harry, desperation replacing his usual hostility. Why are you doing this, boy? Haven't you taken enough from us already? The question struck Harry as so absurd that he almost laughed. Taken from you? You stole over £100,000 meant for my care. You treated me like an unwanted servant. You lied to me about my parents, my heritage, everything. And you think I've taken from you? He stepped closer, meeting his uncle's gaze directly. I don't want revenge, Uncle Vernon. I want accountability. I want you to live knowing that you can never lie about what you did. That every time someone asks about your nephew, you'll have to tell the truth, that you kept me in a cupboard while spending money meant for my welfare. Vernon seemed to shrink before Harry's eyes, his bluster collapsing into something like fear, not of the goblins or their magic, but of the truth itself. Just sign it, Vernon, Petunia said quietly from behind him. It's over. Let's just go. With shaking hands, Vernon accepted the quill Ironheart offered. The contract glowed briefly as he signed his name, then flared more brightly when Petunia added her signature. "It is done," Ironheart announced formally. "The binding is in effect." Harry felt a strange sense of anticlimax. After everything the Dursleys had done, after all the years of mistreatment, the resolution came down to signatures on a parchment in a suburban driveway. No grand confrontation. No emotional catharsis. Just the quiet enforcement of consequences. Yet as he looked at his aunt and uncle, really looked at them perhaps for the first time, he realized something had fundamentally changed. Not just the magical binding, but the power dynamic itself. They were no longer his fearsome guardians, the adults who controlled his life. They were just people. Flawed, petty people who had abused their authority over a child. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia." "Uncle Vernon," he said simply. "I hope you find what you're looking for." Vernon merely grunted, unable to meet Harry's eyes. But Petunia looked at him directly, something unreadable in her expression. "She would have been proud of you," his aunt said unexpectedly, her voice barely audible. "Lily. She always stood up for herself too." Before Harry could respond to this unprecedented reference to his mother, Petunia turned away, ushering Dudley toward the car. His cousin hesitated, then awkwardly thrust out his hand. "Bye, Harry," Dudley said, looking genuinely uncertain. "Sorry about, everything." Surprised, Harry shook his cousin's hand. "Take care of yourself, Dudley." As the Dursleys' car pulled away, escorted by one of the Ministry wizards, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders, not dramatically, but gradually, like clouds parting after a long storm. "A clean resolution," Ironheart observed, rolling up the signed contract. "The binding will ensure compliance regardless of where they resettle." "And what about me?" Harry asked the remaining Ministry wizard. "What will you report to your superiors?" The wizard shifted uncomfortably. "That the Dursleys have been relocated as instructed, and that a legal financial matter was resolved prior to their departure." He hesitated. "I'm not entirely clear on who authorized this relocation. The paperwork came through irregular channels." "Let me guess," Harry said with grim certainty. "Approved by Senior Undersecretary Umbridge." The wizard's surprise confirmed Harry's suspicion. "How did you, an educated guess," Harry interrupted. "Tell her the Dursleys are gone, the blood wards have fallen, and Harry Potter is no longer available at this address. I'm sure she'll understand the implications." Before the confused wizard could respond, Fangshield stepped forward. "Our business here is concluded. Mr. Potter has another appointment." The goblin activated a small device that enveloped them in a shimmering field of magic. The last thing Harry saw of Privet Drive was the Ministry wizard staring in bewilderment as they vanished from sight. The transportation method the goblins used, something they called a boundary shift, felt nothing like apparition or portkey travel. Instead of being squeezed through space or hooked behind the navel, Harry experienced a gentle transition, as if walking from one room to another. When the magical field dissipated, he found himself standing on a hillside overlooking a verdant valley. In the distance, a small village nestled against rolling hills, its church steeple visible even from afar. But what drew Harry's attention was the structure before him, or rather, the absence where a structure should be. He could feel Potter Manor. The inheritance ritual had created a connection that told him unequivocally that his family home stood directly before him. Yet his eyes slid past the location, unable to focus on what should have been there. "The Fidelius remains in effect for now," Razorclaw explained, observing Harry's confusion. "But as the recognized heir, you can break it through formal claim of ownership." "How do I do that?" "Blood and intent," Ironheart replied. "The manor will recognize both." Harry approached where he sensed the property boundary, feeling a slight resistance in the air, like pushing against an invisible curtain. Drawing his wand, he focused on the mental tugging that had guided him here. I, Harry James Potter, claim this house as my birthright, he stated firmly, then pricked his finger with a quick spell and pressed it against the invisible barrier. By blood and by right, I reclaim Potter Manor. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air seemed to shiver, rippling like heat above pavement. Gradually, as if emerging from fog, a structure began to materialize before him, first the wrought iron gates bearing the Potter crest, then the stone wall encircling the property, and finally the manor itself. Harry's breath caught. Potter Manor wasn't the ostentatious mansion he might have imagined, but a graceful country house of honey-colored stone and timber. 3 stories tall at its highest point, it spread comfortably across manicured grounds, with ivy climbing its walls and mullioned windows reflecting the afternoon sun. A gravel drive led from the gates to a circular courtyard before the main entrance. It looked like a home. His home. The Fidelius is broken, Razorclaw confirmed. Though only for you and those you specifically invite. For all others, the property remains hidden. So Dumbledore will know the Fidelius has been compromised, but cannot enter without your invitation, Ironheart assured him. The manor's original protections have reactivated with your claim. Harry approached the gates, which swung open at his touch. As he stepped onto the property, he felt a warm surge of magic, welcoming, familiar somehow, as if the land itself recognized the return of a Potter. A sharp crack interrupted his thoughts as a house elf appeared before him, elderly but standing straight, wearing what appeared to be a miniature butler's uniform complete with the Potter crest. Master Harry Potter has returned, the elf exclaimed, bowing deeply. Tilly has waited and prepared, just as Mistress Lily instructed. The manor stands ready for the Potter heir. Mistress Lily? Harry repeated, startled. You knew my mother? Of course, Master Harry. Tilly replied, looking surprised by the question. Mistress Lily and Master James lived here after their wedding, until they went into hiding. Mistress Lily gave Tilly explicit instructions before they left: maintain the manor, preserve the Potter legacy, and be ready for when young Master Harry returns. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. His parents had lived here. Had planned for his eventual return. Had trusted this elf to maintain their home until he could claim it. Thank you, Tilly, he managed. For waiting. For keeping everything ready. The elf's eyes filled with tears. It is Tilly's greatest honor, Master Harry. The Potter elves have served for 17 generations. We never lost faith that the heir would return. Elves, plural? Harry asked. Oh yes. Tilly is head elf. There is also Mipsy for kitchens, Dorby for grounds, and young Pip for household assistants. The elf straightened proudly. We have maintained everything according to Potter standards. I'd like to see inside, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. My home. Of course, Master Harry. Everything is prepared for your arrival. As Harry followed Tilly toward the entrance, Razorclaw cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, with your permission, Fangshield's team will establish security perimeters and update the property's defensive enchantments. Yes, please, Harry agreed, realizing belatedly that he had essentially invited the goblins onto the property by bringing them through the broken Fidelius. And you're all welcome here, of course. Officially. The goblins inclined their heads in acknowledgement of the formal invitation. We shall begin immediately, Fangshield declared. The manor has excellent foundational protections, but 14 years without active maintenance has left vulnerabilities. As the security team dispersed across the grounds, Harry turned back to the house, his house. The massive oak doors swung open as he approached, revealing a spacious entrance hall with a sweeping staircase, warm wooden floors, and walls adorned with portraits and landscapes. Unlike the ostentatious marble of Malfoy Manor, which Harry had glimpsed in a pensive memory, Potter Manor exuded comfortable elegance rather than intimidating grandeur. The manor has 12 bedrooms, 4 reception rooms, library, study, potions laboratory, dueling room, and extensive kitchens, Tilly informed him proudly as they moved through the entrance hall. The east wing was traditionally for family, while the west accommodated guests and business associates. Harry followed in a daze, trying to absorb every detail. Here was tangible proof of his heritage, his family's history, not just a vault of gold, but a home filled with evidence of Potter generations. The portrait subjects watched him curiously as he passed, many bearing familiar features: his unruly hair, his father's jaw, variations of what he recognized as the Potter look. These were his ancestors, his family, preserved through magical art. "The library, Master Harry," Tilly announced, opening double doors to reveal a magnificent two-story room lined with bookshelves. A spiral staircase connected to a gallery running around the upper level, while comfortable seating areas were arranged throughout the main floor. "This was Mistress Lily's favorite room," Tilly added softly. "She spent many hours here, researching and reading." Harry approached one of the tables, where a book lay open as if the reader had just stepped away momentarily. A fine layer of preservation magic shimmered above it, Tilly's work, protecting everything exactly as it had been left. "My mother's?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. Tilly nodded. "Mistress Lily's research journal. She was studying ancient protection magics before they had to leave." Harry gently touched the page, his mother's handwriting flowing across the parchment in elegant script. Theoretical formulations and runic diagrams filled the margins, along with personal notations: "Check Black Library for precedent," and "Ask Bathilda about Bridget Wenlock's theories." "We've kept everything as it was," Tilly explained. "Master James's study, Mistress Lily's research, the nursery prepared for young Master Harry, all preserved with house elf magic, waiting for your return." "Nursery?" Harry repeated, something catching in his chest. "Yes, Master Harry. Would you like to see it?" Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Tilly led him up the grand staircase to the east wing, past several bedroom doors, until they reached a room near the end of the corridor. Unlike the other doors, this one was painted with magical creatures that moved gently across its surface: a stag, a doe, a wolf, a dog, and most prominently, a young fawn taking its first steps. "Master James enchanted the door himself," Tilly said proudly. "He said his son would grow up surrounded by marauder magic." Harry pushed the door open slowly, unprepared for the wave of emotion that struck him as the nursery came into view. Sunlight streamed through windows overlooking the grounds, illuminating walls painted with scenes from wizarding children's tales. A handcrafted crib stood in the center, mobile, of tiny Quidditch players suspended above it. Bookshelves filled with children's stories lined one wall, while magical toys waited patiently on shelves and in chests. It was the room his parents had prepared for him. The childhood he should have had. "They wanted me here," he said softly. "They planned for me to grow up in this house." "Oh yes, Master Harry," Tilly confirmed. "Master James spoke often about teaching young Master to fly on the grounds, and Mistress Lily had already selected books for each year of your childhood." The elf's ears drooped slightly. When they went into hiding, they told Tilly it was temporary. That they would return with young Master when the danger passed. Harry moved around the room, touching items his parents had selected for him: a stuffed dragon that puffed harmless colored smoke when squeezed, a child-sized broom hovering a few inches off the floor, a magical storybook that would read itself aloud. On the wall hung a wizarding photograph that made his heart constrict: his mother and father standing in this very room, James's arm around a very pregnant Lily, both beaming with anticipation as they showed off the nursery. "When was this taken?" Harry asked, voice thick. "Just before Master Harry was born," Tilly replied. "Master James was so proud of completing the nursery. Mistress Lily said he had managed to create the one room in the house that wasn't a disaster area." Despite everything, Harry laughed, a choked sound that might have been a sob. These small details, these glimpses of his parents as real people with inside jokes and minor disagreements, they were precious beyond measure. "Master Harry," Tilly said gently, "there is something else Tilly was instructed to show you upon your return. Something in Master James's study." Following the elf back downstairs and through the manor, Harry found himself in a comfortable study lined with bookshelves and featuring a massive desk by the window. Like the library, everything was preserved exactly as James had left it, quills laid out, parchment stacked neatly, or not so neatly in some cases, and personal items arranged across various surfaces. Tilly approached a painting behind the desk, a landscape of the manor grounds, and pressed a specific area. The painting swung forward, revealing a hidden compartment containing a small wooden box bearing the Potter crest. Master James said this was to be given to Master Harry when he came of age or claimed the manor, whichever came first, Tilly explained, retrieving the box. It contains the Potter family grimoire and personal letters from Master and Mistress. Harry accepted the box with trembling hands. This was what Dumbledore had kept from him, his parents' written words, the family magic that should have been his birthright. "Thank you, Tilly," he said sincerely. "For preserving all of this. For waiting." The elf bowed deeply. "It has been Tilly's sacred duty and greatest honor, Master Harry." As Harry placed the box on the desk, intending to examine its contents, a commotion from outside caught his attention. Through the study window, he could see Fong Shield hurrying toward the house, expression urgent. "What's happening?" Harry asked as he met the security goblin at the entrance. "Ministry representatives at the boundary," Fong Shield reported tersely. "Led by Undersecretary Umbridge. They're demanding to speak with you regarding unauthorized occupation of a wizarding property." Harry's momentary peace shattered. Of course they'd come. Between the broken Fidelius and his formal claim of the manor, the ministry would have detected the magical surge, particularly if they'd been monitoring for signs of his movements. "How did they find the location?" he asked. "The Fidelius remains intact for others," Razorclaw confirmed, joining them. "However, the magical signature of your claim would be detectable to those specifically looking for it. The ministry likely triangulated the energy surge. They cannot enter without your permission," Ironheart added. "The manor's wardline prevents it. But they're making quite a spectacle at the boundary." Harry considered his options. Ignoring the ministry delegation would only escalate the situation. Confronting them might be risky, but at least he would control the encounter. "I'll speak with them," he decided. "But only at the boundary, not inside the wards. And I want you all with me." The goblins nodded in agreement, and together they made their way down the gravel drive toward the gates. Beyond the property line, Harry could now see a group of about a dozen witches and wizards in ministry robes, with Umbridge's distinctive pink cardigan visible at the front. As Harry approached, her falsely sweet voice carried across the boundary. "Ah, Mr. Potter. How kind of you to finally acknowledge us. We were beginning to worry about unauthorized occupation of this property." "There's nothing unauthorized about my presence, Madam Umbridge," Harry replied coolly, remaining safely behind the wardline. "I am the Potter heir, and this is Potter Manor." "Yes, well, that's precisely the issue," Umbridge simpered. "According to ministry records, this property remains under heritage protection with access restrictions until the Potter heir reaches majority. Your presence here constitutes a violation of those restrictions." "My presence constitutes a legitimate claim of inheritance," Harry countered. "Which has been magically recognized and accepted by the property itself." "Magical recognition without ministry oversight is not legally binding," Umbridge insisted, her girlish voice hardening. "Particularly when enacted through non-human intervention." Her gaze slid disdainfully to the goblins. "I believe you'll find," Razorclaw stated, stepping forward, "that the Treaty of 1612, Section 23, explicitly recognizes goblin-facilitated inheritance claims as legally binding when conducted with the proper blood verification." "Which Mr. Potter's was." Umbridge's smile tightened. "Treaties are subject to ministry interpretation, Goblin. And the current interpretation does not recognize inheritance acceleration without proper guardian consent." Fortunately, Ironheart interjected, "Guardianship authority is currently suspended pending investigation of financial impropriety, as documented in this notice from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." He held up the official parchment from Amelia Bones. Without active guardian authority to contest the claim, inheritance rights default to blood verification. The gathered ministry officials muttered among themselves, clearly not having been briefed on this complication. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of pink. "This is absurd," she snapped, dropping all pretense of sweetness. "Mr. Potter is a minor. He cannot simply declare himself emancipated and occupy a heritage property without proper oversight." "Actually, he can," Silvertongue corrected mildly. "As the last Potter, his blood claim supersedes administrative restrictions when no legal guardian is available to contest it. The DMLE's suspension of guardianship authority created precisely that circumstance." Harry watched this legal parrying with growing confidence. The goblins had anticipated every angle, every potential ministry objection. His position was legally sound, if unconventional. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge tried a different approach, her voice honey-sweet again, "surely you can understand our concern. A young wizard, alone in an ancient property with potentially dangerous magical artifacts, surrounded by creatures known for their mercenary tendencies." Her gaze flicked contemptuously toward the goblins again. "The ministry is simply concerned for your welfare." "My welfare," Harry repeated skeptically. "The same welfare you were concerned about when you helped relocate the Dursleys this morning? Before their financial obligations to me were fulfilled?" Umbridge's eyes widened slightly, she hadn't expected him to know about that. "That was a security measure for their protection from what, exactly?" Harry interrupted. "From being held accountable for stealing over £100,000 meant for my care. From having to acknowledge they kept me in a cupboard while they used my money for holidays and luxury items." A ripple of discomfort passed through the gathered ministry officials. Clearly, they hadn't been briefed on these details either. "These allegations are irrelevant to the current matter," Umbridge declared dismissively. "The fact remains that you have illegally occupied a restricted property and must vacate immediately." "I think not," Harry replied firmly. "This is my ancestral home, claimed by right of blood and magic. The manor has accepted me as the Potter heir. Unless you intend to violate centuries of magical inheritance law, you have no grounds to demand my removal." Umbridge's face contorted with barely suppressed rage. "This defiance will have consequences, Mr. Potter. The minister will hear of your continued disregard for proper authority. Feel free to inform Minister Fudge that I'm simply claiming what is legally mine," Harry responded evenly. "And while you're at it, perhaps remind him that as a major shareholder in the daily profit through my family holdings, I might have some interesting stories to share with the public. About Dursley theft. About ministry interference. About 14 years of my parents while being ignored." The threat landed precisely as intended. Umbridge's eyes widened in genuine alarm. "You wouldn't dare, wouldn't I?" Harry countered. "The ministry seems determined to paint me as unstable in the profit. Perhaps it's time I presented my side of the story directly to the public." A tense silence fell as Umbridge calculated her options. Finally, her face arranged itself into a tight smile. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Remain in your ancestral home, for now. But this matter is far from resolved. The ministry will be reviewing the legal status of your claim most thoroughly." "I welcome the review," Harry replied confidently. "My claim is legitimate in both magical and legal terms." With a final venomous glance, Umbridge turned to her colleagues. "We're leaving. For now." As the ministry delegation departed, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions, triumph at having held his ground, anxiety about the inevitable escalation, but predominantly, a deep sense of rightness. He had claimed his family home, defended it against interference, and taken another step toward the independence that should have been his all along. "Well handled, Mr. Potter," Razorclaw observed once they were alone again. "Though Umbridge will undoubtedly seek alternative avenues of attack." "Let her try," Harry replied with newfound resolve. "This is my home. My birthright. And I won't let anyone take it from me again." As they walked back toward the manor, Harry looked up at the honey-colored stone glowing in the late afternoon sun. For the first time in his life, he was standing on Potter land, in a home prepared for him by his parents, surrounded by evidence of their love. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whether from Dumbledore, the Ministry, or even Voldemort, Harry would face them from a position of strength. Not just the strength of wealth or political leverage, but the deeper strength that came from knowing who he was and where he belonged. He was Harry James Potter, rightful heir to the House of Potter. And he was finally home. That evening, as sunset painted the manor grounds in gold and crimson, Harry sat in his father's study, the wooden box from the hidden compartment open before him. Inside, he had found exactly what Tilly promised, the Potter family grimoire, a leather-bound volume filled with generations of magical knowledge, and a sealed envelope addressed simply, "For Harry." His hands trembled slightly as he broke the seal, unfolding parchment covered in his mother's elegant script. "My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then you found your way to Potter Manor at last, and your father and I are not there to welcome you home. I hope with all my heart that this isn't the case, that we're standing beside you as you explore your heritage. But the war grows darker, and I've learned to prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. There is so much I want to tell you, so much you should know about your family, your legacy, and the gifts that are your birthright. The grimoire will teach you Potter family magic, spells and techniques refined through generations. But there are other inheritances that don't appear in official records or Gringotts vaults. The Potters have always maintained a unique relationship with the Goblin Nation. Your grandfather Fleamont was instrumental in negotiating fair treatment of Goblin silver rights during the Potion Patent Accords. Your father continued that tradition, advocating for Goblin representation in magical creature regulations. This alliance has served both sides well for centuries. But there is something else, something few outside our family know. The Potters are mentioned in Goblin prophecy. The exact wording is kept in their sacred caverns, but the essence speaks of the wizard who walks two worlds, who will forge new bonds between ancient enemies during a time of great darkness. Your father believes this refers to a future Potter. I confess I've never put much stock in prophecies, but recent events have made me less certain. Divination seems to be taking an unusual interest in our family lately. Whatever the future holds, know this: you are loved, Harry. Completely and unconditionally. Whether we're with you or watching from beyond, that love will never fade. Trust in yourself. Trust in the friends who stand with you not for your name or your vault, but for your heart. And perhaps, trust in the unexpected allies who recognize in you the bridge between worlds that prophecy foretold. All my love, Mum. Harry read the letter 3 times, tears blurring his vision. His mother's voice seemed to echo in the words, thoughtful, loving, with a quiet strength that resonated across time. And buried within her message, revelations that stunned him, Goblin prophecies about his family, a tradition of alliance he'd never known about, and hints of another prediction beyond the one that had marked him for Voldemort's attention. The grimoire sat beside the letter, its ancient leather cover embossed with the Potter crest. Harry opened it reverently, finding generations of handwritten entries, spells, potions, magical techniques, and family history recorded by Potters across centuries. The earliest entries dated to the 1200s, the ink preserved by enchantments that kept each page as fresh as the day it was written. As he turned the pages, certain entries caught his attention. 1296, perfected the Potter shielding charm. Stronger than Protego, maintains while casting offensive spells. Requires Potter bloodline to achieve full potency. Wand work, figure 8 with upward flick at terminus. Incantation, Tutela Domus. 1647, completed research into Potter-specific transfiguration enhancement. Blood connection to transformed objects maintains stability for 300% longer duration. Essential for complex conjurations during combat. 1902, refined the Potter tracking charm. Allows location of blood relatives regardless of concealment or distance. Requires blood focus and familial intent. Exceptionally useful when Henry went missing in the Forbidden Forest last autumn. Family magic. Spells and techniques developed by his ancestors, refined through generations, calibrated specifically to work with Potter blood and magical signatures. Knowledge Dumbledore had deliberately kept from him, knowledge that might have helped him survive the many dangers he'd faced. The later entries, written in his grandfather's and then his father's hand, included more recent developments. 1965, Fleamont breakthrough in potion absorption enchantment. Potter blood allows stabilization of volatile ingredients through specialized stirring technique. Foundation of Sleekeasy's success and reason for Goblin interest in our methods. 1979, James working with Lily on integrating her charm theory with Potter protective magic. Preliminary results extraordinary, her intuitive approach to magical connections complements traditional Potter techniques perfectly. Potential applications for extended protective wards based on emotional bonds rather than blood alone. The final entry, dated October 1981, mere weeks before his parents' deaths, sent a chill through Harry. Lily's breakthrough in sacrificial protection magic is revolutionary. By anchoring protective enchantment in willing sacrifice, she's created a shield that could theoretically reflect even killing magic back upon the caster. Testing impossible, of course, but theory is sound. Have secured her research notes in auxiliary vault as precaution. If implemented, could protect Harry from even him. Harry stared at his father's last entry, the implication staggering. His mother hadn't simply died protecting him, she had developed a specific magical protection, a shield created through sacrificial magic, that she had intentionally implemented to save him from Voldemort. It hadn't been luck or accident that he survived the killing curse. It had been Lily Potter's brilliant magical innovation, developed through research, tested against magical theory, and deployed in the final moment of her life. A knock at the study door interrupted his revelations. Razorclaw entered at Harry's acknowledgement, looking uncharacteristically solemn. "Forgive the intrusion, Mr. Potter. Our security team has detected magical probing at the manor boundaries. Someone is testing the wards." Harry carefully closed the grimoire. "Dumbledore?" "The magical signature is consistent with his known pattern, yes," Razorclaw confirmed. "He appears to be assessing the strength of your claim and the manor's protections." "Can he break through?" "Not directly, no. Your blood claim has fully activated the manor's ancestral protections. However." The goblin hesitated. "What is it?" "There are signs of a secondary approach. Magical communications attempting to reach house elves within the property. Likely trying to exploit their ability to bypass certain ward structures." Harry frowned. "Can Dumbledore command my family's elves?" "Not command, precisely, but potentially influence through their natural deference to powerful wizards," Razorclaw explained. "It would be advisable to formally bind them to your service to prevent external manipulation." "Bind them? You mean like enslavement?" Harry asked, uncomfortable with the concept. Razorclaw shook his head. "House elf binding is not enslavement when properly executed. It's a mutually beneficial magical contract, protection and purpose for the elf, service and loyalty for the wizard. Without it, they're vulnerable to outside influence and magical degradation." Harry considered this explanation, still uncertain. "I'd need to speak with them first. Understand what they want." "A reasonable approach," Razorclaw approved. "Meanwhile, we've reinforced the boundary protections and established countermeasures against elf transportation exploitation." As the goblin departed, Harry returned to the grimoire and his mother's letter, mind racing with implications. Dumbledore wouldn't give up easily, not when Harry had slipped beyond his control and claimed knowledge the headmaster had deliberately kept from him. But Harry now had resources he'd never possessed before, a secure home base, goblin allies, financial independence, and most importantly, his family's legacy of magical knowledge. The balance of power had shifted fundamentally. He turned to a fresh page in the grimoire, the first blank one following his father's final entry. Taking up a quill from James's desk, he began his own contribution to the Potter family record. July 29, 1995, Harry claimed Potter Manor after 14 years of separation from my heritage. Discovered family connection to Goblin Nation and references to prophecy beyond the one Voldemort knows. Mother's sacrificial protection was deliberate magical innovation, not mere chance. Beginning study of Potter family magic to prepare for the coming conflict. The House of Potter stands independent once more. As he wrote the final words, Harry felt something shift within the manor itself, a subtle realignment of magical energies, as if the house were acknowledging his formal declaration as the Potter heir. Outside, the last light of day faded into darkness, but within the study, the lamps burned with steady golden light, illuminating the path forward. For the first time, Harry felt truly connected to his family legacy, not just as the boy who lived or the last Potter, but as the continuation of a magical lineage that stretched back centuries. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them not as a pawn in Dumbledore's grand strategy, but as the heir to the House of Potter, with all the responsibilities and resources that entailed. And if prophecy truly did have plans for him beyond the one that had marked him as Voldemort's equal, he would meet that destiny on his own terms. Chapter 4, The Alliance breakfast at Potter Manor differed spectacularly from both Privet Drive and Hogwarts. Harry sat at a polished oak table in the manor's sunlit breakfast room, still adjusting to the novelty of having 5 dishes laid before him, each prepared with meticulous care by Mipsy, the kitchen elf. The morning edition of the Daily Prophet lay beside his plate, its headline predictably sensational: Potter claims ancestral home ministry expresses concern over unsupervised minor. Harry skimmed the article, noting with grim satisfaction that the reporter had been unable to describe the manor's location or appearance, confirming that the property's protections remained intact despite his claim breaking the Fidelius charm. The piece quoted Umbridge extensively, describing Harry's actions as concerning evidence of increasing instability and possible manipulation by non-human entities with questionable motives. A soft pop announced Tilly's arrival. "Master Harry, your guests have arrived and await you in the blue reception room." "Thank you, Tilly," Harry replied, folding the newspaper and rising from the table. 3 days had passed since his confrontation with Umbridge at the property boundary. In that time, he'd explored more of the manor, studied entries in the family grimoire, and most importantly, developed a strategy with Razorclaw's team to address the increasingly hostile ministry narrative. Today marked the first step in that strategy. The blue reception room, an elegantly appointed space with large windows overlooking the eastern gardens, currently hosted 3 visitors: Razorclaw, Silvertongue, and a wizard Harry didn't recognize, a tall, distinguished man with salt and pepper hair and keen eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles. "Mr. Potter," Razorclaw greeted him with a slight bow. "May I present Barnabas Cuff, editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet." Harry evaluated the editor carefully. Cuff had approved every disparaging article about him over the past weeks, yet now stood in Potter Manor looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Mr. Cuff," Harry acknowledged coolly. "Thank you for accepting my invitation." "When a major shareholder requests a meeting, it would be unprofessional to decline," Cuff replied, his tone carefully neutral. "Though I confess, Mr. Potter, I was unaware of your family's significant stake in the Prophet until yesterday." "Many things about my family have been kept from me," Harry said, gesturing for everyone to sit. "Including our 10% ownership of Britain's primary wizarding newspaper." Cuff cleared his throat. 11%, actually. The portfolio expanded slightly during the market adjustments of 87. 11%, Harry repeated, exchanging glances with Silvertongue. Interesting that such a significant shareholder's reputation could be systematically attacked in that same publication without consultation or right of reply. Cuff's discomfort visibly increased. "Editorial independence is a cornerstone of journalism, Mr. Potter. Shareholders typically don't influence content directly." "I understand editorial independence," Harry countered. "What I don't understand is publishing unverified ministry claims without seeking comment from the subject of those claims. That's not independence, it's propaganda." "The Prophet reports ministry statements as news," Cuff defended. "We don't necessarily endorse." "You printed that I was delusional," Harry interrupted flatly. "That I was potentially dangerous, mentally unstable, and now supposedly being manipulated by goblins." All without once requesting my perspective. Silvertongue opened a folder, extracting several newspaper clippings. 37 articles in the past month containing defamatory statements about Mr. Potter. Each published without attempt to verify claims or seek counterstatement. This pattern suggests a concerning editorial bias rather than journalistic oversight. Cuff's face flushed slightly. The current political climate is complex. The ministry has been quite insistent about certain editorial directions. Threatened you, have they? Harry asked bluntly. The editor's silence was answer enough. Here's what's going to happen, Mr. Cuff, Harry continued, his voice calm but firm. As a significant shareholder in the Prophet, I'm not asking for favorable coverage. I'm demanding balanced reporting. The right to respond to accusations. Basic journalistic fairness. The ministry won't like it, Cuff warned. Fudge has made his expectations explicitly clear. And now I'm making mine clear, Harry replied. I understand you're caught between powerful interests. But consider this, Fudge's position depends on public opinion. My family's investment in your paper is permanent. The implied threat hung in the air, a reminder that ministers came and went, but major shareholders remained. What exactly are you proposing? Cuff asked cautiously. Harry nodded to Silvertongue, who produced a document. An exclusive interview, the Goblin explained, sliding it across to Cuff. Mr. Potter will address recent events, his departure from his Muggle relatives, his Goblin alliance, and his claim to Potter Manor. In return, the Prophet will commit to journalistic standards regarding future coverage, including right of reply to any accusations. Cuff scanned the document, eyebrows rising. This is quite reasonable, actually. Though I'm not sure how to explain the sudden change in editorial approach to the ministry. Tell them the truth, Harry suggested. That an overlooked shareholder has raised legitimate concerns about biased reporting. You're not giving me favorable coverage, just fair coverage. The editor considered this, clearly calculating risks and advantages. The interview would be a significant scoop, he admitted. The public is intensely curious about your situation. And the Prophet's current approach risks a potential shareholder action for defamation, Silvertongue added mildly. Something the board might find concerning given recent profit margins. Cuff's expression shifted, the journalist in him recognizing both the story opportunity and the veiled legal threat. Who would conduct the interview? Rita Skeeter, Harry answered, enjoying the look of surprise that crossed Cuff's face. Skeeter. But she's been on extended leave. And given your history with her reporting, Miss Skeeter and I have reached an understanding, Harry interrupted. She'll report accurately or not at all. The truth, which Harry saw no need to share with Cuff, was that Hermione's discovery of Rita's illegal Animagus status had given them considerable leverage. A carefully worded letter from Harry had arranged a private meeting for later that day. Very well, Cuff finally agreed. An exclusive with Skeeter, balanced reporting standards moving forward, and right of reply to any significant allegations. In return, no shareholder interventions in editorial matters beyond these basic journalistic principles. We have an agreement then, Harry said, offering his hand. As they shook on it, Harry felt a small but significant victory. The Daily Prophet wouldn't suddenly become his advocate, but at least it would no longer serve as an uncontested platform for ministry propaganda against him. After Cuff's departure, Razorclaw gave Harry an approving nod. Well handled. You established boundaries without overplaying your position. The financial leverage was effective, Silvertongue agreed. Though we should anticipate ministry retaliation once the interview publishes. Let them retaliate, Harry said, more confidently than he felt. At least the public will hear both sides now. The goblins exchanged meaningful glances. There have been developments regarding ministry actions, Razorclaw said carefully. Thornblade's intelligence division has obtained concerning documentation. What kind of documentation? Harry asked, instantly alert. Draft legislation, Silvertongue explained, producing a thick folder. Being prepared by Undersecretary Umbridge for introduction to the Wisengamot next month. The Magical Entity Regulatory Compliance Act. Harry accepted the folder, skimming the dense legalese with growing alarm. This would place Gringotts under direct ministry oversight. Mandatory auditing by ministry officials, restrictions on goblin-wizard contracts, limitations on inheritance rituals. Precisely, Razorclaw confirmed grimly. An unprecedented assault on goblin sovereignty, disguised as security regulations. And note the timing provisions. Harry flipped to the section Razorclaw indicated, finding implementation dates and procedural details. These would take effect before my birthday. Before I turn 15. He looked up, understanding dawning. They're trying to invalidate my inheritance claim retroactively. Among other objectives, yes, the goblin agreed. Umbridge has been developing these regulations for months, but our alliance with you has accelerated her timeline. The implications settled heavily on Harry's shoulders. His actions had potentially endangered the goblin's already precarious autonomy. What had begun as personal justice against the Dursleys had escalated into a broader conflict between wizard and goblin authorities. "What can we do?" he asked finally. "The legislation requires Wisengamot approval," Silvertongue explained. "Which means political opposition could delay or defeat it. However, in the current climate, with Fudge denying Voldemort's return and painting me as unstable, few will risk opposing ministry security measures," Harry finished. "We need allies. People willing to speak against this publicly." "Precisely," Razorclaw nodded. "And not just among wizards. The Goblin Nation has other allies who would find these regulations concerning. Certain centaur groups, the Vila Conclave, even some werewolf advocates recognize that restrictions on one magical entity often presage restrictions on others." Harry considered this, remembering his mother's letter about the wizard who walks two worlds, and forging bonds between ancient enemies. "We need to build a coalition," he said decisively. "Not just to protect my independence, but to oppose this legislation. The interview with Skeeter is just the beginning." Razorclaw's expression conveyed approval. "A strategic approach. Though it carries significant risk, Umbridge and Fudge will view any organized opposition as confirmation of their narrative about goblin manipulation." "Then we need to make it clear who's really manipulating whom," Harry replied, a plan forming in his mind. "And for that, we need more than just public statements. We need evidence of their real motives." Rita Skeeter arrived at Potter Manor that afternoon, escorted by Fangshield security team from the approved apparition point at the boundary. Her trademark acid green robes seemed subdued compared to Harry's memory, and her usually elaborately styled blonde curls hung in a simpler arrangement. Most notably, her quick quotes quill was conspicuously absent. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him with forced brightness as they settled in the manor's smaller study. "What a unexpected pleasure to receive your invitation. After our last encounter, I rather thought you'd prefer me to maintain my distance." "Circumstances change, Ms. Skeeter," Harry replied evenly. "I find myself in need of accurate reporting for a change." Rita's heavily penciled eyebrows arched. "Indeed. Though I'm curious why you choose me, given our history. And your friend Miss Granger's discoveries." "Because you're a good writer when you're not inventing stories," Harry said bluntly. "And because now we both have something to gain from cooperation. You get an exclusive that restarts your career. I get my side of the story told without fabrications." "Straightforward as ever," Rita observed, a hint of her usual sharpness returning. "Very well. What's your story, Potter?" "Ministry claims you've gone rogue, abandoned your guardians, and fallen under goblin influence. Care to clarify?" Harry leaned forward. "Let's start with what the ministry isn't telling people. That my Muggle relatives were stealing money from my vault for 14 years. That Dumbledore authorized it despite my parents' will explicitly stating I should never be placed with them. That I discovered all this only weeks ago. Rita's professional instincts visibly engaged, her eyes widening as she pulled out a regular quill and notepad. Now that's a headline. Any evidence for these claims? Documented financial transactions. The original authorization forms with Dumbledore's signature. Witness testimony from Gringotts officials. Harry met her gaze steadily. And if you doubt it, you can verify independently with account manager Razorclaw at Gringotts. For the next hour, Harry outlined everything he'd discovered: the Dursleys' theft, Dumbledore's circumvention of his parents' will, the hidden Potter properties and artifacts, and the Ministry's attempts to force him back under control. He carefully avoided mentioning the inheritance ritual or specific details about Potter Manor's protections, focusing instead on his legal right to claim his ancestral home. Rita's quill scratched furiously across the parchment, occasionally pausing as she asked for clarification or additional details. Despite their antagonistic history, Harry had to admit she was thorough, probing for specifics and evidence rather than simply accepting his claims. And the goblins? She asked eventually. Why turn to them rather than, say, your godfather or other wizarding allies? Harry had prepared for this question. The goblins had documented evidence of the financial impropriety. They also have a long-standing relationship with the Potter family. My grandfather Fleamont worked closely with them on several business ventures. They offered assistance based on that history. Some might suggest they're using you, Rita pressed. A famous young wizard as a figurehead for goblin interests. And some might suggest the Ministry is using me too, Harry countered. Painting me as unstable to discredit my statement about Voldemort's return. The difference is the goblins have been honest with me from the start, showing me documentation and explaining my options. The Ministry and Dumbledore kept me in the dark for years. Rita's quill paused. You're still maintaining you know who has returned? I'm not maintaining anything, Harry said firmly. I witnessed it. I fought him. I saw Cedric Diggory murdered on his orders. That's not a claim, it's testimony. A calculating look crossed the reporter's face. The full story of that night, now that would be quite the exclusive. One step at a time, Miss Skeeter, Harry replied. Let's see how accurately you report this interview before discussing others. As their conversation concluded, Rita reviewed her notes with uncharacteristic care. This will cause quite the stir, Potter. Accusations against both Dumbledore and the Ministry, evidence of financial exploitation by Muggles, claims of inheritance rights. Fudge won't be pleased. I'm not concerned with Fudge's feelings, Harry said evenly. Just with the truth being reported for once. Rita smiled thinly. Truth is a slippery concept in journalism. But facts can be verified. And these, she tapped her notepad, are certainly verifiable with the right sources. That's all I'm asking for, Harry assured her. Verification before publication. Actual evidence rather than anonymous claims. How refreshingly reasonable, Rita observed, rising to leave. I'll have the draft ready for Cuff by tomorrow morning. Front page the day after, I expect. As Fong Shield escorted the reporter back to the Boundary, Harry felt a curious mixture of satisfaction and apprehension. The public narrative was about to shift, but whether that would strengthen or endanger his position remained to be seen. The following morning brought not one but 3 owls to Potter Manor, each bearing urgent correspondence. The first carried a letter from Hermione. Harry, I've just heard from Ron that you're planning an interview with Rita Skeeter. Have you forgotten what she did to you during the tournament? What she wrote about me? This seems incredibly risky, especially with everything else happening. Order members are in a complete state about your disappearance from the Leaky Cauldron and reappearance at an unplottable location. They won't tell us where exactly, but it must be Potter Manor based on what you discovered at Gringotts. Dumbledore has called multiple emergency meetings, and from what we've overheard, the Ministry is preparing some kind of legislative response to your Goblin alliance. Please be careful, Harry. I understand why you're doing this, I really do, but you're making powerful enemies. Ron's mom is beside herself, convinced you're being manipulated by the goblins. Even Sirius seems torn between pride at your independence and worry about your safety. I've been researching Goblin Wizard treaties after your letter, and what I've found is disturbing. The 1612 treaty has been systematically weakened through ministry interpretations for centuries. If what you're doing challenges those interpretations, the backlash could be severe. Write back soon, we're all worried. Love, Hermione. The second owl carried a much shorter, more direct message. Potter, your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on August 12 regarding unauthorized use of magic by a minor at Potter Manor on July 29. Failure to appear may result in immediate expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and confiscation of your wand. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic. Office Ministry of Magic. The third letter bore the Hogwarts seal, but the handwriting was Professor McGonagall's rather than Dumbledore's. Mr. Potter, I write not as deputy headmistress but as someone who knew your parents and was apparently considered trustworthy enough to be named in their will. Your situation has created significant division within the order. While some believe you are being manipulated by goblin interests, others, myself included, recognize that you are simply claiming what should have been yours from the beginning. However, I must caution you regarding your upcoming interview with Rita Skeeter. Public confrontation with the ministry in the current climate carries substantial risk. Undersecretary Umbridge has been granted expanded authority over educational matters, including disciplinary proceedings against students who undermine ministry security directives. This is not meant to discourage you from pursuing justice, merely to ensure you proceed with complete awareness of potential consequences. I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you directly about James and Lily, and about their wishes for your upbringing that were so thoroughly disregarded. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry read each letter twice, his initial satisfaction at the Skeeter interview fading into concern. The ministry was moving more quickly than anticipated, using magical regulations as a weapon. The disciplinary hearing was clearly a pretext. The unauthorized magic undoubtedly referred to his inheritance ritual at the manor. He summoned Razorclaw through the communication mirror, and within the hour, the Goblin financial team had assembled in the manor's main study. They're escalating faster than we predicted, Silvertongue observed after examining the ministry letter. Using educational regulations rather than waiting for the broader legislation against Goblin autonomy. A strategic shift, Thornblade agreed. Targeting Potter directly instead of confronting Gringotts immediately. Divide and isolate. Can they really expel me for magic performed on my own property? Harry asked. Ordinarily, no, Ironheart explained. Ancestral properties typically have exemptions from underage magic restrictions. However, they're challenging the legitimacy of your claim to the manor itself. If you don't rightfully own the property, Silvertongue elaborated, then the exemption wouldn't apply. Circular logic, but effective from their perspective. Harry paced the study, frustration mounting. So they're using the hearing to invalidate my claim to Potter Manor, which would then potentially invalidate the inheritance ritual, which would return control of my vaults to Dumbledore. A comprehensive strategy, Razorclaw acknowledged. Though not without vulnerabilities. Their case depends on disproving your legitimate claim to Potter property, which contradicts centuries of inheritance law. We should proceed with the interview as planned, Thornblade advised. Public opinion will be crucial in countering ministry narrative. However, we should accelerate other alliance-building efforts simultaneously. McGonagall might be a potential ally, Harry suggested, indicating her letter. She seems genuinely concerned about the disregard for my parents' wishes. A valuable connection, Razorclaw agreed. Though approach with caution. Her primary loyalty remains with Hogwarts and, by extension, Dumbledore. As they discussed strategy, a house elf appeared with a small silver tray bearing another message, this one delivered not by owl but by goblin courier. Urgent communication from Director Ragnarok, the elf announced, presenting the sealed parchment to Razorclaw. The goblin broke the seal, reading quickly, his expression shifting to one Harry couldn't interpret. Significant development, Razorclaw announced. Gringotts intelligence has intercepted communications between suspected Death Eaters regarding acquisition of goblin artifacts of specific lineage. Director Ragnarok believes these artifacts may be connected to the Dark Lord's return. What kind of artifacts? Harry asked. The communications are deliberately vague, Razorclaw replied. However, references to forge magic and blood-bound metal suggest items of particular magical significance created by goblin metalsmiths. This creates a new dimension to our situation, Silvertongue observed. If the Dark Lord seeks goblin artifacts while the Ministry simultaneously attempts to restrict goblin autonomy, it can't be coincidence, Harry realized. Umbridge may not know about Voldemort's interests specifically, but her legislation would make it easier for the Ministry, potentially infiltrated by Death Eaters, to access and control goblin holdings. Razorclaw nodded grimly. Director Ragnarok has reached the same conclusion. Which is why he has taken an unprecedented step. He indicated the parchment. He requests a formal meeting with you, Mr. Potter. Not at Gringotts, but at Hoard Deep, the Goblin Nation's sovereign territory beneath London. Harry stared in surprise. Is that unusual? It hasn't happened in over a century, Ironheart replied, looking stunned. The last wizard to receive such an invitation was Albus Dumbledore during the war against Grindelwald. The significance wasn't lost on Harry. When would this meeting take place? Tomorrow evening, Razorclaw answered. Director Ragnarok believes time is of the essence, particularly with your interview set to publish. Harry considered the implications. An alliance with the director of Gringotts would substantially strengthen his position against both the Ministry and Dumbledore. Yet it would also confirm their narrative about goblin influence. I'll go, he decided. But first, I need to secure additional wizard allies. We need to demonstrate that this isn't just goblin manipulation of a teenage wizard, but a legitimate coalition against Ministry overreach. Who did you have in mind? Thornblade inquired. Harry smiled slightly. It's time I spoke with some friends about business opportunities. The Weasley twins arrived at Potter Manor that afternoon, escorted by Griphook from the approved apparition point. Their initial awe at the manor quickly gave way to characteristic enthusiasm as they explained their business plans to Silvertongue and a goblin Harry hadn't met before, Goldfist, from Gringotts' Commercial Investment Division. The premises we've identified in Diagon Alley would require significant renovation, Fred explained, spreading architectural plans across the study table. But the location is ideal, high foot traffic, corner visibility, and enough space for both retail and development areas. Our current mail-order business demonstrates consistent revenue growth, George added, presenting a folder of financial statements. But physical premises would allow product demonstrations that would increase conversion rates substantially. Harry watched with growing admiration as the twins outlined their business model with unexpected professionalism. Behind their prankster personas lay genuinely innovative magical engineering and sound commercial instincts. Your spell modification techniques are particularly noteworthy, Goldfist observed, examining a prototype skiving snack box. The controlled duration effects demonstrate precision charm work rarely seen in commercial products. That's Hermione's influence, Fred admitted. She called our early prototypes dangerously open-ended and practically forced us to add time-limited components. Smart witch, Silvertongue noted. Limited duration significantly reduces liability concerns. As the discussion continued, Harry recognized an opportunity that extended beyond mere business. The twins had connections throughout Hogwarts across house boundaries. Their products reached students from all backgrounds. And most importantly, they were widely liked and respected despite their troublemaking reputation. I'd like to formally invest in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Harry announced during a pause in the discussion. Not just with the Triwizard winnings as a gift, but as a proper business partner. Fred and George exchanged surprised glances. That's generous, Harry, but it's not generosity, Harry interrupted. It's strategy. Your business has potential beyond joke products. The spell development, the distribution network you're building, it has applications for communication, security, even defense. Silvertongue nodded approvingly. Mr. Potter raises valid points. Your extendable ears, for instance, demonstrate advanced magical surveillance capabilities with significant market applications beyond eavesdropping on order meetings. The twins looked momentarily abashed that Harry knew about that particular use of their invention. You're thinking bigger than joke shop, aren't you? George asked perceptively. I'm thinking about building networks, Harry confirmed. People who can share information, distribute products, maintain connections across house lines at Hogwarts. People who recognize that what's happening with the Ministry isn't just about me or the goblins. You want us as allies, not just investment opportunities, Fred realized. I want both, Harry said honestly. Your business deserves support on its own merits. But yes, I also see strategic value in our partnership beyond financial returns. The twins exchanged another of their silent communications before Fred spoke. Mum's been rather vocal about you going goblin rogue, you know. Says Dumbledore is beside himself with worry about your safety. And what do you think? Harry asked directly. We think, George replied, that anyone who can negotiate with goblins, claim an ancestral manor, and prepare a Rita Skeeter interview without getting eviscerated is probably not the one being manipulated in this scenario. Besides, Fred added with a grin, anyone willing to invest in magical mayhem can't be entirely under goblin influence. They're not exactly known for their appreciation of chaos. Goldfist made a sound that might have been a suppressed chuckle. So we have a deal. Harry confirmed. A partnership, George corrected, extending his hand. Financial, strategic, and revolutionary, if necessary. As they shook on it, Harry felt a small but significant victory. The twins represented his first wizard allies independent of Dumbledore's influence, business partners with their own motivation to see him succeed. After finalizing investment terms with Goldfist, the conversation turned to practical matters. We'll need a secure communication method, Harry explained. Something the Ministry can't monitor. Your extendable ears gave me an idea. What about something similar but working across greater distances? Fred's eyes lit up. We've been experimenting with paired objects that mirror enchantments between them. Like synchronized notebooks where what's written in one appears in the other. Perfect, Harry nodded. Could you develop something like that quickly? For distribution to trusted students before term starts. Give us a week, George promised. Especially with proper funding behind us now. And access to Potter Manor's potion laboratory, Harry added. My father's notes mention specialized brewing equipment that might help with stabilizing your formulations. The twins looked like children offered free run of honeydukes. Are you serious? Fred breathed. Your dad's lab. Consider it part of our partnership agreement, Harry smiled. Though Mipsy might need some convincing to allow experimental brewing in her pristine kitchen areas. By the time the twins departed, laden with investment contracts and preliminary product designs, Harry felt more optimistic than he had in days. The alliance was beginning to take shape, not just goblin resources, but wizard innovation as well. His next priority was responding to Hermione and McGonagall, each requiring careful consideration. For Hermione, he wrote a detailed explanation of his Skeeter strategy, emphasizing Rita's vulnerability due to her Animagus secret and the importance of getting accurate information to the public. McGonagall's response required more delicacy. After several drafts, he settled on, Professor McGonagall, thank you for your letter and your concern. I would welcome the opportunity to speak with you about my parents, particularly as someone they trusted enough to name in their will. Regarding the Ministry situation, I understand the risks, but cannot allow continued misrepresentation of my circumstances. The Skeeter interview will contain only verifiable facts regarding the financial exploitation by my relatives and my legal claim to Potter properties. If you would be willing, I'd like to meet at Potter Manor at your convenience. Despite what the Ministry may claim, the property is securely warded and accessible only to those specifically invited. Should you wish to accept, simply hold the enclosed token and say, Sanctuary offered, Sanctuary claimed, to activate the transportation enchantment. Respectfully, Harry Potter. He enclosed a small silver token bearing the Potter crest, a portkey Razorclaw had created specifically for trusted visitors. Similar tokens had been prepared for Hermione, Ron, and Sirius, though the latter two had yet to receive theirs given the complexities of secure delivery. The Ministry hearing notice remained, requiring a more formal response. Silvertongue drafted a carefully worded acknowledgement that confirmed Harry's attendance while noting his intention to present evidence regarding the legitimate status of Potter Manor as his ancestral property, thereby exempting any magic performed there from underage restrictions. As evening approached, Harry retreated to the Manor's library, seeking the solitude needed to process the day's developments. The room had quickly become his favorite in the house, not just for its impressive collection of magical texts, but for the lingering sense of his mother's presence. According to Tilly, Lily had reorganized the entire library, integrating Muggle scientific and literary works with magical texts in a way that reflected her belief in the complementary nature of both worlds. Harry ran his fingers along a shelf of physics books beside tomes on magical theory, imagining his mother making the same connections he now found so obvious, that understanding both approaches to reality created opportunities for innovation that neither tradition could achieve alone. A soft pop announced Tilly's arrival. "Master Harry, a message has arrived from Director Ragnarok. Most urgent, Tilly is told." The elf presented a small crystal sphere on a silver tray. When Harry touched it, the crystal dissolved into a shimmering projection of a goblin Harry had never seen before, older than Razorclaw, with a regal bearing and eyes that seemed to evaluate Harry even through the magical communication. "Harry Potter," the projection spoke. "I am Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts and High Counselor of the Goblin Nation. Our meeting tomorrow has taken on new urgency. Intelligence reports confirm Death Eater movement toward a location believed to contain artifacts of significant concern to both our peoples." The projection shifted, showing a map of what appeared to be northern Scotland. "The target is an ancient repository known in your language as the Forge of Cailleach. It contains items created during the last Wizard-Goblin Alliance, weapons and defensive tools designed to combat dark magic of the highest order." Harry leaned closer, studying the map. Why would Voldemort want these specifically? Because they represent the only known magical metalwork capable of containing and redirecting soul magic, Ragnarok's projection answered grimly. "Our analysts believe this may relate to how the Dark Lord achieved his return despite his previous physical destruction." A chill ran through Harry. Soul magic. Somehow, he knew this connected to whatever Dumbledore had been keeping from him about his link to Voldemort. "Tomorrow's meeting will address these matters in detail," Ragnarok continued. "For now, increase your manor's security protocols. If the Dark Lord seeks goblin-forged containers for soul magic, your connection to both our worlds makes you a person of particular interest." The projection dissolved, leaving Harry alone with implications that stretched far beyond ministry hearings and newspaper interviews. Voldemort wasn't just gathering followers and influence, he was seeking specific magical artifacts with properties connected to the very nature of his resurrection. Which meant Harry's alliance with the goblins had just become about much more than financial independence or justice for past exploitation. It now potentially stood between Voldemort and artifacts that could further his darkest ambitions. The following morning, the Daily Prophet arrived with the expected front-page headline, "Potter Speaks Out, I Was Stolen From and Lied To, Exclusive Interview Reveals Financial Exploitation and Hidden." Will Rita's article was surprisingly accurate, presenting Harry's claims alongside documentation references and statements from unnamed Gringotts sources confirming the financial transfers. The piece quoted Harry extensively about his discovery of his parents' will and their explicit wish that he never be placed with the Dursleys. Most significantly, Rita had included a sidebar article fact-checking ministry claims about Harry's reckless behavior and goblin manipulation, noting that Potter Manor was legally his ancestral property and that goblin-wizard financial alliances had centuries of precedent among old wizarding families. The doorbell chimed as Harry finished reading, an unexpected sound given the manor's security protocols. Von Shield appeared immediately. "Professor McGonagall has arrived at the Boundary," the security goblin reported. The wards recognize her portkey authorization. Please escort her in, Harry requested, surprised and pleased by her prompt response to his invitation. McGonagall arrived in the entrance hall moments later, her normally severe expression softened by what appeared to be curiosity as she took in the manor's interior. Mr. Potter, she greeted him formally, though her voice carried warmth beneath the professional tone. Thank you for your invitation. I must say, this is not how I imagined Potter Manor when James spoke of it. You've never been here before? Harry asked, leading her toward the library. Once, for your parents' wedding reception, McGonagall replied, following him through the corridor. Though we gathered in the gardens rather than the house itself. James was quite proud of the property, but always in that self-deprecating way of his, calling it, the old family pile and joking about the portraits critiquing his posture. Harry smiled at this glimpse of his father. I've been discovering them gradually. They're mostly in the formal wing, which I haven't fully explored yet. The library seemed to momentarily take McGonagall aback. Lily's influence is evident, she observed, taking in the integrated magical and Muggle texts. She always believed in learning from both worlds. That's what Tilly said, Harry nodded. Would you like tea? Or something stronger? I'm told the manor has an excellent collection, though I wouldn't know the difference myself. Tea will be fine, McGonagall replied with the ghost of a smile. Though I appreciate the adult courtesy of the offer. Once they were settled with tea service arranged by an eager Tilly, McGonagall's expression grew more serious. I read the Prophet article this morning. Quite the bombshell, Potter. The staff room at Hogwarts will be in an uproar. It needed to be said, Harry replied simply. The ministry has been painting me as either crazy or manipulated. The truth needed to be heard. Indeed. McGonagall took a sip of tea, studying him over her cup. You've changed significantly in the weeks since term ended. More, assured. Though I suppose learning one's true inheritance and claiming an ancestral home would have that effect. Finding out I wasn't alone made the difference, Harry admitted. That I had resources, allies, a place I belonged. Things I should have known years ago. McGonagall set down her cup with a slight clink. About that. I owe you an apology, Potter. When your parents died, I argued against placing you with those Muggles. I knew Petunia from Lily's descriptions, knew she resented magic and would likely resent you as well. But Dumbledore insisted the blood protection was paramount. Did you know about the will? Harry asked directly. About being named as a potential guardian? No, McGonagall shook her head firmly. That was kept from me. I was told the will had been executed and that blood protection considerations superseded normal guardianship procedures. Had I known I was specifically named. She trailed off, regret evident in her expression. Would it have changed anything? Harry pressed. Given Dumbledore's influence? McGonagall considered this with characteristic honesty. I cannot say with certainty. Albus has always been persuasive, particularly when he believes he's acting for the greater good. But I would like to think I would have fought harder had I known James and Lily's explicit wishes. Harry nodded, appreciating her candor. What about the money? The monthly payments to the Dursleys? I knew nothing of financial arrangements, McGonagall said firmly. That would have been handled between Gringotts and your guardian, Albus, in this case. Though I find it deeply troubling that such substantial sums were provided while you clearly went without proper care. They sat in silence for a moment, both processing the implications of years of manipulation and oversight. Why are you here, Professor? Harry finally asked. Not that I'm not grateful for the visit, but you're taking a risk by coming against Dumbledore's likely wishes. McGonagall straightened slightly. I'm here because Minerva McGonagall keeps her own counsel, Mr. Potter, regardless of what Albus Dumbledore might prefer. I'm here because your parents trusted me enough to name me in their will, and I failed that trust once by not questioning your placement more forcefully. I don't intend to fail it again by abandoning you to navigate this political minefield alone. The declaration, delivered in McGonagall's characteristic brisk manner, nonetheless carried emotional weight that caught Harry by surprise. "Thank you," he said simply. "That means more than I can express." "Yes, well," McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "Sentimentality aside, your situation is precarious, Potter. The ministry hearing is clearly a pretext to undermine your claim to the manor and, by extension, your financial independence. Umbridge has been granted exceptional authority over disciplinary matters, authority that previously belonged to the headmaster and school governors. I've been preparing with Gringotts' legal advisors," Harry assured her. "We have documentation proving Potter Manor's status as my ancestral property, which exempts magic performed here from underage restrictions. Legal arguments may not sway a politically motivated tribunal," McGonagall warned. "Particularly with Fudge feeling threatened by the implications of your assertions and you-know-who's return." Harry hesitated, then decided to trust her with more information. "Professor, what do you know about goblin-forged artifacts designed to contain soul magic?" McGonagall's eyebrows rose sharply. "That's an unexpected question. And a concerning one. Such artifacts are exceptionally rare, created during the alignment period when wizards and goblins briefly cooperated against a common threat." "Why do you ask?" "Voldemort is seeking them," Harry explained. "Gringotts' intelligence has detected Death Eater movement toward a repository in Scotland called the Forge of Caelebch." "The Forge of—" McGonagall paled visibly. "Potter, if that intelligence is accurate, the situation is far more serious than ministry hearings or inheritance disputes. The Forge is one of the most ancient magical sites in Britain, predating Hogwarts itself. It contains artifacts of immense power created specifically to combat the darkest forms of magic." "Soul magic," Harry repeated. "Could that relate to how Voldemort survived when his killing curse rebounded? How he managed to return?" McGonagall's expression turned guarded. "That ventures into matters Dumbledore has been researching privately. He has not shared his theories with the Order in any detail." "More secrets," Harry said bitterly. "Always more secrets." "Some knowledge is dangerous, Potter," McGonagall replied, though without Dumbledore's usual certainty. "Though I begin to wonder if withholding it has proven more dangerous still." Their conversation continued for another hour, covering Harry's upcoming meeting with Director Ragnarok, the ministry hearing strategy, and potential allies within Hogwarts who might support Harry against Umbridge's inevitable interference once term resumed. As McGonagall prepared to leave, she paused in the entrance hall. "Your mother would be proud of how you've handled this situation, Potter. She never accepted injustice passively, no matter who perpetrated it." "Even when it was Dumbledore?" Harry asked quietly. "Especially then," McGonagall confirmed with the hint of a smile. "Lily Evans was the only student I ever saw win an argument with Albus Dumbledore on magical theory. She had a formidable intellect combined with absolute moral clarity. Rather like Miss Granger, though with less deference to authority." The comparison warmed Harry. "Thank you for telling me that. For coming today. I'll attend your hearing as a character witness," McGonagall promised. "Whatever Umbridge has planned, she'll find Minerva McGonagall a more formidable opponent than she anticipates." After McGonagall's departure, Harry spent the afternoon reviewing documentation for both the ministry hearing and his meeting with Director Ragnarok. The Prophet interview had already generated significant correspondence, including a formal request from the Wisingamot Administrative Services Office for documentation supporting his claims about his parents' will, and a surprisingly supportive note from Neville Longbottom expressing outrage that Harry's guardianship had been mishandled when his parents had specifically named the Longbottoms as alternatives. By evening, Harry was prepared for what might be the most consequential meeting of his young life. Razorclaw arrived to escort him to Hoard Deep, bringing formal attire appropriate for the occasion, robes of deep emerald with subtle silver embroidery incorporating both wizard and goblin symbolic elements. "Director Ragnarok rarely grants audiences to wizards," Razorclaw explained as Harry changed. "Your meeting represents a significant diplomatic event for both our peoples. No pressure, Harry muttered, adjusting the unfamiliar formal collar. You've already earned respect through your actions, Razorclaw assured him. Simply continue as you have been, straightforward, respectful, but firm in your position. The journey to Hoard Deep began with a specialized portkey that transported them not to Gringotts itself, but to a hidden antechamber deep beneath the bank. Here, elaborate security protocols were observed, magical identity verification, intense sensing wards, and finally, a goblin oath stone that Harry was asked to touch while stating his peaceful intentions. Beyond the security checkpoint lay a marvel Harry could never have imagined. Hoard Deep was not the dark, cramped mining operation he had unconsciously expected, but a vast subterranean city carved from living stone. Crystalline light sources illuminated soaring caverns where goblin architecture blended seamlessly with the natural rock formations. Waterfalls cascaded down sculpted channels, providing both beauty and a background symphony of flowing water. Goblin citizens moved purposefully through plazas and along elevated walkways, many pausing to stare at the rare wizard visitor in their midst. Few wizards have seen Hoard Deep, Razorclaw explained as they traversed a bridge spanning a chasm of breathtaking depth. Fewer still have been invited to the council chambers. Their destination proved to be a massive circular chamber supported by columns of polished black stone veined with precious metals. 7 ornate chairs formed a semicircle on a raised dais, with a single chair positioned before them. The walls bore elaborate metalwork murals depicting what Harry recognized from his recent reading as significant events in goblin history, including, he noted with interest, several scenes of goblin-wizard cooperation against common threats. 6 elderly goblins already occupied chairs on the dais, each wearing ceremonial regalia that reflected their specific roles in goblin governance. The central chair remained empty until a side door opened and Director Ragnarok entered. In person, the director of Gringotts carried even more presence than his projected image had suggested. Taller than most goblins, with iron-gray hair and bearing that spoke of both authority and battle experience, Ragnarok moved with deliberate dignity to his place at the center of the council. Harry James Potter, Ragnarok's voice carried easily through the chamber. Heir of the House of Potter and claimant of ancient right. You stand before the High Council of the Goblin Nation as both ally and anomaly. I'm honored by your invitation, Director Ragnarok, Harry replied, following the formal address Razorclaw had coached him on. And grateful for the Goblin Nation's assistance in reclaiming my rightful inheritance. Assistance rendered in accordance with ancient agreements between your house and our nation, Ragnarok acknowledged. Agreements now threatened by ministry interference and darker forces alike. The director gestured, and a circular table rose from the chamber floor, replacing the single chair with a more egalitarian seating arrangement. Let us speak plainly, as allies rather than as petitioner and authority. As the council members joined them at the table, Ragnarok continued. Your interview in today's Prophet has accelerated tensions. The ministry has scheduled emergency Wisengamot sessions to discuss what they're calling the goblin situation. Umbridge's proposed regulations have been fast-tracked for consideration next week rather than next month. I expected backlash, Harry admitted. Though not quite so rapidly. Politics moves at the speed of fear, observed one of the council members, identified by Razorclaw's subtle gesture as Silverblade, Chief of Security. And there is much fear circulating through wizard governance at present. Fear they refuse to direct at its proper target, Harry noted. Voldemort's return is the real threat, not goblin-wizard cooperation. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. Which brings us to our primary concern. Our intelligence network has confirmed Death Eater movement toward the Forge of Caelebhte. We believe they seek specific artifacts created during the last great alliance between our peoples. A crystalline projection appeared above the table, images of elaborately crafted metal objects that seemed to shift and change as Harry observed them. The vessels of containment, explained another council member. Created by Master Smith Urgrok with wizard enchantment by Emrys of Caer Myrddin, known in your histories as Merlin. They were designed to capture, contain, and ultimately neutralize the darkest forms of magic, specifically, magic that fractures the soul. Horcruxes, said a third council member, the word falling into the chamber like a stone into still water. The vilest perversion of natural magic, splitting the soul to achieve a form of immortality. Harry felt a surge of recognition. That's how he survived. How Voldemort didn't die when his killing curse rebounded. We believe so, Ragnarok confirmed grimly. And now he seeks the only artifacts capable of containing such magic safely, likely to protect his soul anchors from discovery and destruction. Or to create more, Silverblade added darkly. The implications settled heavily on Harry. Voldemort had somehow split his soul, anchoring pieces to objects that kept him bound to the physical world even when his body was destroyed. It explained his wraith-like existence before the graveyard ritual, his ability to possess others as he had with Quirrell. Does Dumbledore know about this? Harry asked. About the Horcruxes? We believe Dumbledore suspects or knows, Ragnarok replied carefully. He has been researching soul magic discreetly for years through various proxies. However, he has not approached the Goblin Nation for assistance, a curious choice, given our expertise in detecting and containing such magic. Not curious at all, Harry said bitterly. He keeps information compartmentalized. No one knows the full picture except him. A dangerous strategy when facing an enemy who does not similarly restrict knowledge among his followers, observed Silverblade. Which brings us to the purpose of this meeting, Ragnarok said, the projection shifting to show the map of northern Scotland again. The Forge of Caellich contains artifacts vital to both the destruction of existing Horcruxes and the prevention of further soul fracturing. If Voldemort secures these artifacts, he becomes functionally unkillable until all his soul anchors are found and destroyed, a near impossible task without the vessels of containment. You're planning to secure the forge before Voldemort reaches it, Harry realized. Correct, Ragnarok confirmed. A goblin security team is preparing to relocate the artifacts to Hoard Deep. However, the forge's oldest protections include wizard-specific wards that require particular credentials to bypass. Potter blood, Harry guessed, the pieces falling into place. You need a Potter to access the forge. The last great alliance between goblins and wizards was facilitated in part by your ancestor, Ignotus Potter, Razorclaw explained. He provided key magical components that, combined with goblin metallurgy, created the vessels. As security, the repository was warded to require both goblin and Potter authorization for access. Which is why you've cultivated our alliance so carefully, Harry observed, not as an accusation but as recognition of strategic reality. You needed a Potter heir to access these artifacts before Voldemort found a way to break through. Ragnarok's expression revealed a hint of approval at Harry's directness. Your financial situation provided both legitimate cause for goblin intervention and opportunity to establish necessary trust. However, he added firmly, the exploitation you suffered was real, as was our obligation to address it under long-standing agreements with your house. Multiple objectives aligned, Silverblade stated pragmatically. Your justice and our security served simultaneously. Harry considered this. Part of him wanted to resent being used as a key to access ancient artifacts, but the pragmatic side recognized that the situation had indeed benefited both parties. The goblins had helped him claim his rightful inheritance and escape Dumbledore's control. In return, they needed his assistance securing magical items that could prevent Voldemort gaining a critical advantage. I'll help, he decided. But I want full disclosure moving forward. No more convenient omissions or strategic information control. If I'm risking my life accessing this forge, I need to understand exactly what we're facing. A reasonable condition, Ragnarok agreed without hesitation. You will be fully briefed on the extraction operation and the artifact's significance. In return, we ask for your participation in the retrieval mission 3 days from now. Why the delay? Harry asked. If Voldemort's forces are already moving toward the forge can only be accessed during specific astronomical alignments, Razorclaw explained. The next viable window begins 3 days from now and lasts approximately 6 hours. Convenient timing, Harry observed dryly. Perhaps not coincidence, Ragnarok acknowledged. Voldemort likely discovered the access parameters through dark channels and is preparing accordingly. Our advantage lies in having both goblin expertise and Potter blood legitimately offered. The meeting continued for another hour as the council detailed the extraction plan, the nature of the artifacts, and the broader implications for wizard-goblin relations if they succeeded. Throughout, Harry was struck by the stark contrast between this approach and Dumbledore's, where the headmaster withheld information. For his own good, the Goblin Council treated him as an adult ally entitled to complete understanding of the mission and its risks. As the meeting concluded, Ragnarok addressed Harry directly. "Your assistance in this matter transcends normal wizard-goblin relations, Mr. Potter. It represents the potential for renewed alliance between our peoples at a critical moment in history." "My mother wrote about a goblin prophecy," Harry said, recalling Lily's letter. "Something about the wizard who walks two worlds and forging new bonds between ancient enemies." A ripple of reaction passed through the council members. Ragnarok's expression revealed nothing, but his eyes fixed on Harry with new intensity. "Your mother was remarkably perceptive," the director said carefully. "The prophecy you reference is indeed part of our sacred texts. That she knew of it suggests she understood the Potter legacy more deeply than most." "Does the prophecy refer to me specifically?" Harry asked. "Prophecies rarely name their subjects directly," Ragnarok replied. "But the convergence of events, your alliance with our nation, the rising darkness, the threat to artifacts forged in the last great collaboration between our peoples, suggests alignment with prophetic markers." "Another prophecy," Harry said wearily. "I already have one hanging over me regarding Voldemort. Now there's another about goblin-wizard relations." "Not a burden," Ragnarok corrected, "but a potential path." Unlike wizard prophecies, which often present fixed destinies, goblin prophecies outline possible futures that require willing participation to manifest. This perspective struck Harry as infinitely preferable to the seemingly inescapable destiny Dumbledore had hinted at regarding his connection to Voldemort. "Then I choose to participate," he said firmly. "To help secure the forge and prevent Voldemort from protecting his Horcruxes." Ragnarok inclined his head in acknowledgement. 3 days hence, at moonrise. Razorclaw will coordinate your participation in the extraction team." As Harry prepared to depart Horde Deep, Ragnarok added one final comment. "Your ministry hearing occurs the day after our mission. Be aware that Umbridge will use any means to undermine your position, including attempts to portray your Goblin alliance as evidence of disloyalty to wizard interests." "I expected nothing less," Harry replied grimly. "But truth has power of its own. As does the right to choose one's own allies." Returning to Potter Manor late that night, Harry found himself facing a new dimension of complexity. What had begun as a quest for personal justice had expanded into a conflict with implications for the entire wizarding world. Voldemort sought artifacts that could secure his immortality. The Ministry pursued legislation that would sever Goblin-Wizard cooperation at the moment it was most needed. And somewhere in between stood Harry Potter, heir to a legacy of alliance that predated Hogwarts itself, subject of not one but potentially two prophecies, and increasingly, a focal point for opposing visions of wizard-goblin relations. As he prepared for bed, Harry glanced at the Daily Prophet still lying on his desk, its headline about stolen inheritance and hidden wills now seeming almost quaint compared to the stakes he now understood. In 3 days, he would participate in a mission to secure artifacts capable of destroying Horcruxes, whatever those truly were. The day after that, he would face a ministry tribunal attempting to invalidate his independence. And throughout it all, the question lingered: what would Voldemort do when he discovered Harry had helped deny him access to the very artifacts he sought to protect his fractured soul? For the first time since claiming Potter Manor, Harry reinforced his room's security wards before sleep. The coming days would test not just his newfound alliance, but potentially his survival as well. Chapter 5: The Reckoning. Dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, revealing a landscape shrouded in mist that clung to the valleys like ancient memories reluctant to fade. Harry crouched beside Razorclaw behind a rocky outcropping, surveying the mountainside before them. Nothing visibly marked the entrance to the Forge of Caelebs, no structures, no ruins, not even a cave mouth. Yet Harry could feel it, a subtle thrum of magic that called to something in his blood. "It's there," he murmured, indicating a seemingly ordinary section of cliff face. "I can sense it." Razorclaw nodded, unsurprised. Potter magic recognizing its counterpart in the wards. The entrance will reveal itself only at the precise moment of astral alignment, and only to those with proper authorization. Around them, 12 goblin security specialists maintain defensive positions, their armor glinting dully in the early morning light. Unlike the business attire Harry had grown accustomed to seeing on Gringotts goblins, these warriors wore battle gear of leather and metal, with weapons that blended traditional craftsmanship and magical innovation. "How much longer?" Harry asked, checking his wristwatch, a Potter heirloom he'd found in his father's study, restored to working order by Tilly's careful magic. 17 minutes, Razorclaw replied precisely. The Mercury-Mars conjunction creates the necessary alignment to unlock the forge's outer wards. Harry nodded, returning his attention to the surrounding terrain. Despite the apparent tranquility, tension coiled in his stomach. Intelligence reports had confirmed Death Eater movement in the region, suggesting Voldemort's forces had also identified the correct location and timing. If they know when the entrance appears, Harry wondered aloud, won't they simply be waiting for us inside? Impossible, Silverblade answered from his position nearby. Access requires simultaneous Goblin and Potter authorization. Without both, the inner chambers remain sealed. Which explains why we haven't been attacked yet, Harry realized. They need me alive to get past the blood wards. Precisely, Razorclaw confirmed. Though that protection ends once we've breached the entrance. Hence our substantial security contingent. Harry checked his equipment once more, wand secured in its holster, communication amulet active around his neck, emergency port key disguised as a simple bracelet. The extraction plan had been meticulously developed over the past 3 days, with multiple contingencies for various scenarios. Still, Harry had learned enough about conflict to know that no plan survived first contact with the enemy intact. A soft chime from Razorclaw's timepiece broke the silence. Alignment in 2 minutes. Positions, everyone. The Goblin team moved with practiced efficiency, forming a defensive perimeter around Harry and Razorclaw as they approached the cliff face. Harry focused on the section where he felt the magical resonance strongest, raising his hand toward it instinctively. "On my mark," Razorclaw instructed, watching celestial calculations displayed on an intricate device strapped to his forearm. 3, 2, 1, now. Harry pressed his palm against the cool stone as Razorclaw simultaneously placed a goblin-forged medallion against the surface. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Harry felt a rush of warmth through his hand, as if his blood had suddenly recognized a long-lost relative. The stone beneath his palm softened, rippling outward like water disturbed by a dropped stone, until an arched passage materialized in the previously solid cliff. Extraordinary, Harry breathed, watching ancient runes illuminate along the passage walls, responding to his presence. Potter blood and goblin craft, working in harmony as designed centuries ago, Razorclaw observed with rare reverence. Few such collaborations remain from the Age of Alliance. The security team moved into formation, 4 goblins entering first to secure the immediate area, followed by Harry and Razorclaw, with the remaining force bringing up the rear. The passage descended steeply, carved steps leading deeper into the mountain's heart. Magical lights activated as they advanced, revealing intricate carvings that depicted both goblin metallurgical processes and wizard enchantment techniques working in concert. The forge predates the goblin rebellions by centuries, Razorclaw explained as they descended. It represents what our peoples could achieve together before wizard legislation restricted goblin craft and ownership rights. Harry studied the carvings, recognizing the historical significance beyond their immediate mission. It's not just a repository, is it? It's a statement, proof that cooperation was once possible. And could be again, Razorclaw agreed, under the right leadership. The passage eventually opened into a vast circular chamber with a domed ceiling that seemed impossibly high given their depth within the mountain. In the chamber's center stood an ancient forge, not the practical, utilitarian setup Harry might have expected, but a work of art in itself. The forge's hearth was inlaid with precious metals forming intricate patterns that Harry recognized from his studies as fundamental magical conductors. The primary forge remains active after nearly a millennium, Razorclaw noted with professional admiration. A testament to the craftsmanship involved. Surrounding the central forge, arranged on stone pedestals in a perfect circle, were 7 metal containers of various shapes, boxes, urns, and vessels crafted with extraordinary detail. Each radiated a subtle magical aura that Harry could perceive even from a distance. The vessels of containment, Razorclaw confirmed, following Harry's gaze. Designed specifically to isolate, contain, and neutralize soul magic. Unparalleled in their capabilities, which is precisely why we cannot allow them to fall into the Dark Lord's hands. How do we transport them? Harry asked, approaching the nearest vessel, a silver box etched with protective runes that seemed to shift as he observed them. Very carefully, Razorclaw replied with uncharacteristic dry humor. These artifacts reject levitation charms and standard magical transportation. They must be physically carried by those with proper authorization, another security measure implemented by your ancestor. Then we should move quickly, Harry suggested, sensing something unsettling in the chamber's atmosphere, a presence that hadn't been there when they entered. I don't think we're alone anymore. Razorclaw gestured sharply to the security team, who immediately moved into defensive positions. Confirm perimeter, he ordered through the communication amulet. Possible intrusion. Before any confirmation could come, a cold, drawling voice echoed through the chamber. How predictable. The Potter boy leads the goblins straight to the prize. Lucius Malfoy stepped from behind a column, no longer bothering with the pretense of respectability. Black robes, silver mask pushed back from his face, wand held casually but ready, every inch the Death Eater Harry had witnessed in the graveyard. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged, his own wand now in hand. I'd say I'm surprised, but that would be a lie. Such hostility, Lucius replied with mock hurt. And after I went to the trouble of offering you alliance in Diagon Alley. You might have been on the winning side of this encounter. Harry noted with grim satisfaction that Malfoy had revealed himself alone, a tactical error born of arrogance. The Goblin security team had him surrounded, weapons trained on his position. An unwise intrusion, Razorclaw stated coldly. This repository falls under Goblin protection by ancient treaty. Treaties, Lucius scoffed. Soon to be relics of the past, along with the misguided notion of Goblin autonomy. He gestured expansively. My associates have already neutralized your perimeter guards. You're quite outnumbered. As if summoned by his words, dark-robed figures emerged from the shadows around the chamber's edge, at least a dozen Death Eaters, each masked and wand, moving with predatory confidence. Harry's heart raced, but he kept his expression neutral. The mission briefings had accounted for this possibility, though the number of enemies was higher than anticipated. What Malfoy didn't know was that Goblin security forces fought with strategies developed specifically to counter wizard numerical advantages. Curious that Voldemort didn't come himself, Harry observed, deliberately using the name to watch Malfoy flinch. Too busy preparing excuses for the minister about why his followers are raiding ancient repositories. The Dark Lord delegates appropriate tasks to appropriate servants, Lucius replied smoothly, recovering his composure. My instructions are simple, secure the vessels. Any resistance is to be eliminated. His gaze fixed on Harry. With one exception. You, Potter, are to be incapacitated but preserved. The Dark Lord has special plans for you. I'm sure he does, Harry replied, subtly shifting his position to maintain line of sight with Razorclaw. The Goblin security leader had been making almost imperceptible hand signals to his team, positioning them for what Harry recognized from their planning sessions as a counterattack formation. A simple proposition, Potter, Malfoy continued, clearly enjoying what he perceived as a position of strength. Assist us in removing the vessels, and your Goblin associates will be permitted to retreat unharmed. Resist, and they die before we simply take what we came for anyway. Interesting offer, Harry pretended to consider. Except for one significant problem. And that is, you can't remove the vessels without both Potter blood and Goblin authorization, Harry stated with conviction he didn't entirely feel. Kill the goblins, and the artifacts become unmovable. Harm me, and the same applies. Your master sent you on a mission you can't complete through force alone. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Malfoy's aristocratic features, enough to confirm Harry's suspicion that Voldemort hadn't shared that particular detail with his servants. Harry pressed his advantage. So here's my counter-offer, leave now, tell Voldemort you were too late, and everyone walks away intact. Stay, and discover exactly why goblin battle magic has been feared by wizards for centuries. Malfoy's expression hardened. Bluffing doesn't become you, Potter. You're an underage wizard accompanied by bankers playing at being warriors. Your position is, whatever assessment of their position Malfoy intended to share was lost as Silverblade gave a sharp command in gobbledygook. Instantly, the chamber plunged into complete darkness, a specialized goblin countermeasure that negated all light, including magical illumination from wands. In the confusion that followed, Harry dropped to the ground as instructed during mission planning, activating the enchanted spectacles Griphook had provided, goblin technology that allowed limited vision in magical darkness. Around him, he could make out the shadowy forms of the goblin security team engaging the Death Eaters with ruthless efficiency. Stay low, Razorclaw's voice came through the communication amulet. Make your way to the central forge. The extraction team will bring the vessels there for transport activation. Harry crawled forward, guided by the spectacles and the magical signature of the forge itself. All around, the sounds of battle filled the chamber, spellfire from the Death Eaters met with the distinctive metallic ring of goblin weapons deflecting magic. Unlike wizard duels with their shouted incantations and flamboyant movements, the goblins fought in near silence, their centuries-refined battle techniques emphasizing efficiency over display. Reaching the forge, Harry found 3 goblin specialists already working to secure the vessels in specially designed containers. Their practiced movements suggested they'd performed similar operations before, though perhaps not under active combat conditions. Potter, your blood is required, one of them instructed tersely, indicating a small basin incorporated into what appeared to be a transportation platform. 7 drops, freely given. Harry didn't hesitate, using a small knife provided to nick his finger and allow exactly 7 drops to fall into the basin. The platform responded immediately, glowing lines of power spreading outward to connect with each of the containment boxes holding the vessels. Transportation matrix activating, the goblin specialist confirmed. 60 seconds to transfer. Around them, the battle continued in the magical darkness. From what Harry could discern, the goblin forces were holding their own despite being outnumbered, their specialized weapons and ability to see in the darkness providing critical advantages against the Death Eater's superior numbers. A sudden searing pain in Harry's scar brought him to his knees. Through watering eyes, he saw the darkness begin to dissipate, torn apart by a powerful magical presence he recognized with horrifying certainty. He's coming, Harry gasped, clutching his forehead. Voldemort, he's here, Razorclaw appeared at his side, face grim. Transfer status, he demanded of the specialists. 40 seconds, came the tense reply. Perimeter collapsing, another goblin reported through the communication amulet. Unknown magical countermeasure negating our darkness field. As if in confirmation, the chamber's illumination returned in patches, revealing a battlefield in disarray. Several Death Eaters lay immobilized or wounded, but the goblin forces had also taken casualties. Malfoy stood near the chamber entrance, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he looked toward something, or someone, beyond the archway. He is coming, Malfoy announced with reverent fear. Prepare yourselves for the honor of his presence. Harry forced himself to his feet despite the pain lancing through his head. We need to accelerate the transfer, he urged the goblin specialists. Once Voldemort enters, everything changes. Impossible to hasten the process without destabilizing the artifacts, one specialist replied tersely. 30 seconds remaining. Razorclaw made a swift decision. Defensive formation around the forge. Potter, stay central, your blood connection remains vital to the transfer's completion. The remaining goblin warriors formed a tight perimeter around the forge platform, weapons ready. Harry stood beside the basin, wand drawn, knowing that while his magical skill couldn't match Voldemort's, his presence was essential to completing the mission. A cold wave of magical power washed through the chamber, extinguishing several light sources and causing even the goblin warriors to tense visibly. At the entrance archway, a tall, pale figure appeared, serpentine features, scarlet eyes, power radiating from him like heat from an open furnace. Harry Potter, Voldemort's high, cold voice carried effortlessly across the chamber. How convenient of you to bring your goblin allies directly to the prize I seek. Your tendency toward unintentional assistance is becoming quite the pattern. Despite the fear clawing at his throat, Harry maintained his position. Funny, I was thinking the same about your timing. Always showing up just a bit too late. Bold words from a boy surrounded by dwindling protectors, Voldemort observed, gliding into the chamber with unnatural grace. His red eyes assessed the situation with calculating precision. Though I must acknowledge the unexpected effectiveness of your goblin security force. Lucius neglected to mention their combat capabilities in his intelligence reports. Malfoy paled visibly at this public criticism. 20 seconds, the specialist murmured behind Harry. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Ah! A transportation ritual. How ambitious. He raised his wand in a casual gesture that nonetheless radiated lethal intent. Unfortunately, I cannot permit the removal of artifacts that rightfully belong to me. They don't belong to you, Harry countered, desperately needing to buy more time. They were created to stop dark magic, specifically, the kind you've used to split your soul. A flash of genuine surprise crossed Voldemort's inhuman features. You surprise me, Harry. Knowledge of Horcruxes is exceedingly rare, and dangerous. I wonder who has been sharing such forbidden information with you. The better question, Harry replied, is why you think you can use goblin-forged artifacts against their creator's intentions. The vessels were designed to contain and neutralize soul magic, not protect it. 10 seconds, came the whispered update. Voldemort's expression hardened. Enough discussion. Stand aside, Harry. My quarrel isn't with you today, merely with those who would steal what I require. That's always been your problem, Harry said, standing his ground as the transportation platform began to hum with increasing magical energy. You think everything exists to serve your purposes. These artifacts were created through cooperation between wizards and goblins, a kind of magic your pure-blood superiority complex can't comprehend. 5 seconds. Voldemort's patience evaporated. So be it. He raised his wand in a swift, vicious movement. Avada, now. Razorclaw commanded. In perfect coordination, the goblin warriors activated enchanted shields that interposed themselves between Voldemort and the forge platform. Simultaneously, Harry dropped to his knees, pressing both hands against the transportation basin as he'd been instructed to do if direct intervention became necessary. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. A surge of magic exploded outward from the platform, connecting with Harry's blood and creating a blinding dome of protective energy. The last thing Harry saw before the light engulfed everything was Voldemort's face contorted with rage as he realized his quarry was escaping. Then came the disorienting sensation of magical transportation, not the harsh hook-behind navel pull of a portkey, but something more fundamental, as if reality itself were folding around him. When the light faded, Harry found himself sprawled on a stone floor in a completely different location, a secure chamber deep within Gringotts, based on the architecture. Around him, the goblin specialists were already securing the vessels in reinforced vaults built into the walls. Extraction successful, Razorclaw announced, helping Harry to his feet. All 7 vessels secured. The security team, Harry asked urgently. The others who were still fighting, secondary extraction protocols activated once the artifacts were secured, Razorclaw assured him. Those still capable of transportation were pulled out simultaneously on a separate matrix. And those who weren't? Harry pressed, already fearing the answer. Razorclaw's expression turned solemn. War has casualties, Mr. Potter. 4 of our warriors remained behind to ensure the extraction's success. Their sacrifice will be honored in the halls of Ragnarok. The victory felt hollow knowing that goblins had died ensuring the mission's success. Harry had known there would be risks, but the reality of lives lost in what was partly his cause settled heavily on his shoulders. The Dark Lord will be displeased, Razorclaw continued, reading Harry's expression accurately. His retaliation will likely be swift and targeted. Both against Gringotts and against you personally. I was already at the top of his target list, Harry replied grimly. This just gives him additional motivation. Indeed. Which is why Director Ragnarok has authorized the next phase of our alliance. Razorclaw gestured toward a doorway where the director himself now stood. Harry Potter, Ragnarok acknowledged with formal gravity. Your contribution to today's extraction was essential. The Goblin Nation acknowledges the blood debt created by your participation and the sacrifice of our warriors. Harry straightened, recognizing the ceremonial nature of the moment. Their sacrifice won't be forgotten or wasted, he promised. What happens now? Now, Ragnarok replied, we prepare for inevitable conflict on multiple fronts. Voldemort will seek retribution. The Ministry hearing tomorrow becomes more critical than ever. And the broader wizarding world must be made to understand what is truly at stake. Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry nodded. His immortality. Precisely. Ragnarok turned to a goblin assistant, who brought forward an ornate wooden case. Which brings me to the matter of our blood debt. The Goblin Nation repays its obligations with appropriate tools for the challenges ahead. He opened the case to reveal a gleaming dagger unlike any weapon Harry had seen before. Its blade seemed to shift between silver and gold depending on the angle of light, while its hilt was inlaid with rubies that glowed with internal fire. This is Heartseeker, Ragnarok explained, lifting the dagger with reverent care. Forged from the same metals as the vessels of containment, but crafted for offensive rather than defensive purposes. It is one of only 3 weapons ever created capable of destroying a Horcrux. Harry stared at the weapon with mingled awe and trepidation. You're giving this to me? With specific purpose, Ragnarok confirmed. Our analysts believe Voldemort has created multiple Horcruxes. Finding and destroying them will be essential to his ultimate defeat. This blade makes that possible. There's something else about it, isn't there? Harry asked, sensing the director was withholding some critical information. Something specific to me? Ragnarok's expression revealed a hint of approval at Harry's perception. Indeed. During examination of the Potter artifacts recovered from your vault, our specialists discovered notes from your mother regarding sacrificial protection magic. Lily Potter apparently consulted with a goblin metallurgist about incorporating such protection into physical objects. Harry's breath caught. The shield she created to save me from the killing curse, she was trying to make it permanent. More transferable than permanent, Razorclaw clarified. Her research suggested that love-based sacrificial magic, properly anchored in compatible metals, could extend protection beyond a single target to multiple defenders. Heartseeker, Ragnarok continued, has been enhanced using your mother's theoretical framework. Your blood, carrying both Potter lineage and Lily's sacrificial protection, was incorporated during a specialized forging process. The result is a weapon that not only destroys Horcruxes, but carries an echo of the protection that once saved you. Harry accepted the dagger with trembling hands, feeling an immediate connection, warm recognition flowing between the metal and his magic, as if the blade had been waiting for him. Will it protect others the way my mother's sacrifice protected me? Not as absolutely, Razorclaw cautioned. But those fighting alongside you against Voldemort will find themselves more resistant to his dark magic. A partial shield rather than an impenetrable one. The implications were staggering. Not only could he now destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, but he could extend a measure of his mother's protection to allies, turning his greatest personal defense into a shared advantage. "Thank you," Harry said, inadequate words for such a gift. "I'll use it well." "See that you do," Ragnarok replied solemnly. "Tomorrow's ministry hearing takes on new significance in light of today's events. Umbridge and Fudge must not be permitted to sever the alliance between our peoples, not when Voldemort moves openly against us." "I'll be ready," Harry promised, securing Heartseeker in its sheath. "Though I expect Umbridge has prepared quite the reception for me." "Undoubtedly," Razorclaw agreed. "Which is why we have prepared equally thorough countermeasures. The hearing will not proceed as the ministry anticipates." Harry returned to Potter Manor through a secure Floo connection, accompanied by Razorclaw and a goblin healer who insisted on treating the minor injuries he'd sustained during the extraction. Though physically exhausted, his mind raced with the implications of what they'd accomplished, and what still lay ahead. Tilly greeted him with wide-eyed concern. "Master Harry is injured. Tilly will prepare healing potions immediately." "I'm fine, Tilly," Harry assured the distressed elf. "Just some scrapes and bruises. Nothing serious." "Master should rest before tomorrow's important meeting," Tilly insisted, already arranging cushions on the nearest chair with a snap of her fingers. "Tilly has prepared Master's formal robes and collected all documents Mr. Razorclaw requested." "Thank you, Tilly," Harry replied, gratefully sinking into the offered seat. "Has there been any correspondence while I was away?" "Many letters," Tilly confirmed. "From Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall, and the Dog Star Man." Sirius wrote. Harry straightened, suddenly alert. "Where is it?" Tilly produced the letter immediately, recognizing its importance. The parchment bore no name, as expected given Sirius's fugitive status, but Harry recognized his godfather's handwriting instantly. "Harry, your prophet interview has thrown headquarters into complete chaos, exactly what was needed. The old crowd was getting too comfortable following orders without asking questions. Now they're finally demanding answers about your parents' will and the financial arrangements with your relatives. Moony and I are with you completely. So is Tonks, interestingly enough. She had no idea her parents were named in your parents' will and is absolutely furious with the old man for keeping it from them. Andromeda apparently asked about you repeatedly after J and L died, only to be told arrangements had been made, for the greater good. Your ministry hearing tomorrow is a setup. Umbridge has expanded it from a simple underage magic inquiry to a full, security investigation, with half the Wisengamot attending. Be prepared for accusations of conspiring with non-human entities against ministry interests. I've arranged a surprise of my own for the proceedings. Let's just say someone with first-hand knowledge of certain financial transactions will be making an appearance. Watch Fudge's face when it happens, it should be priceless. One last thing, Dumbledore knows about your excursion today. Don't know how, but he called an emergency order meeting just as you were leaving. He seemed genuinely worried, not angry. Said something about artifacts too dangerous for Tom to acquire. First time he's admitted not having everything under control. Stay strong, pup. You're doing James and Lily proud. Snuffles. Harry passed the letter to Razorclaw, who read it with narrowed eyes. Your godfather has impressive intelligence sources, the goblin observed. The hearing's expansion was only formalized this morning. Sirius has always had his own networks, Harry replied. Most people underestimate him because of his reputation. A useful misconception, Razorclaw noted approvingly. His mention of a surprise at the hearing bears consideration in our planning. Harry nodded, though fatigue was beginning to overwhelm even his curiosity about what Sirius might have arranged. The day's events, the extraction mission, the confrontation with Voldemort, receiving Heartseeker, had depleted his reserves more thoroughly than he'd realized. Rest, Razorclaw instructed, recognizing Harry's condition. Tomorrow's confrontation requires you at full capacity. Silvertongue will arrive at 7 to finalize preparations for the hearing. After the goblin's departure, Harry managed to read Hermione's letter, expressing both admiration for his prophet interview and concern about his unnecessarily antagonistic approach to the ministry, before exhaustion claimed him completely. He fell asleep in the study's armchair, Heartseeker still strapped to his forearm, dreams filled with forges and vessels and red eyes watching from shadows. Morning arrived with unwelcome abruptness as Tilly gently shook him awake. Master Harry must prepare. Important ministry meeting in 3 hours. Harry blinked groggily, momentarily disoriented to find himself still in the study. The events of the previous day came rushing back, the forge, Voldemort, the vessels, Heartseeker. "What time is it?" he asked, stretching to relieve stiff muscles. 6 o'clock, Master Harry. Mr. Silvertongue arrives in 1 hour. Tilly has prepared breakfast and laid out Master's formal robes. Forcing himself fully awake, Harry headed upstairs to shower and change. The hot water revitalized him somewhat, washing away the lingering aches from the extraction mission. As he dressed in the formal robes Tilly had selected, deep blue with subtle Potter crest embroidery, Harry caught sight of Heartseeker on his bedside table where he must have placed it before falling asleep. The dagger seemed almost alive in the morning light, its metal shifting with iridescent patterns that reminded Harry of phoenix feathers. He secured it in its sheath beneath his robes, comforted by its presence and the connection to his mother's magical innovation it represented. Silvertongue arrived precisely at 7, accompanied by Ironheart and, surprisingly, a human wizard Harry didn't recognize, a distinguished man in his 60s with silver-streaked dark hair and the confident bearing of someone accustomed to courtrooms. "Mr. Potter," Silvertongue greeted him. "May I present Archibald Weatherby, senior partner at Weatherby, Foley, and Associates, and specialist in Wisengamot procedures." "An honor to meet you, Mr. Potter," Weatherby said with a slight bow. "I've been engaged by Gringotts to represent your interests in today's hearing." "I didn't realize I needed a lawyer," Harry replied, shaking the man's hand. "For a standard underage magic hearing?" "You wouldn't," Weatherby confirmed. "But this proceeding has been expanded significantly overnight. It now constitutes a formal Wisengamot inquiry into, and I quote, potential security threats posed by unauthorized alliances between wizards and non-human magical entities." "They're putting my Goblin alliance on trial," Harry realized. "While simultaneously attempting to invalidate your claim to Potter Manor and, by extension, your financial independence," Ironheart added. "A comprehensive strategy to return you to ministry control." Fortunately, Weatherby continued with a confidence Harry found reassuring, they've overreached significantly. By expanding the hearing to a full Wisengamot matter, they've activated a number of ancient procedural rights that wouldn't apply in a simple disciplinary hearing. Including the right of house declaration, Silvertongue explained. "As heir to an ancient house, you may formally address the Wisengamot as a peer rather than as a subject of inquiry, effectively changing your status within the proceeding itself." Over breakfast, they outlined the strategy for the hearing, a multi-layered approach that utilized both Goblin financial documentation and wizard legal precedents to defend Harry's independence while simultaneously exposing the political motivations behind the ministry's actions. "The key," Weatherby emphasized, "is maintaining the narrative that this is about your rightful inheritance and protection from exploitation, not about challenging ministry authority directly. We need the neutral Wisengamot members to see this as a matter of traditional inheritance rights rather than Goblin-wizard politics." "And if Umbridge tries to make it political anyway?" Harry asked. "She will," Weatherby acknowledged. "Which is why we've prepared this." He produced a sealed document bearing both the Gringotts emblem and what Harry recognized as the Potter family seal. "A formal petition for investigation into financial exploitation of an orphaned heir," Silvertongue explained. "Filed simultaneously with the DMLE and the Wisengamot Administrative Services. It details every withdrawal from your vault, every authorization form, every signature, including those of current ministry officials who facilitated the arrangements." Harry understood immediately. "You're giving them a choice: back off from attacking my independence, or face public exposure of their role in the Dursley financial scheme. Precisely, Weatherby confirmed with professional satisfaction. Politics is ultimately about managing risk. Our strategy creates greater risk in pursuing you than in allowing the matter to resolve quietly. By 8:30, final preparations were complete. Harry would travel to the ministry via secure flu connection, accompanied by Weatherby as his legal counsel and Silvertongue as his financial representative, a right guaranteed to any wizard appearing before the Wizengamot on matters affecting their estate. Just before departure, another visitor arrived, Professor McGonagall, looking formidable in formal Scottish tartan robes that emphasized her position as both Hogwarts deputy headmistress and a respected member of the wizarding academic community. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him crisply. "I thought you might appreciate additional support at today's proceedings. As your head of house and someone named in your parents' will, I have standing to attend as a character witness." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, genuinely moved by her support. "That would be very welcome." McGonagall nodded briskly, though her expression softened momentarily. "Your mother would be proud of how you've handled this situation, Potter. She never tolerated injustice, no matter who perpetrated it." With his unexpected coalition assembled, Goblin banker, wizard lawyer, and Hogwarts professor, Harry felt better prepared for the hearing than he'd anticipated. Whatever Umbridge had planned, she would not find him the isolated, uninformed teenager she expected. The Ministry of Magic hummed with unusual activity for a summer morning. Wizards and witches hurried through the atrium with the purposeful stride of people summoned for unexpected official business. Harry's arrival generated immediate attention, whispers and stares following his progress toward the security desk. "Wand, please," the guard requested, professional but unable to hide his curiosity. Harry presented his wand for registration, noting the guard's surprise when Weatherby, McGonagall, and Silvertongue stepped forward as his official party. "Disciplinary hearing for an underage wizard with a full legal team," the guard commented, raising an eyebrow. "Must be quite the case of hovering charms." "The hearing has been reclassified as a Wizengamot security inquiry," Weatherby replied smoothly. "As such, Mr. Potter is entitled to full representation." The guard's expression shifted from amusement to something more serious. "Courtroom 10, then. They've reassigned it this morning." Weatherby's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only indication that this information was unexpected. "Thank you for the update." As they headed toward the lifts, McGonagall leaned closer to Harry. "Courtroom 10 is used for full criminal trials, Potter. This change suggests Umbridge is escalating matters beyond even what we anticipated. It's also the most public courtroom," Weatherby noted. "Designed for high-profile cases where the ministry wishes to make an example of the proceedings. Or where they wish to create a spectacle for the press," Silvertongue added pointedly. Harry nodded, understanding the implications. "They're not just trying to invalidate my independence. They want to publicly discredit my alliance with Gringotts. And by extension, undermine the credibility of your statement about the Dark Lord's return," McGonagall concluded grimly. Two objectives with a single stroke. The lifts descended to the Department of Mysteries level, where the oldest and most formal courtrooms were located. The corridor leading to courtroom 10 was lined with waiting witches and wizards, some Harry recognized as reporters, others as ministry officials. All conversation ceased as he approached, followed by a wave of renewed whispers. Outside the courtroom doors stood a familiar figure, Dumbledore, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. His expression revealed momentary surprise at Harry's entourage before settling into its customary serene mask. "Harry," he greeted, as if their last encounter hadn't ended in open hostility. "I see you've arranged quite the defense team." "Headmaster," Harry acknowledged neutrally. "I wasn't aware you'd be attending." "As Chief Warlock, I preside over full Wizengamot hearings," Dumbledore explained. "Though I was only informed of this particular hearing's upgrade this morning." Weatherby stepped forward. "Archibald Weatherby, representing Mr. Potter in legal matters." Given the apparent conflict of interest between your role as Chief Warlock and your recently suspended status as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, I trust you'll be recusing yourself from direct questioning in today's proceedings. A flash of something, irritation. Respect, crossed Dumbledore's features. I am familiar with appropriate Wisengamot protocols, Mr. Weatherby. My role will be procedural only. Harry noted the careful non-answer. Typical Dumbledore, acknowledging the concern without actually committing to the requested limitation. Before further discussion could occur, the courtroom doors swung open. Percy Weasley, looking officious with a stack of parchments, announced formally, disciplinary hearing and security inquiry of Harry James Potter. All parties please enter and take your designated positions. Courtroom 10 lived up to its intimidating reputation. Arranged like an amphitheater, with rows of seated Wisengamot members in plum-colored robes looking down at a central chair normally reserved for the accused. Harry noted with grim satisfaction that chains hung from the chair's arms, clearly meant to bind dangerous criminals, and equally clearly meant to intimidate him. At the highest tier sat Cornelius Fudge, flanked by Umbridge in poisonous pink and a severe-looking wizard Harry didn't recognize. Scattered among the assembled Wisengamot members were several faces Harry did know, including, surprisingly, Lucius Malfoy, apparently recovered from yesterday's confrontation and now portraying the respectable wizard politician. Interesting, Weatherby murmured beside him. Nearly full attendance. Someone has been pulling significant political strings to ensure maximum participation. Proceed to the chair, Mr. Potter, Percy instructed, pointedly ignoring his former professor and the goblin. One moment, Weatherby interjected smoothly. As this proceeding has been elevated to a Wisengamot security inquiry, my client invokes the right of house declaration as heir to the ancient house of Potter. A murmur ran through the assembled members. Fudge leaned forward, frowning. What nonsense is this? The boy is here for a disciplinary hearing about underage magic. With respect, Minister, Weatherby replied with steely politeness, your office reclassified this proceeding as a security inquiry concerning, and I quote directly from the amended notice, potential threats posed by unauthorized alliances between wizards and non-human magical entities. That classification activates Mr. Potter's right to address this body as the heir of an ancient house rather than as a subject of disciplinary action. Dumbledore, now seated in the Chief Warlock's position, nodded slightly. Mr. Weatherby is correct. The procedural modification entitles Mr. Potter to formal recognition of his house status. This is highly irregular, Umbridge protested, her girlish voice grating in the formal setting. The boy is underage and has violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. His lineage is irrelevant to the charges. On the contrary, Weatherby countered, producing a thick folder of documentation. Mr. Potter's lineage is directly relevant to the question of whether magic performed at Potter Manor constitutes a violation at all, given the ancestral property exemptions recognized under Section 12 of the very decree you cite. Fudge's face reddened visibly. We haven't even established that the property in question legitimately belongs to Potter. That's part of what we're here to determine. Then I suggest we begin with that determination, Dumbledore interjected with apparent reasonableness. Mr. Potter may present evidence regarding his claim to the property, after which the Wisengamot can rule on whether exemptions apply. Weatherby nodded in apparent agreement, though Harry detected a hint of satisfaction. Dumbledore had unwittingly played directly into their strategy by focusing first on the property claim rather than the underage magic charge. Mr. Potter will require appropriate seating for an heir addressing the Wisengamot, Weatherby added, gesturing toward the chain-adorned chair with distaste. After a moment's hesitation, Percy conjured a more dignified chair beside the witness position. Harry took his seat with studied calm, Weatherby to his right, Silvertongue to his left, and McGonagall positioned directly behind him, a united front that clearly discomfited Fudge and Umbridge. The hearing is now in session, Dumbledore announced formally. Disciplinary and security inquiry regarding Harry James Potter, resident of. He paused, glancing at Percy. That's precisely what we're here to establish, Fudge cut in impatiently. Potter claims residence at a property he calls Potter Manor despite being legally domiciled with his Muggle relatives in Surrey. For the record, Weatherby stated clearly, my client maintains legal residence at Potter Manor, West Yorkshire, the ancestral home of the Potter family since 1723. A property currently under Fidelius Charm and Heritage Protection, Umbridge countered sweetly. Access to which requires guardian approval, which was never granted. That would be relevant if Mr. Potter required guardian approval, Silvertongue spoke for the first time, his goblin accent drawing immediate attention. However, as documented in these inheritance records, Mr. Potter's blood claim to the property supersedes guardian restrictions under circumstances of demonstrated financial exploitation. He presented a crystal orb that, when activated, projected the results of Harry's heritage confirmation ritual in glowing magical script visible to the entire courtroom. Gasps and murmurs spread as the extent of the Potter holdings became visible, along with the specific language from James and Lily's will regarding Harry's guardianship. This is goblin magic. Umbridge protested. Not admissible in wizard proceedings without ministry verification. Actually, came a new voice from the courtroom entrance, heritage confirmation results are explicitly recognized as legally binding evidence under the Treaty of 1612, Section 47, as incorporated into Wisengamot evidentiary procedures. All heads turned to see Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stride purposefully into the courtroom. Unlike the other Wisengamot members in their plum robes, she wore the formal red robes of the DMLE, signifying she appeared in her official capacity. Madam Bones, Fudge sputtered. This hearing doesn't fall under DMLE jurisdiction. With respect, Minister, Bones interrupted crisply, any proceeding classified as a security inquiry automatically includes DMLE oversight. My office should have been notified when the classification was changed. Her monocle glinted as she surveyed the room with evident disapproval. An oversight, I'm sure. Harry recognized the arrival of an unexpected ally, and based on Sirius's letter, possibly that surprise his godfather had mentioned. Bones was known for her strict adherence to procedure and impartiality, regardless of political pressure. Now, Bones continued, taking a seat at the DMLE's designated position, I believe we were discussing Mr. Potter's claim to his ancestral property. The heritage confirmation appears properly executed and witnessed. Do you have contradicting evidence, Madam Umbridge? Umbridge's face tightened with barely suppressed fury. The procedure was conducted without ministry oversight or guardian consent, making it procedurally invalid regardless of its factual accuracy. An interesting assertion, Weatherby commented. Perhaps we should examine exactly why guardian consent was unavailable. He produced another document. This notification from the DMLE itself, suspending Albus Dumbledore's guardianship authority pending investigation of financial irregularities, created precisely the circumstance where blood claim becomes the primary legal standard. Fudge leaned forward with growing agitation. What financial irregularities? This is the first I've heard of any investigation into Dumbledore's guardianship. Is it? Bones asked with dangerous mildness, producing a folder of her own. That's curious, Minister, as your signature appears on the original authorization allowing monthly withdrawals from the Potter Trust Vault to Vernon and Petunia Dursley's Muggle bank account. An arrangement you witnessed in your former capacity as department head before becoming minister. The courtroom erupted in shocked murmurs. Fudge's face drained of color. That was a routine guardianship matter. Dumbledore assured me the funds were for the boy's care and maintenance. And yet, Bones continued relentlessly, when presented with evidence that less than 2% of those funds were actually spent on Mr. Potter's needs, you authorized Under-Secretary Umbridge to arrange the Dursleys' relocation rather than investigating the financial discrepancies. Harry watched in astonishment as the hearing rapidly transformed from his tribunal to an exposure of ministry complicity in his financial exploitation. Bones was systematically dismantling Fudge's position with documentary evidence and pointed questions that suggested she had been building this case for some time. This is outrageous. Umbridge interjected, voice rising to an unpleasant pitch. We're here to address Potter's underage magic and his dangerous alliance with goblins, not to rehash financial arrangements approved by proper authorities. On the contrary, Weatherby replied smoothly, these financial arrangements go to the heart of why Mr. Potter legitimately claimed his ancestral property and why magic performed there falls under the ancestral exemption to underage restrictions. He turned to address the wider Wizengamot directly. Members of the court, the facts are straightforward. Mr. Potter discovered systematic theft from his trust vault, theft facilitated by ministry-approved paperwork and executed through his Muggle relatives. Upon this discovery, he rightfully sought assistance from Gringotts, which had fiduciary responsibility for his estate. The subsequent heritage confirmation revealed not only the extent of financial exploitation, but also the existence of Potter Manor, his legitimate family home that had been kept from him for 14 years. Whispers spread through the assembled members, many looking troubled by this characterization. Harry noticed several older members in particular exchanging concerned glances, representatives of other ancient houses who clearly recognized the dangerous precedent of interfering with inheritance rights. The underage magic detected at Potter Manor, Weatherby continued, was performed during a legitimate inheritance claim by blood right, a circumstance explicitly exempted under ancestral property provisions of the Decree for Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery. Even if we accept that dubious interpretation, Umbridge countered, recovering her composure, it doesn't explain Potter's unprecedented alliance with goblins, including taking up residence with goblin guards and engaging in unauthorized financial activities without guardian approval. What unauthorized activities? Silvertongue asked with dangerous politeness. Mr. Potter engaged Gringotts services to recover misappropriated funds and secure his legitimate inheritance, services available to any account holder. His alliance, as you call it, follows the established tradition of the Potter family's relationship with the Goblin Nation dating back centuries. A relationship documented in multiple historical records, McGonagall added, speaking for the first time. As I would be happy to testify as both a magical historian and someone who knew James and Lily Potter personally. Fudge, seeming to realize the hearing was rapidly slipping beyond his control, attempted to reassert authority. None of this explains why Potter fled his legitimate residence with his Muggle relatives to take up in a property he had no prior knowledge of, with non-human guards, immediately after claiming you-know-who had returned. The timing clearly suggests manipulation for political purposes. Harry had heard enough. Despite Weatherby's warning hand on his arm, he leaned forward to address the Wizengamot directly. I'd be happy to explain the timing, Minister, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the now silent courtroom. I discovered the theft from my vault after returning from Hogwarts, after witnessing Voldemort's return and Cedric Diggory's murder. The customary flinches at Voldemort's name rippled through the assembly. When I learned that people I'd been told to trust had been lying to me for years, about my inheritance, about my parents' wishes, about my rightful home, I did what any reasonable person would do. I sought help from those with the expertise to address the situation. Harry gestured toward Silvertongue. Gringotts provided that expertise, not out of manipulation, but because the Potter family has maintained honorable relations with the Goblin Nation for generations. This isn't some revolutionary political statement, it's the continuation of a traditional alliance that predates most ministry regulations. He looked directly at Fudge. As for why I left my relatives, perhaps the fact that they stole over £100,000 meant for my care while keeping me in a cupboard under the stairs might explain my reluctance to remain there. Or perhaps it was learning that my parents specifically stated I should never be placed with them at all. The courtroom had fallen completely silent. Even Umbridge seemed momentarily at a loss for response. Mr. Potter raises a valid point about traditional alliances, came a new voice, Augusta Longbottom, rising from her seat among the Wizengamot members. Many ancient houses maintain long-standing arrangements with magical entities that predate ministry regulations. To suddenly criminalize such relationships would undermine centuries of magical cooperation. Precisely, added another elderly wizard Harry didn't recognize. My own family has contracted with mere people for coastal ward stones since the 1500s. Are we now to sever such arrangements because the ministry suddenly deems them unauthorized alliances? Harry realized with growing hope that his strategy was working. By framing his Goblin alliance as the continuation of traditional practices rather than a revolutionary act, he'd activated the conservative instincts of the older Wisengamot families against ministry interference. Umbridge, sensing the shifting mood, attempted to regain control. This isn't about traditional business arrangements. Potter has goblin guards at an unplottable location, conducting unauthorized blood rituals, while making politically destabilizing claims about you-know-who. The security implications, pale in comparison to the implications of ignoring actual security threats while persecuting a 15-year-old wizard for claiming his birthright, interrupted a cool, aristocratic voice that Harry recognized with shock. Narcissa Malfoy had entered the courtroom unannounced, her elegant robes and regal bearing drawing immediate attention. More surprising still was the witch who accompanied her, Andromeda Tonks, whose resemblance to her sister was striking despite her warmer expression. Lucius Malfoy's face registered unconcealed shock at his wife's appearance, while Fudge and Umbridge seemed equally blindsided. "Mrs. Malfoy," Fudge managed, "this is an official proceeding." "Indeed it is, Minister," Narcissa agreed smoothly, "which is why my sister and I are here to address a matter directly relevant to these proceedings. Specifically, the provisions of the Potter will naming Andromeda and Ted Tonks as potential guardians for Harry Potter, provisions illegally suppressed for 14 years. Andromeda stepped forward, her expression combining dignity and controlled anger. "As someone explicitly named by Lily and James Potter as a preferred guardian for their son, I request formal standing in these proceedings to address the systematic disregard for their final wishes." Dumbledore, who had remained surprisingly quiet throughout much of the hearing, now looked genuinely unsettled. "Mrs. Tonks, while I understand your concern, the circumstances after the Potters' deaths required immediate security measures, measures that apparently included authorizing financial exploitation and physical neglect," Andromeda cut him off crisply. "Circumstances that might have been entirely avoided had the will been properly executed as law required." Harry could barely process this unexpected development. Sirius had mentioned Tonks's anger about being kept from him, but he hadn't anticipated her mother making such a public stand, or Narcissa Malfoy's apparent support of her estranged sister in this matter. Amelia Bones seized the opening. "The DMLE has been investigating precisely these irregularities, Mrs. Tonks. Your testimony would be valuable in our ongoing review of the Potter guardianship. I believe we've strayed considerably from the original purpose of this hearing," Umbridge attempted, her voice tight with frustrated rage. "Have we?" Weatherby countered. "The hearing was expanded to address security concerns regarding Mr. Potter's alliances and residence. Mrs. Tonks's testimony speaks directly to why alternative guardianship arrangements might have been both legally required and superior to those actually implemented." The proceedings had clearly escaped Fudge's control entirely. What had been planned as a public chastisement of Harry and invalidation of his independence had transformed into an examination of the very system that had failed him, with multiple respected witnesses supporting his position rather than the Ministry's. Fudge conferred hurriedly with Umbridge, their expressions growing increasingly desperate. Harry sensed a crucial shift in momentum. One final push might secure not just his exoneration but formal recognition of his independence. Before that push could come, however, the courtroom doors burst open once more. A junior Auror rushed in, face pale with urgency. "Attack on Diagon Alley," he gasped. "Death Eaters at Gringotts." The courtroom erupted in chaos. Fudge half rose from his seat, expression somewhere between disbelief and terror. "Impossible. There are no Death Eaters. This is some kind of, multiple casualties reported," the Auror continued, addressing Bones directly. "They're demanding access to the bank's deepest vaults. Goblin guards are engaging, but they're outnumbered." Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his stomach. Voldemort, furious at losing the vessels of containment, had launched a direct assault on Gringotts, likely hoping to either recover the artifacts or secure alternatives. Bones was already moving, her authoritative voice cutting through the panic. "All available Aurors to Diagon Alley immediately. Shacklebolt, Scrimgeour, coordinate response teams. Robards, secure the Ministry against potential secondary attacks." The professional response settled the initial chaos somewhat, though fear remained palpable throughout the chamber. Harry turned to Silvertongue, whose expression confirmed his worst fears. Director Ragnarok predicted this possibility, the goblin said grimly. The Dark Lord seeks the vessels. Excuse me, Umbridge's falsely sweet voice somehow cut through the commotion. But I fail to see how an apparent robbery attempt at Gringotts relates to the serious charges against Mr. Potter. This hearing will continue as scheduled. The sheer pettiness of her focus on prosecuting Harry while a Death Eater attack was underway stunned the chamber into momentary silence. It was Dumbledore who broke it, rising from the Chief Warlock's chair with sudden authority. This hearing is suspended indefinitely in light of the security emergency. All Wizengamot members with defensive qualifications are requested to assist the DMLE response. You have no authority, Fudge began. Actually, he does, Bones interrupted sharply. Wizengamot Emergency Protocols, Section 3, in the event of attacks on key magical institutions, the Chief Warlock may suspend proceedings to direct defensive resources. The protocols were established precisely for situations like this. Harry made a swift decision. Rising from his seat, he addressed Bones directly. Madam Bones, I'd like to offer assistance in the response effort. Potter, don't be absurd, Fudge sputtered. You're an underage wizard with no qualification for combat situations. I'm also someone who has faced Death Eaters and Voldemort directly, Harry countered calmly, ignoring the gasps at the name. And I have specific knowledge about what they're seeking at Gringotts. Bones assessed him with sharp consideration. What knowledge, exactly? Harry glanced at Silvertongue, who gave a slight nod of approval. The attack is targeting specific artifacts secured yesterday during a retrieval operation I participated in. Artifacts Voldemort believes are essential to his plans. A shocked murmur ran through those still present in the courtroom. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with sudden intensity. Harry, the headmaster said quietly, what artifacts? The vessels of containment, Harry replied, watching understanding dawn in Dumbledore's eyes. Created to neutralize soul magic. Specifically, Horcruxes. The word fell into the chamber like a stone, creating ripples of confusion among most present, but stark recognition from Dumbledore. You know, the headmaster said, not a question but a realization. Yes, Harry confirmed. About the Horcruxes. About why he didn't die that night. About what we secured yesterday before he could get to it. Dumbledore straightened, making a visible decision. Amelia, Mr. Potter's assistance may indeed prove valuable, though he should remain with qualified defenders at all times. I'll determine appropriate deployment of resources, Albus, Bones replied crisply, though without hostility. Mr. Potter, you'll accompany my team but remain in a strategic advisory capacity only. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, Harry agreed, understanding that even this limited role represented significant trust from the head of magical law enforcement. Silvertongue rose as well. Gringotts Security will welcome coordination with DMLE forces. Director Ragnarok has activated all defensive protocols, but the attack appears well coordinated and specifically targeted. As they prepared to depart, McGonagall placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Be careful, Potter. Your parents would be proud of your courage, but they would also want you to exercise appropriate caution. I will, Professor, Harry promised, touched by her concern. Weatherby handed Harry a small communication mirror. I'll continue addressing the legal matters here. This will allow us to confer as needed. The courtroom had transformed into an impromptu command center, with Bones issuing directives to arriving Aurors while Dumbledore conferred with senior Wizengamot members. Fudge and Umbridge stood to the side, their earlier authority eclipsed by the emergency response. Harry followed Bones toward the exit, Silvertongue at his side. As they passed Andromeda Tonks, she reached out briefly to touch his arm. When this is over, she said quietly, we have much to discuss, Harry. About your mother, your father, and what should have been. I'd like that, Harry replied sincerely, before continuing toward whatever confrontation awaited at Gringotts. Diagon Alley resembled a war zone. Smoke billowed from several shops, debris littered the cobblestones, and the distinctive flashes of spellfire illuminated the area around Gringotts' imposing facade. Aurors had established a perimeter approximately 50 yards from the bank, behind which civilians huddled in doorways or fled toward the leaky cauldron. Bones led her response team, including Harry, Silvertongue, and surprisingly, Dumbledore, to the command position where Kingsley Shacklebolt was coordinating the defense. Situation report, Bones demanded without preamble. Approximately 20 Death Eaters, Shacklebolt replied grimly. They breached the bank's outer defenses using some kind of artifact that temporarily disabled the ward stones. Goblin security engaged immediately but was forced to retreat to inner defensive positions. We have confirmed at least 12 casualties among shoppers and 3 Aurors down. Hostages? Bones asked. Unknown. Most customers escaped during the initial attack, but we can't confirm if any remain inside. Harry studied the bank entrance, where black-robed figures could occasionally be glimpsed behind conjured barriers. They can't access the high-security vaults, he observed. The vessels are protected by blood wards and goblin protocols. They'll need leverage. Precisely our assessment, Silvertongue confirmed. They likely seek hostages to force Director Ragnarok to grant access. Dumbledore surveyed the scene with grave intensity. The inner defenses include anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Standard protocols, Silvertongue nodded. Additionally, emergency lockdown procedures seal the vault levels from the main hall. They cannot reach the deepest vaults without goblin assistance. Which they will not receive voluntarily, came a familiar gravelly voice. Razorclaw emerged from a concealed position nearby, his formal attire replaced by battle armor similar to that worn by the security team at the forge. Director Ragnarok has activated the Covenant of Stone. No goblin will grant access regardless of threat. The Covenant of Stone? Bones asked sharply. An ancient oath, Dumbledore explained. Goblin defenders swear to die rather than allow unauthorized access to protected vaults. It dates to the last Goblin Rebellion but is rarely invoked. The director deemed it necessary given what the vessels contain, Razorclaw stated. And what Voldemort might achieve with them. Harry felt a chill at the implications. The goblins had effectively committed to sacrifice rather than surrender, raising the stakes beyond what even Death Eaters might have anticipated. We need a coordinated approach, Bones decided. Shacklebolt, maintain the perimeter and prepare for potential breakout attempts. Razorclaw, can Gringotts security communicate with our forces? Limited coordination is possible, the goblin confirmed. Director Ragnarok authorizes joint operations under these circumstances. As they developed strategy, Harry noticed a familiar figure approaching from the direction of Nocturne Alley, Bill Weasley, his Cursebreaker expertise evidently deemed valuable in the current crisis. Bones, Bill greeted the DMLE head respectfully. Gringotts' European Division dispatched emergency response teams. They're approaching through the secondary tunnels and should reach the main vault level within 20 minutes. Excellent, Bones nodded. Your insight on the bank's defensive systems would be valuable in planning our approach. Bill's gaze fell on Harry, surprise evident. Harry? What are you doing here? Advisory capacity, Harry explained briefly. I was involved in securing what they're after. Before further explanation could be offered, a magnified voice boomed from the bank entrance, cold, aristocratic, and instantly recognizable to Harry. Ministry forces, Lucius Malfoy announced, your presence is unnecessary and unwelcome. This is a matter between the Dark Lord and the Goblin Nation. Withdraw your Aurors, and no further wizard blood need be spilled. Murmurs spread among the gathered defenders. Malfoy had effectively confirmed the Death Eater's identity and Voldemort's involvement, a stark contradiction to the Ministry's official position. No response, Bones instructed sharply. They're attempting to create public record of demands to justify escalation. The strategy session continued, incorporating Bill's knowledge of Gringotts' layout with Auror tactical approaches and Goblin security protocols. Harry contributed details about the vessels and what he'd observed of Death Eater operations during the forge extraction. As they finalized their plan, a coordinated three-point entry designed to divide the Death Eater's attention, another magnified voice echoed across the alley. "Your silence is noted," Malfoy's voice declared. "Perhaps this will encourage more productive communication." A figure was thrust into visibility at the bank entrance, a civilian hostage, wandless and clearly terrified. Even from a distance, Harry recognized the rotund form of his uncle, Vernon Dursley. "We selected this particular Muggle with purpose," Malfoy continued, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Perhaps Mr. Potter would be willing to negotiate for his relative's life. We understand they share a special financial relationship." Shock rippled through those near enough to hear Harry's sharp intake of breath. Bones turned to him questioningly. "My uncle," Harry confirmed grimly. "They must have intercepted him during the Ministry's relocation program. Umbridge was handling it personally." "This changes the tactical situation," Shacklebolt observed. "Hostage negotiations require different protocols than assault planning." Harry's mind raced. The Dursleys had been horrible guardians, abusive, neglectful, and thieves of his inheritance. Yet seeing Vernon forced into this position, terrified and confused in a world he'd always feared and resented, stirred complex emotions. Not affection, certainly, but a sense of responsibility Harry couldn't simply dismiss. "They want me," he realized aloud. "This is a targeted attempt to draw me into negotiation. Probably on Voldemort's direct orders after yesterday's confrontation." "Absolutely not," Bones stated categorically. "We do not offer exchanges under these circumstances, regardless of personal connections." "I wasn't suggesting that," Harry clarified. "But we can use their expectation to our advantage. If they believe I'm willing to discuss terms, it creates a distraction while the actual assault teams get into position." Dumbledore studied Harry with new assessment. "You propose to engage them in negotiation as a tactical diversion?" "Yes," Harry confirmed. "They'll expect me to be emotional, impulsive, especially where family is concerned. It plays into their understanding of my character. While simultaneously reinforcing public perception of Death Eater return," Razorclaw noted with approval. "Strategic on multiple levels." Bones considered the proposal with professional detachment. "It has tactical merit, assuming you can maintain convincing dialogue without actually entering their control. Communications would be monitored at all times, with immediate extraction protocols in place." "I can do it," Harry assured her. "And I have something they won't expect." He touched Heartseeker's concealed sheath beneath his robes. The goblin-forged dagger with his mother's protective magic might prove valuable if negotiations devolved into direct confrontation. After further discussion and safeguard arrangements, Harry approached the communication point established just beyond the Death Eater's line of sight. A specialized charm would project his voice to the bank entrance while allowing him to remain under aura protection. "Malfoy," Harry called, his magically amplified voice carrying clearly to the bank. "I'm here to discuss your demands regarding my uncle." A pause, then Lucius's voice replied with evident satisfaction. "How predictable, Potter. Always the Gryffindor hero, rushing to save even those who mistreated you. The Dark Lord understands you better than you understand yourself." "Skip the psychological assessment," Harry replied coolly. "What exactly are you proposing?" "Simple exchange. Your cooperation in accessing certain vault contents for your relative's safe return. Straightforward negotiation between interested parties." Harry noted subtle movements at the bank's side entrances, Auror teams moving into position while Malfoy's attention remained focused on the negotiation. Just a few more minutes of distraction needed. "And I'm supposed to trust the word of someone who serves a master known for killing families? Seems like poor risk assessment on my part." Malfoy's voice hardened slightly. "Your position hardly allows for such bravado, Potter. Your uncle's continued breathing depends entirely on our goodwill. Perhaps a demonstration of our seriousness is required." Vernon was pushed further into visibility, a wand now pressed directly against his throat. Despite everything, Harry felt a surge of genuine concern. Whatever Vernon's failings, this situation was beyond anything a Muggle should have to endure. No demonstrations necessary, Harry replied quickly. But access to Gringotts' vaults requires goblin cooperation. I can't simply walk in and take what you want. But you have influence with these creatures, Malfoy countered. Influence you've been flaunting before the Wizengamot just this morning. Surely your precious alliance can be leveraged for family preservation. Harry recognized the signal from Bones, assault teams in final position, ready to move on his cue. One last exchange needed. You misunderstand the nature of the alliance, Harry replied, intentionally injecting a note of desperation into his voice. It's based on mutual respect, not control. I can request assistance, but forcing compliance would violate everything we've established. How disappointingly principled, Malfoy sneered. Perhaps direct negotiation would be more productive. Come forward, alone and wandless, and we'll discuss alternatives that might preserve your uncle's life. The trap was obvious: get Harry into their physical control, likely for direct transport to Voldemort. But it provided the perfect opening for the coordinated assault. I'll need assurances, Harry began, then stopped abruptly as Bones gave the final signal. Now. Simultaneous explosions rocked 3 different entry points to Gringotts. The carefully controlled blasts breached the Death Eater's defensive barriers, allowing Auror teams to pour through the openings while Goblin security forces emerged from previously concealed positions within the bank itself. The diversionary negotiation forgotten, Malfoy bellowed orders to his forces as spellfire erupted throughout the bank's grand entrance hall. Vernon Dursley, momentarily abandoned by his captor, collapsed to the marble floor in terror. Extraction Team Alpha, secure the hostage, Bones commanded through her communication device. A specialized aura unit immediately advanced under shield charms, making directly for Vernon's prone form. Harry watched the battle unfold with conflicting emotions, relief that the assault had been launched successfully, concern for those in the line of fire, determination to see the mission completed. But underlying it all was a growing awareness of something else, a building pressure in his scar that suggested Voldemort's direct involvement might be imminent. He's coming, Harry said urgently to Bones and Dumbledore. Voldemort, I can feel him approaching. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Are you certain, Harry? Completely. The connection, it's getting stronger. He's responding to the attack personally. Bones immediately adjusted tactical commands, reinforcing defensive positions and preparing for a significant escalation. Shacklebolt, Code Basilisk protocols. All civilians to be evacuated beyond secondary perimeter immediately. The battle within Gringotts intensified, spellfire visible through the massive doors as Aurors and Death Eaters exchanged increasingly destructive curses. The extraction team had nearly reached Vernon when a new magical presence manifested at the bank entrance, a swirling darkness that coalesced into a tall, pale figure that Harry recognized with chilling certainty. Voldemort had arrived. His appearance created immediate shock waves, both magical and psychological. Aurors who had never faced him before faltered momentarily, while civilians who glimpsed him from sheltered positions screamed in terror. The Ministry's year-long denial of his return made the visual confirmation all the more devastating. Tom has finally decided to make a public appearance, Dumbledore observed grimly. A significant tactical shift from his previous approach. He's desperate, Harry realized. The vessels are that important to his plans. Important enough to risk exposure before he's fully prepared. Voldemort surveyed the battlefield with cold calculation, then raised his wand in a casual gesture that sent 3 Aurors flying backward with bone-breaking force. The extraction team, moments from reaching Vernon, found themselves suddenly facing the Dark Lord himself. Harry Potter, Voldemort's high, cold voice carried across the chaotic scene. Always at the center of complications to my plans. How consistently inconvenient. With a negligent flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned Vernon Dursley to his side, the terrified Muggle floating helplessly through the air. An unremarkable specimen, Voldemort observed, examining Vernon as one might a moderately interesting insect. Yet you value his life sufficiently to negotiate. How curiously sentimental, given what I know of your history with these Muggles. Harry felt multiple gazes turned toward him, Bones, Dumbledore, and others nearby, all clearly wondering how he would respond to this direct provocation. "It's not sentiment," Harry replied, his amplified voice steady despite the fear churning in his stomach. "It's principle. Unlike you, I don't believe people's worth is measured by their usefulness to my plans." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a humorless smile. "Principles. The refuge of those lacking true vision." He pressed his wand against Vernon's throat. "Yet principles have consequences when applied inconsistently. You claim to value all life, yet you've aligned yourself with creatures who value gold above wizard blood. An alliance that has now led to this unfortunate confrontation." The tactical situation had shifted dramatically with Voldemort's arrival. Death Eaters were rallying around their master, while Aurors established defensive formations rather than continuing their advance. The Goblin forces remained disciplined but were clearly reassessing against this more formidable opponent. "This confrontation is your doing," Harry countered, playing for time as he sensed movement behind him, Dumbledore quietly organizing a strategic response. "Breaking into Gringotts, taking hostages, attempting to steal artifacts you have no right to, those were your choices, not mine." "Rights," Voldemort scoffed. "Another meaningless abstraction. Power determines possession, Potter. A lesson your goblin allies understand better than most." As Voldemort spoke, Harry caught sight of Razorclaw making subtle hand signals to goblin defenders inside the bank. Some sort of coordinated action was being prepared, something that required Voldemort's attention to remain focused outward. "If power is all that matters," Harry replied, deliberately provocative, "then you must be concerned about the power contained in those artifacts. Power specifically designed to counter your most carefully guarded secret. Why else risk exposing yourself publicly before you're fully prepared?" A flash of genuine anger crossed Voldemort's serpentine features. "You speak of matters beyond your comprehension, child." "Do I? Horcruxes seem fairly straightforward once you understand the concept. Split your soul, hide the pieces, achieve a form of immortality at the cost of your humanity. The vessels of containment were created specifically to counter such magic, to find, contain, and ultimately destroy soul fragments." The public naming of Voldemort's darkest secret created visible shock among those close enough to hear. Dumbledore had gone utterly still, while Bones looked between Harry and Voldemort with sharp reassessment. "You have been misinformed," Voldemort stated coldly. "And such misinformation will cost your relative dearly." He raised his wand toward Vernon, but before he could cast, a deafening gonging sound reverberated throughout Diagon Alley. The marble floor beneath Voldemort's feet suddenly liquefied, causing even the Dark Lord to momentarily lose balance. In that instant of distraction, Razorclaw gave a sharp command in gobbledygook. The bank's facade itself seemed to come alive, the marble columns twisting into massive stone guardians that lunged toward Voldemort and his Death Eaters. "Gringotts Sentinel protocols activated," Silvertongue explained tersely. "Ancient defensive measure requiring director-level authorization." The stone guardians, 12 feet tall and seemingly impervious to standard spell fire, created momentary chaos among the Death Eater ranks. Vernon Dursley, briefly forgotten in the confusion, was snatched away by a goblin defender who moved with extraordinary speed despite the Muggle's considerable weight. Voldemort recovered quickly, destroying one stone sentinel with a blasting curse of such power that marble fragments rained throughout the alley. But the momentary disruption had achieved its purpose. Vernon was now being rushed toward the aura perimeter by goblin defenders. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at the coordinated rescue, but knew Voldemort would retaliate with increased savagery. The Dark Lord's fury at being outmaneuvered, even briefly, would translate to escalating violence. Indeed, Voldemort's next spell created a whirlwind of fiendfire that engulfed 3 Aurors before they could establish proper shields. Their screams cut through the battlefield noise, a stark reminder of the power differential even against trained magical law enforcement. "We must engage directly," Dumbledore stated grimly, stepping forward with wand raised. "The defensive posture is no longer sustainable against this level of dark magic." "Agreed," Bones nodded sharply. "Containment teams, transition to offensive protocol Chimera." Dumbledore, center position. "Specialized units, flanking maneuvers as practiced." Harry watched as the DMLE's elite combat units moved with practiced coordination, establishing a multi-layered assault formation with Dumbledore at its core. The headmaster's power was palpable as he dropped his usual grandfatherly demeanor, magical energy radiating from him in waves that reminded Harry that this was the wizard Voldemort himself had always feared. "Stay within the secondary perimeter," Bones instructed Harry firmly. "Your knowledge is valuable, but direct combat against Voldemort exceeds even your unusual experience level." Harry nodded agreement, knowing this wasn't the time to argue. Besides, he could potentially contribute more effectively from a strategic position, observing patterns and vulnerabilities that those engaged directly might miss. Dumbledore advanced toward Gringotts, the coordinated Auror teams moving with him in perfect formation. Voldemort's attention fixed on his longtime adversary, a smile of anticipation spreading across his inhuman features. "Dumbledore," he acknowledged, almost cordially. "How appropriate that you emerge from hiding just as your careful manipulations begin to unravel. The boy knows about the Horcruxes. About his true purpose. The carefully constructed narrative is collapsing around you." Dumbledore didn't rise to the bait. "Hello, Tom. I see your flair for dramatic entrances remains unchanged, though your appearance has deteriorated remarkably." The two most powerful wizards in Britain squared off, their preliminary exchange of spells so fast and complex that Harry could barely follow the sequence. Shields materialized and shattered, transfigurations sprang to life and were countered, elements were conjured and banished in a dizzying display of magical mastery. Around them, Aurors engaged Death Eaters with renewed confidence, while Goblin defenders implemented their own battle strategies, less flashy than wizard dueling, but brutally effective in the confined space of the bank entrance. Harry circled the perimeter, looking for opportunities to provide tactical insight. He spotted Vernon being treated by medical personnel, the Muggles still clearly in shock but physically unharmed. The extraction had succeeded despite Voldemort's direct intervention, a small victory amid the larger battle. As Harry watched the confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort intensify, he became increasingly aware of a strategic problem. The Dark Lord was gradually maneuvering toward the bank's inner doors, using the duel itself as cover for his true objective. Despite the ferocity of their magical exchange, Voldemort was systematically working his way closer to the vault access points. "He's still trying to reach the vessels," Harry realized aloud. "The battle is secondary to his primary objective." He caught Bones's attention, quickly explaining what he'd observed. The DMLE had immediately adjusted tactical commands, redirecting forces to strengthen the inner bank defenses rather than focusing exclusively on the visible confrontation. Harry continued his observation, looking for additional insights that might help counter Voldemort's strategy. As he circled toward a better vantage point, a familiar figure caught his attention, Lucius Malfoy, separated from the main Death Eater force, moving purposefully toward what appeared to be a service entrance at the side of the bank. Acting on instinct, Harry followed at a safe distance, keeping to cover. Malfoy seemed to have a specific destination in mind, consulting occasionally with what looked like a small, specialized magical compass. Whatever he was tracking, it clearly held significant importance given his willingness to separate from Voldemort's protection during active combat. Harry maintained pursuit, careful to avoid detection. Malfoy eventually reached a nondescript door partially concealed behind a decorative column, an entrance Harry suspected most bank patrons never noticed. The Death Eater performed a complex unlocking charm, then slipped inside. Faced with a critical decision, Harry weighed his options. Following Malfoy alone violated direct instructions to remain within the secure perimeter. Yet alerting others would take precious time, during which whatever Malfoy planned might be completed. The service entrance likely connected to alternative vault access routes, potentially bypassing the main defenses focused on Voldemort's more visible approach. Decision made, Harry drew Heartseeker alongside his wand. The goblin-forged dagger hummed with subtle energy against his palm, its connection to his blood creating a reassuring warmth. Whatever Malfoy intended, Harry wouldn't face it unprepared. Using unlocking charms similar to those he'd observed, Harry carefully opened the service door and slipped inside. The passage beyond was narrow and utilitarian, clearly designed for goblin maintenance workers rather than wizard clients. Magical lights activated automatically as he advanced, illuminating a descending stone corridor. Harry moved cautiously, listening for sounds of Malfoy's progress. Faint footsteps echoed ahead, confirming his suspicion that the Death Eater was indeed heading deeper into the bank, likely toward alternate vault access points. The passage eventually opened into a small hub room with multiple corridors branching outward. Harry paused, unsure which path Malfoy had taken, until he noticed faint magical residue on one doorway, evidence of recently cast magic. Following this trail, he continued his pursuit through increasingly complex passages. After several minutes of careful navigation, Harry heard voices ahead, Malfoy's aristocratic drawl and another, rougher voice he didn't immediately recognize. Slowing his approach, he positioned himself near the junction where the voices originated. Certain this will bypass the main security protocols? Malfoy was asking. Guaranteed, the second voice replied, a voice Harry now recognized with shock as belonging to Walden McNair, the Ministry executioner who had nearly beheaded Buckbeak in third year. This maintenance shaft connects directly to the high security level. The goblins never expected wizards to know about it. And the blood wards on the specific vault? Malfoy pressed. That's why we needed this, McNair replied with grim satisfaction. Extracted from the boy's relative while in our custody. Not as effective as direct Potter blood, but the familial connection should be sufficient to destabilize the wards enough for controlled demolition. Harry felt cold realization wash over him. They had taken blood from Vernon, blood that, while not magical, shared enough familial connection to Lily Potter to potentially weaken wards keyed to Potter lineage. Ingenious contingency planning, Malfoy approved. The Dark Lord will be pleased, especially given Dumbledore's unexpected intervention above. The main assault was always the diversion, McNair confirmed. While they focus on protecting the primary vault access, we secure the artifacts through this secondary route. Harry had heard enough. This alternate approach represented a critical vulnerability in Gringotts' defenses, one that could undermine the entire operation if successful. He needed to act immediately. Drawing on everything he'd learned about ambush tactics from the Goblin security team, Harry prepared for intervention. Heartseeker in his left hand, wand in his right, he calmed his breathing and focused his intent. When Malfoy and McNair moved into the corridor junction, Harry struck with coordinated precision. A silent stunning spell from his wand caught McNair completely by surprise, dropping the executioner before he could raise his own wand. Simultaneously, Harry lunged forward with Heartseeker, not to stab but to slash precisely across Malfoy's wand hand. The goblin-forged blade cut cleanly through Malfoy's glove, drawing blood and causing him to drop his wand with a cry of pain and shock. Before the Death Eater could recover, Harry had his own wand pressed against Malfoy's throat. "Don't move," Harry instructed coldly. "Your backup is unconscious, and your master is rather occupied at the moment." Malfoy's eyes widened in genuine surprise, then narrowed with calculation. "Potter. How unexpectedly proactive of you. Following me alone suggests either remarkable courage or exceptional foolishness." "Call it informed tactical assessment," Harry replied, maintaining pressure with his wand while keeping Heartseeker visible in his other hand. "I recognized a flanking maneuver when I saw one." Malfoy's gaze fixed on the goblin-forged dagger, something like recognition flickering in his expression. "Interesting weapon for a wizard to carry. The goblins must value your alliance considerably to part with such craftsmanship." "They understand the concept of mutual benefit," Harry replied, noticing a small crystal vial that had fallen from McNair's pocket, presumably containing Vernon's blood. He kicked it away down the corridor, well out of reach. A temporary arrangement at best, Malfoy observed with strained composure. The history of wizard-goblin relations suggests such alliances inevitably dissolve when core interests diverge. Maybe that's because wizards like you can't imagine cooperation without domination, Harry countered, securing McNair's wand while maintaining his position. Now, we're going to wait quietly for Auror backup, which I'll summon momentarily. A calculated smile spread across Malfoy's aristocratic features. Are you certain that's wise? Consider your position carefully, Potter. The Dark Lord is directly engaging Dumbledore above. The Ministry is in chaos. Your goblin allies are fighting for their very autonomy. This confrontation between us is merely a footnote in the larger conflict. A footnote that prevents Voldemort accessing the vessels, Harry replied firmly. Which makes it rather significant in the overall narrative. Perhaps, Malfoy acknowledged. But have you considered what happens after today? Win or lose this particular skirmish, the Dark Lord continues his rise. The Ministry continues its decline. And you, Potter, have positioned yourself precisely between these opposing forces, with dwindling protection on either side. Despite himself, Harry felt a chill at Malfoy's assessment. The Death Eater was attempting to manipulate him, certainly, but the core observation wasn't entirely wrong. His position was increasingly isolated, neither fully aligned with Dumbledore nor completely integrated into Goblin society. My offer in Diagon Alley wasn't entirely ministerial theater, Malfoy continued smoothly. There are alternative alignments possible in the coming conflict. Positions that recognize changing realities while preserving certain, essential values. You're suggesting I consider alliance with Death Eaters? Harry asked incredulously. With those who serve Voldemort? I'm suggesting you consider the political landscape realistically, Malfoy corrected. Not everyone who recognizes the Dark Lord's return shares his every objective. Some serve out of pragmatism rather than ideology. Those with influence within his ranks could potentially moderate certain outcomes. The implication was clear. Malfoy was offering himself as a potential intermediary, suggesting that alignment with his faction might provide Harry protection without requiring direct service to Voldemort. A generous offer, Harry replied, voice dripping with skepticism. Especially coming from someone currently at one point after attempting to steal goblin artifacts. Malfoy's expression remained calculatedly neutral. Current circumstances are admittedly awkward. But strategic thinking requires looking beyond immediate confrontations to longer-term positioning. Something I suspect you've begun to appreciate during your recent, political education. Before Harry could respond to this unexpected overture, the communication mirror in his pocket vibrated urgently. Maintaining his wand on Malfoy, he carefully retrieved it with his free hand. Potter, Bones's voice came through clearly. Report your position immediately. We detected unauthorized movement in the maintenance sectors. Lower Maintenance Junction, Section 3, Harry replied, reading the location markers on the nearby wall. I've intercepted Malfoy and McNair attempting to access the high-security vaults through a secondary route. McNair is stunned, Malfoy is contained. A moment of shocked silence, then, remain in position. Extraction team en route to your location. Do not engage further or attempt to move the prisoners. Understood, Harry confirmed, returning the mirror to his pocket. Malfoy sighed with something like resignation. A pity. I had hoped for a more productive exchange. Save your recruitment speech for your trial, Harry suggested. Though I doubt the Wisengamot will find it as nuanced as you imagine. Bold assumption that there will be trials, Malfoy replied, his composure shifting to something harder. You still don't fully grasp the scope of change underway, Potter. Today's confrontation is merely prologue. Before Harry could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps announced the arrival of the Auror extraction team. Four red-robed Aurors rounded the corner, wands at ready. Secure the prisoners, the lead Auror instructed briskly. Potter, you're to return to the command position immediately. Director Bones was quite explicit about unauthorized solo excursions. Harry relinquished control of the situation to the professionals, though not without a final glance at Malfoy. The Death Eater's expression had shifted back to aristocratic disdain, all hints of his earlier pragmatic overture carefully concealed. As Harry was escorted back toward the surface levels, he processed the unexpected encounter. Malfoy's suggestion of alternative alignments represented a fascinating development, evidence of potential fracturing within Voldemort's support base even as the Dark Lord made his public return. Emerging into the bank's main hall, Harry found the battle significantly altered from when he'd left. Dumbledore and Voldemort were no longer directly engaged. Instead, the Dark Lord was orchestrating a fighting retreat, his Death Eaters forming a defensive perimeter as they withdrew toward the bank entrance. Potter, Bones acknowledged his return with evident relief tinged with exasperation. Your intervention was effective if procedurally questionable. Malfoy's secondary team represented a significant security breach. What's happening with the main assault? Harry asked, noting the changed tactical situation. Voldemort recognized the operation was compromised once we secured the maintenance access points, Shacklebolt explained, joining them. He's implementing a strategic withdrawal while maintaining enough pressure to prevent pursuit. Indeed, the Death Eaters were executing a disciplined fighting retreat, maintaining shield formations while backing toward the exit, their coordinated spellfire keeping Aurors and Goblin defenders at bay despite superior numbers. He's abandoning the vessels, Razorclaw observed, appearing beside Harry. A significant strategic victory, despite the collateral damage. Harry watched as Voldemort directed his forces with cold efficiency, nothing like the rage-driven tyrant from the graveyard, but a calculated field commander preserving resources when an objective became unattainable. It was, in its way, more frightening than uncontrolled fury. This isn't over, Harry said quietly. He's regrouping, not surrendering the objective. Agreed, Bones nodded grimly. But today's confrontation fundamentally changes the political landscape. Fudge can no longer deny Voldemort's return, not with hundreds of witnesses to his appearance in Diagon Alley. As if summoned by his name, the minister himself appeared at the bank entrance, flanked by Percy Weasley and several other ministry officials. Fudge looked shell-shocked, his usual pomposity replaced by genuine fear as he surveyed the battlefield. Is he gone? Fudge asked weakly. For the moment, Dumbledore confirmed, rejoining the command group. His robes showed signs of magical combat, but his demeanor remained calm despite the exertion of dueling Voldemort directly. Though I suspect this public appearance marks a significant shift in Tom's strategy. But this changes everything, Fudge stammered. The ministry's position, the public statements, will require immediate revision, Bones finished firmly. Along with comprehensive security protocols and public safety measures that should have been implemented a year ago. The minister seemed to physically shrink under this direct criticism, but before he could respond, Umbridge appeared behind him, somehow maintaining her sickly sweet demeanor despite the chaos surrounding them. This unfortunate incident, while concerning, doesn't negate the underlying security issues regarding Potter's Goblin Alliance, she insisted, her girlish voice jarringly inappropriate amid the battle aftermath. In fact, it rather confirms the dangers of such unauthorized arrangements. Madam Umbridge, Bones replied with dangerous calm, we have just witnessed a direct Death Eater assault on Gringotts, an assault targeting specific artifacts that Mr. Potter helped secure yesterday through cooperation with Goblin authorities. That cooperation directly prevented Voldemort from acquiring magical items of immense power. She gestured around the damaged bank hall. Without the Potter-Goblin alliance you've been so determined to criminalize, we would now be facing a significantly more dangerous Dark Lord. Perhaps that contextual reality might inform a reconsideration of the ministry's position. Umbridge's face tightened with barely suppressed fury, but Fudge intervened before she could respond. Yes, well, obviously a full review of recent policies is warranted given these unexpected developments. The Wisengamot hearing regarding Mr. Potter's situation will naturally be postponed pending comprehensive assessment. It was a politician's non-answer, but represented a significant retreat from the ministry's previous position. Fudge was already calculating how to distance himself from policies that now appeared disastrously misguided in light of Voldemort's confirmed return. As the immediate crisis subsided and cleanup operations began, Harry found himself drawn to a quiet corner of the bank where Vernon Dursley sat wrapped in a shock blanket, being tended by a ministry medic. His uncle looked utterly destroyed, not physically, but psychologically. The man who had always feared and hated magic had just experienced its darkest manifestation firsthand. Harry approached cautiously, unsure what to say to the man who had simultaneously been his guardian and his abuser for 14 years. Vernon looked up as Harry neared, his expression cycling through fear, recognition, and finally, a kind of numb resignation. "You," he said simply, voice hoarse. "They wanted you. Said you'd come for me." "I did," Harry confirmed quietly. "Though not exactly as they planned." Vernon stared at his bandaged arm where blood had been taken. "They said we were related by blood. That it mattered somehow." "It does," Harry acknowledged. "My mother's blood, your sister-in-law's blood, runs in your family's veins through Petunia. Not magical, but connected enough for certain types of magic to recognize." A shudder ran through Vernon's substantial frame. Always hated it. The unnaturalness. The freakishness. He looked up, something like comprehension dawning in his small eyes. "But it's real. All of it. That thing wasn't human anymore." "No," Harry agreed. "Voldemort sacrificed his humanity for power. That's where magic turns darkest, when it's used to dominate rather than connect." Vernon fell silent, processing realities his worldview had never accommodated. Finally, he spoke again, his voice subdued. "The money. Your money. They knew about that too." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "That's been addressed through formal agreement. The binding contract you signed remains in effect." "Binding us to tell the truth," Vernon nodded dully. "About how we treated you. About the cupboard. The money." "Yes." Another long silence stretched between them, not comfortable, but not actively hostile either. Finally, Vernon spoke again. "Petunia? Dudley?" "Safe," Harry assured him. "The ministry relocated them as planned. You'll be rejoining them once you're medically cleared." Relief visibly washed over Vernon's face, genuine concern for his wife and son that reminded Harry that whatever his uncle's many failings, he did love his immediate family. That capacity for love, however narrowly applied, represented the only real connection Harry had ever shared with the man. "This isn't forgiveness," Harry said quietly. "What you did, the theft, the neglect, the cupboard, I can't simply overlook that. But I didn't want you hurt or killed either. No one deserves what Voldemort would have done to you." Vernon nodded slowly, a strange expression crossing his face, something between shame and revelation. "Never understood it. Any of it. Didn't want to." He gestured vaguely at the battle-scarred bank hall. "Can't ignore it now. It's all real. The danger. The unnaturalness." He looked directly at Harry. "What you face." It was perhaps the closest Vernon Dursley would ever come to acknowledging the legitimacy of Harry's world, an admission forced by direct confrontation with its darkest aspects. "When this is over," Harry said, "when Voldemort is defeated, we'll likely never see each other again. The binding contract ensures financial obligations will be met, but beyond that, there's no reason for continued contact." "Best for everyone," Vernon agreed, a shadow of his old brusqueness returning. "Different worlds." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Though your world isn't as separate as you've always pretended. The magical and non-magical exist side by side, affecting each other whether acknowledged or not." Their unexpected moment of quasi-reconciliation was interrupted by the arrival of a ministry official assigned to coordinate Vernon's return to his family. As his uncle was led away, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions, not closure exactly, but perhaps the beginning of it. The Dursley chapter of his life was ending, not with the vindictive satisfaction he might once have imagined, but with a quieter recognition of damaged people making damaged choices. A more dignified conclusion than they perhaps deserved, observed Razorclaw, who had approached silently during the exchange. The binding contracts ensure justice without vengeance, a balanced approach. They'll live with the consequences of their choices, Harry replied. Both magically enforced and psychological. After today, Vernon at least will never again pretend magic isn't real. Indeed. Reality has a way of asserting itself eventually. The goblin studied Harry with uncharacteristic openness. You've handled yourself with remarkable balance throughout this crisis, Mr. Potter. From the Wizengamot hearing to the battlefield decisions to this personal confrontation, your actions reflect maturity beyond your years. I've had exceptional teachers recently, Harry acknowledged with a small smile. Goblin perspective has proven valuable in ways I never anticipated when I first approached Gringotts about the Dursley theft. The alliance has benefited both our peoples, Razorclaw agreed. Which brings me to Director Ragnarok's message. He produced a small, ornate scroll sealed with the official Gringotts emblem. In recognition of today's events, the Director proposes formalizing the Potter-Goblin alliance through ancient protocols not invoked for 7 generations. A treaty between your house and our nation that would establish precedent for broader cooperation moving forward. Harry accepted the scroll with appropriate solemnity. I'd be honored to discuss such arrangements with Director Ragnarok. As cleanup operations continued around them, Harry recognized the historic significance of the moment. What had begun as a personal quest for justice against the Dursleys had evolved into something far more consequential, a potential bridge between worlds long separated by mistrust and misunderstanding. His mother's words from her hidden letter echoed in his memory, the wizard who walks 2 worlds, who would forge new bonds between ancient enemies. Perhaps the goblin prophecy wasn't just about defeating Voldemort, but about creating something new and lasting from the confrontation, a different model of magical cooperation that transcended traditional boundaries. Outside the bank's damaged entrance, reporters had gathered to document the aftermath of the attack. The Daily Prophet, Wizarding Wireless Network, and even international magical press converged on what would undoubtedly be recognized as a turning point in magical history. The day Voldemort's return became undeniable, the day the Ministry's year-long denial collapsed, and perhaps most significantly, the day a 15-year-old wizard stood with goblin allies against divided wizard authorities to prevent a catastrophic power shift. Whatever came next, Ministry restructuring, Voldemort's escalating campaign, Dumbledore's reassessment of Harry's role, the ground had fundamentally shifted. The carefully maintained structures of control that had defined Harry's life since his parents' deaths had crumbled, replaced by alliances of his own making and decisions of his own choosing. As Razorclaw had observed at the beginning of their partnership, power came in many forms, not just magic, but knowledge, resources, and allies. Harry had acquired all 4, transforming from isolated pawn to independent actor on the complex chessboard of wizard politics. The journey that began with a Gringotts letter about account irregularities had led to a fundamental reckoning, not just for the Dursleys or for Harry personally, but for the entire magical world's understanding of cooperation, justice, and the nature of true alliance. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.